So we looked at some of the tax reforms that are there and how they impact women businesses. There are quite a number, but we're trying to look at those within the last 2 years that have been brought about. One of them, under the Income Tax Act, was the 10-year tax exemption for investments whose capital is over 300,000 US dollars for citizens investing elsewhere being outside Kampala. And this was majorly to attract investment enterprises outside Kampala for the multiplier effects that could come, maybe employing more people, using more local raw materials, things of the sort. And this is good in terms, if you are, for example, to look at agro-processing, you're using more of the material that is coming out, more of the produce that is coming out within the region that the investment is set up. But then, being that they are focusing on the large, where there are some large businesses that are women-owned, but most are small and micro. So the small and micro businesses where the women are left out. We don't have as many packages or many efforts to entice the small businesses to get into such and enjoy such benefits. Then another one is income tax rates for small business taxpayers lowered. These were a basis for taxpayers with no records to come and enjoy as a percentage of turnover. But given that most businesses they don't have records, they're informal, still the enjoyment of these benefits is not there. And later on we'll see what can be done to help with these. Many don't know how to manage their finances. Many women, because most of them are small, I have my shop, I get 20,000 a day, and that is okay. They might have it in the head, but then they have nowhere to show. If someone came to maybe advise them on how to do this better, they can't be able to show or have proof for how their businesses are operating. Then from the Value Added Tax Act for 2020, there was exemption for VAT extended for agricultural supplies and tourism sector, which was to extend incentives given to strategic sectors and others provided in the Investment Code Act. This was good and welcomed. However, we got something that we didn't expect, which was COVID, that affected most of these areas that were supposed to be benefiting from this. The leisure industry, the tourism and entertainment, wholesale and retail. This, for some, ended up in closures for businesses. Some that are surviving are not benefiting as much as was expected. Another reform that we picked out from the same act, the VAT, is allowing a tax credit on expenses only if one is supported by invoices or e-receipts. This was also good and welcomed. However, for many businesses, moving on to the digital way of know how to use it. Some are not able to maybe purchase what is required to operate digitally, which still limits them in enjoying some of these benefits. OTT, this we all know was brought about in 2018, and every day people who use social media platforms are expected to pay 200 shillings, and much as it generates revenue for the country, the UCC at least told us, the Uganda Communications Commission, the first 3 months when it was introduced, we had a 5 million drop in the use of internet. And this, much as it picked up, it didn't pick up to the pace that it was before. It still challenges business operations, especially given that with COVID, there's been need to reduce the face-to-face interactions and move to use of digital operations. The Excise Duty Act, which brings about exemptions for some of the commodities, for example, sanitary towels, like Carol was mentioning earlier. It is good and it's meant to reduce or favor certain groups according to government. However, what we are coming to realize is when these exemptions are made, they don't transfer to the end user. Many a times it's the manufacturer who might benefit from them in terms of them getting more money, but the prices really hardly change on the market, which affects the target beneficiaries still. So what are some of the challenges generally that we see coming out faced by women-owned businesses that are tax-driven? One is the registration and licensing formalities, which can be inhibitive. Like we saw with the 83% who are informal. Most of these, it's because that are required. Obtaining the licenses, you must have a TIN number. Many don't know how to get the TIN number. The VAT registration for those that are medium, and for those that employ over 5 employees, they need to have NSSF and be able to pay NSSF. But for most of these, the procedures, how do I go about getting these? How do I do this? What do I need to do? Many don't know about the TIN number, for example, that it is free. URA has tried to make the process shorter. You can do it online. Most of that information is not known. So they think comply with the respective business laws. Some of it gets into the business operations, which affects the formalization of one's business. They decide to do away with it altogether. Then this I've mentioned briefly in the one before, but I'll expound on it. The limited knowledge on tax compliance requirements. Most of the small business owners, women inclusive, they have no knowledge on maintaining books of accounts, filing returns, engaging with tax officials, and sometimes they're just intimidated. I might call a URA person to look at my books to help me, and then they're like, you're making a lot of money and not paying taxes, and it becomes a problem. So that information not being readily available, how do I go about getting a TIN? How do I keep my books of accounts? I'm paying this much to get stock and getting this out of it. How do I keep the daily to know if I'm making a profit or loss? That information is not known to many small business owners. The cost of formalizing a small business that I talked about, I will not get into again. Limited access to finance. We all know there are high interest rates, the short-term nature of the loans that they acquire, the inability to have security of credit, especially given that a number of the women don't have ownership of what they would use or the assets they would use to acquire loans, what they would use as security, which becomes a challenge. Then there are small and informal charges that might not necessarily be taxes, but they still get into their day-to-day running of the business. These, I'm sure KCCA is well aware of: market dues, user fees. You've been a market and they have rubbish collection. They are, let me call them baskets, like how you be in church and there are baskets that keep going round. Even these small businesses have those sorts of baskets that keep going round. These are, they affect the day-to-day businesses of the operation, much as they are meant to support also the area where they work. For example, if it's a market, the operation of the market, the continuous operation, you don't have garbage of produce spread all over the place. You have toilets that are clean. You need that to run, but it also affects how this business operates in terms of planning, someone comes on Tuesday, another comes on Wednesday, Saturday you have to pay something. It's not clear, and it affects their day-to-day running of the businesses. But also, given that most of these are tendered out, their operation is open to exploitation, corruption, and fraud. Today you might get person A collecting fees. The next day someone else comes, they're still collecting the same fees. You may not be aware who is the right person, who is the wrong one. If I pay, do they keep records that this month this person has paid? Is it weekly? Is it daily? Is it monthly? All that is not so clear with the charges. Then the other that goes to government that still affects when you're doing some of this analysis is the limited gender disaggregated data and also evaluations of different types of tax policies. When you look through the literature that is out there on tax, the effect it has on the different groups, on what has been studied, what has been read, what has been put out on tax, that information is limited, especially for the gender disaggregated one. How does this tax affect men or businesses? Looking at, it might be the same business, looking at the same tax, does it affect men and women differently? Or are they all at the same stage? Is it a one-size-fits-all? See how one affects one group with that information because of the data that is out there that is limited. So, with some of those challenges, what are some of the proposals that we have coming through that can support all businesses, but to our particular interest, women-led businesses? One is the generation of evidence and learning for policy reform, and this is to URA majorly working together with Ministry of Finance to conduct a gender impact assessments of tax measures and the cumulative impact assessments for evidence-based planning. When we have this information of how different taxes affect different groups, we are able to have targeted proposals, targeted recommendations, targeted implementation policies that will support a particular business and not leave them limping. To also survive, we need the revenue, but revenue. Then integration of gender disaggregated revenue data into URA and Ministry of Finance reporting. This, when we do analysis, when we have, it helps support analysis and reporting, which can have targeted or more effective and focused interventions to the different groups that are there to be supported for business. But also, when this is available, CSOs can come in to complement government's effort to conduct some of these gender disaggregated tax incidence analysis to inform decision making. Gender-specific exemptions in tax legislation. This we channel to finance to add a list of agencies whose income does not pay tax. Which people are not paying tax and how can they be supported? For example, financial institutions that offer interest-free credit to small businesses, including women. Looking at when we have these, let me use the example of the gender disaggregated data. If we see that women in agriculture are supporting businesses in a particular way, they try to access credit, but this credit also has maybe taxes imposed on the interest that they pay. There can be reforms that are specific that can help support them and reduce on some of these costs of maybe the interest costs. So having interventions informed by gender data. Let me say gender-based data. Legal and administrative reforms. Under this, like I presented to you, one of the challenges is the information and knowledge that is a problem to legalizing or formalizing businesses. We propose for government to implement a legal aid and paralegal project to provide free advice and legal clinics to women entrepreneurs on matters arising from their enterprises. On getting a team, how to formalize. They might close up someone because they don't know how to do books of accounts and pay tax. They might be willing to, but they don't know how to go through the process. So such a project would help provide this information and help them to formalize their businesses. But also another proposal is to have small claims courts which can be accessed by small and medium enterprises to help to resolve some small disputes that come through that affect their business operations. Then gender transformative tax policies. These what URA, some of these sex-segmented progressive tax policies by lowering tax rates for small business owners, and we don't have a one-size-fits-all. Some that are large might be able to pay some taxes that the small ones might not be able to. Encourage women-owned businesses to use the new electronic fiscal. That is part of formalizing and then management of their books to be able to do all that. Goods and services that support household supplies and unpaid care. There are some taxes that, most of it is VAT anyway, but there are some items that are home-based that have a bit more disposable income to spend on small businesses. Then promoting gender-friendly tax education embedded in tax-related policies. When these policies are brought out, it would be good to have an extended arm of providing information and educating the public, including the women, on how this might affect, why it's good, and why they should be in support of it. The benefits, basically, that are coming through the tax reform. Under awareness and capacity building for women engaged in small businesses, one is building on different initiatives and taking further action to address women's limited access to finance, including the awareness of women-friendly sources of capital. There are quite a number. We have SACCOs, we have, even within the banks, the commercial banks, there are some, there might be packages that are favorable and friendly to these women-led businesses. But in some areas, many women don't know about them. So providing that extended arm of building onto these and providing information for them to know these, but also helping, for example, how do you keep your books of accounts to be able to access these? Sometimes it's a limitation, and ironing out some of the gaps to help them access and providing information on the available ones. That I've mentioned, working with commercial banks to raise awareness of market opportunity. Then intensifying investments in affordable ICT technologies to enhance tax education, tax collection, especially in the informal sector. This, I'm sure, is important for URA, but it also goes to government through the Ministry of Finance and ICT on finding affordable technologies. The e-receipting is good, but we can think of others that can be ventured into to help. They help with the collection, but also providing education on how to utilize what is out there, what to do. We've seen somewhere where they say, for example, URA is using television for tax education and print media. But you find many of these using small businesses listening to radio. Someone is working and the radio is on, and they listen. So using all avenues that are there to educate is good. Tax exemptions and avoidance by large corporations. This is majorly for the big businesses. One is, well, we acknowledge exemptions and incentives are effective and are good to support businesses. But then, how effective are these, at least for the exemptions and incentives that we've provided so far? We would want URA and Minister of Finance to conduct a cost-benefit analysis of the exemption regimes that are available to guide decision making. What are we going to benefit from what we'll lose if we exempt Corporation A from paying tax? Is it or do we decline providing it and we continue with collecting the tax, looking at the multiplier effects, for example? Then the provision of exemptions is closed to, it's to the minister's discretion according to the PFMA law, and our thought is this can be Parliament to have a transparent way of exemptions. Who is allowed to be? How transparent is the procedure? So we are requesting for this to be opened up so that it's debated and exemptions are given on merit and not, as some we might see, politically based at times. URA to reduce exemption time periods for companies and only renew with guidance of a cost-benefit analysis. We've given exemptions to some as a country, and we've realized that even with those exemptions, we are not gaining much from them. So what is the point of giving these exemptions? So this should be on a merit basis, based on informed by a cost analysis. The same applies to tax incentives, looking at the multiplier effects that come through. Are we gaining more using in terms of use of local produce, for example, employment for the population? Looking into some of those before we give the incentives, and also how it affects, for example, the population, and those informing the decisions that are made to provide the incentive or not. Implementation of the domestic revenue mobilization strategy. Quite a number of useful, let me call it leads or proposals to improving our revenue mobilization as a country. So fully enforcing it will help us generate more revenue while catering for the different categories available. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sophie, and yes, back for a very good research. There are so many very good proposals coming up. Thank you so much. I don't want to paraphrase what the research is all about and the outcomes, but I'm just going to point out to those key pointers for me which really stood out. There are issues around evaluation of tax policies. There are issues around the tax exemptions and incentives. It's an elephant in the room. Who is getting? Who should be getting? How do we get women businesses there in that tax exemption and incentive schemes? The issue of the digitalization, how women to be surveyed with those the digital. The issue around the formalization. Should we, shouldn't we? What's the cost? The issue around alternative dispute settlement. So the issue around the implementation of the domestic revenue mobilization strategy. what I know also is about the whole issue of education. You know, it's key in the DRMS, and finance and URA can be able to give us an update on what's happening with this tax education strongly. So how do we handle that? So that, for me, the study is an eye-opener. It's a good step to be able to engage finance, URA, and the policy makers in Parliament in May when they are discussing these tax proposals. But we still want to enrich this document. So the floor is open. Thank you so much once again, Sophie. Thank you, CS BAG, for very good work done. These are very complicated subjects. Tax alone is complicated, but when you add it to it becomes more complicated. So we want to hear, especially from the practitioners. Where is the? So the floor is open. We want to hear from you. Connie. Where is Connie? She has gone out. PSFU, my sister here.
Thank you so much. This was a very good presentation, and it was timely on my side because I'm going to be doing almost the same thing from tomorrow, and I'm blessed to have come here. When you are talking about tax incentives, we should appreciate that women have become heads of families. They actually care for the families, from the food to school fees, everything. And yet, they do petty jobs that don't earn much. So when we're talking about tax incentives, we should look into that. Then, yes, awareness. I will talk on behalf of Connie because I've been a board member of Uganda Women Entrepreneurs Association, and we have had so many interactions with URA, all these regulators, and we have been sharing, and I would like to, if they're around, I would like to appreciate them because we have been having partnerships almost on a monthly basis, and we encourage them to come and maybe have a desk at Uganda Women Entrepreneurs Association, and the women or members of Uganda Women Entrepreneurs Association have really picked up. So tax awareness is very important. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Other insights, especially the issue which was raised around the user fees, and what's your experience around that? What do we do? Please reintroduce yourself again. There are some people, new people have come in.
Thank you. I'm Janet Asonko from KCCA. Thank you for organizing this function, and it's very useful to all of us, especially ladies who are in businesses. I want to comment about the issue of market dues and all that stuff. As KCCA, we oversee all the markets. Uganda, but in Kampala at least. Some markets are classified, some are private. There are those that belong to private people. Then some are public. Kabaka owned. But just to comment about the dues, the latest has, I think our president was also informed about those issues, about the taxes and women working so hard and yet they are taxed so many small things, toilet pay, electricity pay, market. So he came up with a presidential directive that these women in the market should pay one lump sum fee, one annual fee, instead of being charged daily. A rough figure is about 74,000 for a stall annually, and then for what do they call them? Lockups, it's about 144,000 a whole year, which I think is a step in the positive direction. And then he also gave another directive. These markets have issues with leadership. Usually these leaders tend to overstay, they tend to intimidate these poor vendors who are there and they come to earn a living. So he also put in place that for the public market, for all those leaders to be put aside, and then an interim management committee to be put in place for about 6 months as they are sorting out the issues and mistakes in the market. But of course, markets have very, very many women earning their livelihood from those places. So it's very important that we take care of the taxation issues and all the issues in the market. Thank you very
much. Joan, you haven't said whether the directives have been implemented or not. Are they?
Thank you. So, as KCCA, of course, we have to respect our bosses and what. So they were put in place. The leaders were December, and the issue of payments, they're going to start paying annually, not just daily things. They are going to.
Okay, there's another proposal here.
As you know, Private Sector Foundation Uganda is a member-based organization, and one of the women's association is the Association of Midwives. And those midwives, we had a meeting 2 weeks ago, and they told us that they are retired nurses, and they open maternity wards or maternity centers in different communities, and very, very many taxes. So they end up not making any money at all, and yet, while they were working, they were paying taxes. So they were looking at having some tax incentives, if not waivers. And one lady said, especially during COVID, that they had to help women deliver the children, but so they would offer free services. So we need to look into that issue as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for that issue. And I think CSBAG, we also need to look into the local government, also local government taxes. But maybe also, sorry to go back to Sonko. So that's the issue of
direct for all public markets. Public markets to markets that belong to government, the ones that are government-owned land.
Okay, and maybe again to CSBAG, this is an issue you need to find out what's happening. Has the directive know those markets? Okay, there were some.
Thank you, Sophie, for the well-researched and comprehensive presentation. Once again, this is Kevin Seninde from the Uganda Revenue Authority. From Sophie's presentation, I've actually that she had a lot pointing towards the direction of civic education, because it seems there is a lot that is going on in between government institutions and other departments. Don't seem to have knowledge about like these new platforms that we are introducing. But the assurance that I'm giving you, at least from the side of URA, we are doing a lot of civic education. It's part of the domestic revenue mobilization strategy, and it is one of those things that are now key. Just about 2 weeks ago, I think, there were auditions that were conducted at head office. Okay, and when this education is being conducted, it's ongoing right now. It cuts across all languages. It's not segregative. They'll get somebody who they can speak in a language that people out there can be able to understand. They'll get somebody who is fluent in Lunyoro, in whichever language. So that is part. And then we are also having the face-to-face interactions, okay? We identify groups of people in a particular area, and we send staff there to talk to them. It goes on a daily basis. Even today, I'm sure there's a team from our media department that is out there conducting that type of education. So from the angle of educating and trying to inform people about the policies and what is currently that one, at least it is something that really keep on improving and being better. Something to do with formalization of businesses. I don't know if you invited somebody from the Uganda Registration Services Bureau. The people that are best suited to talk about the formalization and what, yeah, they'll be in position to give better information. More so, putting into consideration the fact that women own small businesses, they can be better suited to advise on how they can register without having to go through a small group. Then you're not going. So maybe the next time we meet, we may have to invite one of them to come and give us information in that regard. About the tax incentives, specifically directed to the women and the groups of that nature, it's a proposal that I have personally taken up, and I will share it with my bosses. I am very glad that at least somebody from Ministry of Finance is within our midst. Yeah, so it's something that they can as well take up, because it's a process, and they usually come up with those processes after doing research and analysis of what it's going to be and the impact it's going to have on society and the economy at large. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Kevin, for those points. And again, especially the whole issue of URSP and the issue of formalization of businesses. But then I also think URA, you could also take maybe a civil society who are working on tax issues to help partner when it comes to raising awareness and civic education. Okay, there was, okay. Finance, I thought I would give you more time to respond after. After there are so many issues which are, and more are coming. Okay, thank you.
I am Eli Biliku from Ministry of Trade. The member from KCCA, I think, mentioned my concern on their responsibility as an administrative unit in terms of management of markets and how it affects the women. but then she only concentrated on KCCA. I will imagine that majority of the women businesses are scattered in the various local administrations. That's the districts. I think this is something which should be noted. Probably KCCA may be more organized in handling these issues. How about the big majority of the district local governments, which handle where most of the female businesses are? How are they being impacted on their businesses in terms of taxation? I also look at the informality of many of these female businesses. I think the colleague from URA talked an issue of organizing them. I think that will also be good because there are many. But then the other issue in terms of female taxation of businesses, I would imagine there will be need to look at the thresholds. What are these thresholds we are talking about in terms of taxation? Many of them, I think, were here talking because they may below the thresholds of required level of taxation. So I think within the policy thinking, there should be need to define what these businesses should be taxed. And the other issue I also wanted to of these markets, many of the markets in the local governments are tendered out to other people, third parties to manage. I had an experience of one woman. She may not fall in this group, but I had to talk to this person collecting money. The woman came with about 10 eggs. View yourself, you are carrying 10 eggs to come and sell in the market. If you are the woman, and you are being told to pay 2,000 as a market due, I just have to tell you, man, can't you have eyes to see this woman has 10 eggs and you want to charge 2,000? Please leave her to go. You can collect from other people. I imagine many of the women may be in that group. So I think the the people who tender out to these markets also need to be part of the sensitization of how they should handle businesses out there. I would imagine many women, female businesses, may fall in that category. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those issues. We are noting again the issue of the local government taxes at that level where women businesses mostly are. How do we handle that? There's a gap there. And I think the issue of the market, the dynamics in the markets, and like you pointed out, markets, this is where women are. How is the governance, the way they are organized, you know? It's another issue which we need to address. A very important issue of thresholds. We need also to be clear, to be able to say, below this amount, please don't tax. Let somebody grow the business to a certain level.
Thank you so much. My name is Daphne Babide from National Planning Authority. I'm glad to be with you today, and I'm excited about the topic. As you may all be aware, the authority launched its National Development Plan, which is supposed to be kind of a strategy for us to develop for the next 5 years. And I'm glad to say that most of the issues that you have raised have been addressed in our plan. And one key issue is that as we were developing the plan, we incorporated the Sustainable Development Goals. One of the issues was gender. And even when you look at our results and reporting framework, we try to make sure that most of the indicators are disaggregated in terms of things like youth, age, and trying to make sure that that the process continues so that we disaggregate further. I can't say that all our indicators are fully disaggregated, but we are moving in that direction. And I'm glad that you're continuing with telling us to do this, because these are some of the events that make us aware of our need to do such things. Then, the National Development Plan has 18 programs, and there are 2 particular programs that are addressing the issue of and the other one is private sector development. I was trying to make sure that we make the cost of business and also the enabling environment conducive for the private sector. And I'm going to outline some of the things that, some of the plans that we have put in place to address some of the issues that you raised earlier. And we don't develop this plan alone. We work with the different ministries, departments, and agencies. So some of the things I'm going to outline here, we worked with the different ministries and departments and agencies, and they're incorporating these into their plans, and these things are going to be implemented. One of the things that was raised in the presentation that we had was the need for legal aid, kind of like helping businesses in kind of business development services. And when you look at our plan, we have in the NDP under the private sector development program, we have planned for trying to help the SMEs particularly address the issue of business development, which is going to be done by the Ministry of Trade and Uganda Investment Authority. We're assured that this is going to there was also an issue of helping women, and I'll also incorporate SMEs because you have been told that most women are in SMEs. So we were looking at SMEs. So when I say SMEs, I'm covering most of the women. So under the plan, with the issue of people lacking awareness of the opportunities that are out there, we looked at trying to develop market information systems, trying to ensure that the different SMEs have access to opportunities that are out there, which is still going to be done by the Ministry of Trade. Then the issue of incentives, I'm glad that URA has taken it on. Then the DRM strategy, which is the domestic revenue mobilization strategy. Here, where the URA has planned to put in place compliance continuum initiatives to make sure that this strategy is fully implemented. So you can be rest assured that they're going to try and make sure that the DRM strategy is implemented and there is full compliance. Then you mentioned that there's one of the issues that is preventing women from access to finance is lack of collateral, and the Uganda Registration Services Bureau has the Movable Assets Registry, which is basically an initiative that was done to help small enterprises that may not have access to collateral like land or other very expensive collateral to also have access to finance through using small items or less value items. So the Uganda Registration Services Bureau plans to popularize this movable assets registry, and there's going to be mass education so that people are aware and can access this so that they're able to get access to finance. It's one of the ways the government is trying to make sure that small enterprises can also have access to finance. Then under the formalization of businesses, URSB plans to review the legal and regulatory frameworks to remove some of these restrictions identified. Some of the things that are restricting people from formalizing their businesses, and I also planning to provide incentives to formalize, incentives to companies in order for them to formalize their businesses. And also there's a plan for a national policy on business formalization and an action plan. So I may not have very many details on some of these things because they're actually going to be implemented by different MDAs, but these are some of the MDAs are going to put in place to ensure that the private sector and SMEs are having a good environment for them to foster growth and also improve their incomes. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that information. Again, CSBAG, it's good that they also work on budgets, because this will require budget and have substantive resources to ensure an enabling environment. I see there is a lot of work which needs to be done by Ministry of Trade, market information systems, business development. So again, we go back on the issue of the budget to make sure that these ministries are facilitated to do this work. Okay. Any other inputs?
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much, CSBAG, for the presentation. Mine is particularly in the area of data. And my name is Nora Madaya from Noripa Consults. I've been doing some work with the UN Women with respect to data and methodological development of guidelines that can enable women to generate information that can be used to inform policy and decision-making internally in the organizations, but also for the development partners that support them. Now, one of the observations that has come out very clearly from the presentation from CSBAG is the need for evidence to be able to inform the decisions and plans and policies that are affecting women. Now, in the area of tax, observation that we observed is that there is no information, there is no data. Women don't take data compilation and management as a critical area. And I think that's the major oversight, because if you don't have information that can inform where you are, where you want to go, it becomes very hard for decisions that are being made at the end of the day. So I'm glad that there's already a positive step in terms of generating information with regard to gender and tax, but there is need for us to support the different institutions that are involved in the businesses to compile information, because if you aggregate that information from the levels of operation, it's meaningful. Information. However, it is more at national level, and yet the people who are operating these businesses at the community or the operational level is quite at a lower side. And so if you don't get the civil society or the this information that can be used for their benefit later on, it becomes a problem. So I think my submission is, CSBAG, we need to see how to improve, how to support these different institutions or women who are involved in business to compile this information meaningfully and be able to inform the Minister of Finance, URA, Trade, and so on. That's what I would like to add. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Nora, for that point. It's very, very important. And one of the challenges we have been finding as civil society, and in fact also Mr. Seninde has raised it, evidence. Where is the evidence? And the fact that we are dealing with national level at the local level. And also what you have raised is critical. Working with women-owned businesses to be able to help them to enable them to be able to document. That's very, very critical. It's a pity that Connie has left. Who will, that's, maybe you will contact who will after PSF, you, my sister, is your boss. Okay. Okay. So it will be a very good way forward to see how we move a step forward, working directly with these women, enable, training them on how to keep that information. I think that's very important. And also KCCA, we also have CASITA, they have a women wing. So we need to go a step further to generate that evidence. Madam Sonko.
Thank you very much. I just want to add on 2 points. One, okay, we have our women. Some of us are lucky that we really interact with them, and we tend to sit here and we are in theory, and one point I want to raise is that many of our women are busy working hard, but many of them are in theory illiterate. You try to explain to a woman something will not understand how to internalize it, to understand. Someone hasn't gone to school. So as KCCA, we have functional adult literacy, but it's not everybody who is interested. So that is a very big point that puts some of these women backward, especially in terms of businesses. And then I also have a point about limited access to finance. As government, it has tried, but there's a lot to be done. For instance, I will talk for KCCA because that's where I work and that's what I know. We have very many government programs where they try to see that women have access to affordable credit. For instance, we have YLP, the Youth Livelihood Program. Of course, there are some women under there. So this money is given to groups of youth and at a low interest rate. For instance, like 12.5 million at an interest rate of less than 10% per annum. So they are trying to help them do their businesses. We have CDD. CDD is called Community-Driven Development. There are some people who have come up with what they call community-based organization. And these are mainly women. They have some small projects like catering, events management. So these ones are given, like they can qualify for 5 million. It is a grant, not refundable, to help improve their business. You have the Uganda Women Entrepreneurship Program. Women come together in groups and they have a common project, and they can also qualify to get maximum 12.5 million at a very low interest rate. We also have NADS. NADS still exists in Kampala. It may look indirect, it may not be direct money, but still when someone gives you maybe about 1 and feed, that is also indirectly. It is up, if you rear them and sell them, indirectly you can have access to some finance. Then we also have the latest, the EMIO. Many people didn't take this seriously. They thought it was political. But government is serious. It's trying to mobilize people in various enterprises. And it really gave priority to women entrepreneurs. So people are encouraged to save. And then government also puts 30 million as seed capital to each Emioga circle to help them be able to access more of finance. So that is what I have to talk about. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, you come to this table.
Thank you very much. Good morning. I'm Faith Lumonya, and I work with Akina Mama Africa. I just wanted to say something in response to what Joan from KCC raised regarding that's available, and we that it has made. But I think one of the issues is that it's not enough, because when you look at women in business, at the macro, so like you said, 12.5 million, that can work for a micro level business, someone who is operating at home. But now as women's businesses grow, then opportunities from government either become very difficult to access or are almost invisible. And yet it's at that point that you're then getting into the tax bracket. So the challenges then become multiple at that point, that you're having problems being able to raise financing, but again your cash flow is being affected by the fact that these are some of the things that government needs to look into to address the issue of access to finance, because it's limitation when it comes to growth of any business. I also wanted to link that point to the issue that Hope raised. When you look at at most women businesses, because they because a lot of women, like she said, hold the fort of unpaid care work, they are in between trying to raise money here but also be able to support their homes. And so the justification for incentives, for example, for small and medium enterprise businesses, is very, very critical, especially women businesses. Accessing incentives from URA is extremely difficult, and even URA can attest to that you need a tax advisor to be able to organize your business, your books of accounts, and to even provide additional justification for why you should qualify for an incentive structure, so that then more women
Thank you so much, Faith. And I know Joanta is going to add on to that, especially around the packages.
Thank you, Janita, from KCCA. However, I'm Janita Nasuna from Seattle, Uganda. We are actually, I think tomorrow, we are having a policymakers engagement to hand over our recommendations and proposals about the financial packaging we are talking about. We appreciate that government women-led businesses if they actually benefited from East and East and Northern Uganda. However, we've not found any MSME who has women and men as well, who has actually benefited from the financial packages. So one of our recommendations actually is, for example, you talked about the Imyoga. These are very little monies for businesses, because then you find that to a group in the same nature of business, and it's a minimum of 30 members, and it is 30 million for the 1 million per member in their business. And actually, when you look at one, so now we recommended, instead of government giving out these small monies businesses. They should let them put common user machinery, agro-processors. Let them put facilities in markets. KCCA markets, the public markets are lacking. There are no mother care facilities. Women are sleeping down. I think news every day shows the situation in these markets. They are terrible. And then you talked about leadership changing. How many women leaders do we have in these markets actually? Yes, we change the leadership very well. But how many leaders? How many women leaders do you have in these markets? Because we keep having continued engagements with the market vendors, and they are telling us that it is still women in it's still men in the leading positions, and they have quite a number of challenges as women to address to these, that they cannot actually address to the men leaders, which limits them. And then for URA, yes, amidst this economic shock, you're still introducing tax after tax, even amidst the challenges that are actually impeding women from, or are making women even more vulnerable. So personally, I'm thinking, yes, let us be realistic. Let us not say you're putting civic education. However, what you're implementing at the end of the day actually makes the women even more vulnerable. It is not supporting, it is just worsening the situation. So, and also put in consideration, because as we went through these researches, we found out that actually when you approach these women businesses, the first time that you're talking to them, they're like, are you from URA? Is this documentary that you're doing going to actually make us pay the tax? So they are still very biased about tax payment and compliance. So why are they still more biased? Those are things that you should find out. Tax has become a burden, and people still, actually they are running away more than actually going towards compliance. So we should look around these areas. Let us have the real story on ground. About it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't want to hold a brief for URA, but tax has never been palliative for anybody. Then two, I think we also need to be, to help URA and to help ourselves. Again, the clarity, which tax don't we want? You know, to tell them that tax, please scrap it. That threshold, please bring it down. And I think that's the conversation we are going to hold when we are talking, discussing that. Need to be, even my sisters, the MSM is, we need to be very specific. Please reduce it to, so because of this. And it goes back to what Nora has raised, the issue of having evidence. I think we'll be there. We can be able to do it, you know. So I will give the floor to Mr. Seninde from URA. Then I'll go back to Sophie. Then lastly, I will invite our sister from Ministry of Finance to be able to wrap up and also maybe give us some advice on the way forward, how we can best engage government. So Mr. Seninde, then Sophie, then our sister from.
Thank you, moderator. I just want to make a response to a few issues. First and foremost are the thresholds. The thresholds. Stand up. Tax is really based on thresholds. When you look at our Income Tax Act, for example, it lays down between this amount and this amount, this is the amount of tax you pay. So when we invoke a discussion along those lines, maybe we should be particular, just like you said, that maybe they should reduce from this to this, but it's really based on thresholds. That is one. The second issue is about the legal aid clinics. As URA, we always conduct that every year. I think 2 years ago we were at, where's this place? Kololo. Then the year before we were at the railway grounds. But because of COVID and the restrictions on the gatherings and this year we have been delayed. We were supposed to have it within this quarter, but it will most likely happen during the last 3 months of the financial year. So, Sophie, I'll be glad to bring an invitation to you, at least to call people on board to come and get educated. Tax incentives, the last one, is the last point I want to talk about. Tax incentives are based on law. And without the evidence that we've been talking about, sometimes it really becomes hard for somebody to benefit from them. Now, it again goes back to the aspect of the formalization that you talked about, which is very key and important, having that evidence. Because it's very hard, even I, as an employee of URA, to go and ask for an incentive just like that and get it, okay? But if you are organized and you're doing business and you have some kind of documentation and evidence, it becomes a little more easier, okay? Because you can put up a more spirited fight to justify as to why you qualify for that incentive. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Seninde, for those clarifications. But maybe also when you talk about the legal clinics in Kololo and Leve, maybe you need to go down a little bit down to the people. Okay? Sophie, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Jean. And just to pick from what you just mentioned in terms of the legal aid, I think also for URA you need to look into having these as constants, not one-offs, because I would think the times you have them, it's probably a week you provide the legal aid and then stop. But then someone might need it today. After 3 months, they need some clarity on something else. So if it's constantly there, maybe at URA or at different municipal councils, there's a desk where they provide this legal aid or support, then whoever needs the service can get to access it at whatever point. Mine is first to thank you all for the input. This some is already ongoing with what we're proposing, and some is really information on what is happening, which we are grateful for, because it will help inform our issues paper. I just wanted to pick up on a few that I thought came out clearly that we should take up on. One was looking at the different incentives that support the households on how they can keep running. That came from Madam Hope from PSFU. I think we've been looking at what helps us operate everywhere, but not looking at what supports inwards to get out what comes through, which I think is a good idea. One thing that has come through clearly is the civic education is still lacking in many avenues, and that goes to different practitioners, URSB, URA, I think also UIA for the investments, then the tenderers that are given the tenders to collect these dues in the markets. Basically, quite a lot needs to be done in informing the different categories. I was glad finding out about what is being done by the charges in the markets, but I think we still need, like Madam Sonko mentioned, that is for the public. What happens to the ones she mentioned, the private markets and Kabaka markets? I think looking at holistically how these operate, the different local governments, how they manage these dues, and how charges are managed is still an issue to look into. Civic education is everywhere, something that we need to look into, and evidence being an issue. I think at one point we might need to talk more into how do we have evidence, and not just evidence that is general, but also for the categories. If these are in agriculture, if these are in retail, looking at different categories, and also that's something I had for the thresholds. Do they look at, is it just a lump sum of money is coming through, or even the issue? I think the tax affects different ones, enterprises differently. Agriculture might not be the same way as those in clothing and textile and things like that. I think most of it was information on how we can enrich our issues paper, and I'm grateful for that. I just want to say thank you before the madam from finance comes in. So, thank you from CSPA.
Okay, thank you so much. The Minister of not inviting Minister of Finance, but I'm inviting you, Farida, in your capacity as Farida, because we don't want to hold you accountable that Minister of Finance, this is what they said, you know, yeah, Finance told us this and that, no. So Farida, just respond to the issues, give us advice that on this, you know, please go ahead and do this, this is what we need and all that. For that, thank you so much.
I'm actually very honored to be here as a woman. Even when we are government officers working there, we always feel we need to come and meet fellow women and support them. So what I have gathered here is that tax policies have in a way, maybe directly or indirectly, not been as helpful as they should have been in removing inequality where the gender is concerned. So I actually tried to do a little reading last night, and then some of the things I was expecting, she actually did not hear them. So I'm going to briefly talk to you about what came to my mind when I was researching for this. So it has come out very clearly in some of the papers I managed to read that women play a very critical role at home, which is never paid for. And when you're doing that as a woman, your time, your energy, it all goes there. And you forget to work for yourself. And you forget that you need your own security sometimes as a woman. It sometimes affects your ownership of property. It affects, even during childbearing, you're not going to be able to do certain things because you're in the maternity phase. And what happens at the end of that day is that you're getting old, you're aging. And what have you done to secure your own retirement in terms of divorce? Or you're widowed, and sometimes you don't even know where your husband's assets are, or whose name they are registered in. Some men are leaving the money in the bank and you're not aware of it. Some land titles are kept by somebody you don't even know. So I think women need to be supported, to be able to find ways of securing their own security. In terms of owning property, in terms of investing. So, and even in employment, find that women might not be able to work the same hours as men are working, because when a child falls sick, she's the one going to hospital. When your father falls find ways of improving. Safe. Because sometimes you find a man is earning income, you're earning income. Maybe the man's income is paying small bills. So at the end of the day, how are you taken care of? And again, taxes are mainly on the items that women are although somebody said, but you need to come in some money for those items. For arguing about. So from my reading, I realized there might not be a very huge difference when it comes to women who are actually in the middle, large scale. But when it comes to someone who is actually earning little, there's some problem to address and deliberate. But maybe we need to find ways of supporting this woman who is out there and struggling, and maybe tax can come along with other future or security. Now, going back to the issues that I have had, I'm going to first address what came in as gaps, maybe. There was an issue of whether we have done a cost-benefit analysis to see whether. I want to assure you that these studies are actually undergoing right now, and we have actually been having external support. And even in the DRM strategy, this is one of the issues. If you look at the recent tax amendment, having the discretionary powers to issue discretionary tax exemption are there in the law. If it is the VAT schedule, they are there in the second schedule. And they have all passed through paragraph. Discretionary power moved long time ago. It used to be in the Stamps Act. Corrected. All the tax exemptions are in the law. There was an issue on OTT, invoicing, devices which are coming up, and that women being able to use them somehow. They are away from the thing. Cannot stay. So what we have to do is find a way of helping with everyone. And it's 200 shillings. I do not know that that public projects, public goods and service delivery. Every person who is earning has to contribute so that government 200 at on OTT. I'm not very sure that is a big challenge. And on invoicing, we are going to find a way, URM, to have to go and digitize.
SMART24. Smart Business.
Amanya gange nze Ayuba Johnson mva Kinjojo nsika chapati simaze mu banga dene ekiri awo myaka nge 2 yokka nguzeemu ebintu bingi ninawo enkoko zange nina embuzi kale osanga nti nga bakasitoma bajja ne balya nga tebasasudde ekiri awo oba ebintu oyinza obikola nebitatambula bulungi nebibeera awo nebisulamu ate bwebisulamu yebaloosi oba oyinza okubulwa ssente ezigula ebintu ebirala. Ebintu bya buseere ku dduuka naddala engano eyo gavumenti yandutuyambye nekendeezaamu kaawo ku ssente ne butto ebintu birinnye nnyo ate ekirala ssaawa zino bakasitoma si bangi nnyo ekiri awo.
Manyaga nga mpita maneno maka mulimu gwenkola gwa boda guddemu myaka 2 era funyemu ebirungi nguzemu ettaka mu kyalo n'omulimu ngwagala nnyo. Nakutandika nga 2016 wembeera mbi mulimu kulwanoonya mulimu nga tegulaba netusalawo nkolaki tuvuge boda ate tulaba sente zibeerawo ku boda so tubeesawo n'ebitonotono. So okuvuga abantu nga 2 maka 15 webityo naye ng'okufuna mitwalo ng'ena kitono nnyo. Nze nkola nga mitwalo 4 kitono nnyo weba nga zigenze nnyingi obeera ku mitwalo 10 mitwalo 9 egyo obeerako.
the president gave a directive on this, and maybe private sector, civil society, you can help on amplifying the noise. Make sure that the president directive that people should not be having multiple taxes from all corners should go away, so that people can really do business knowing with certainty that this year I'm paying this money and I have paid it. Not this year they said there is this, another year it comes and says this, and it was confusing people and they were saying it was not taxation. So Madam Chair, I think I have issued all the issues that was addressed to finance.
Thank you so much for those responses. Are there any specific question, query? Okay, so thank you so much, Farida. That was really, really helpful. And again, I think as civil society, as CS back, our job is really cut out, our work is cut out. There are a number of issues which have really come out, you know. For example, the package, the incentive package, I had never looked at it that package with a threshold was designed for that category of people. So we need to come up with our own design, a package, you know. I had never looked at it that way. I was saying reduce that threshold so that we can also join there. So our work is really cut out, and there are so many good issues which are coming up, so which will make our job easier, but which will also help us to give URA finance, you know, clear proposals which they can work on. I for one, I have enjoyed the discussion. You know, we looked at a woman, you know, as a holistic woman. I have liked the whole issue of securing a woman's future, you know, looking at a woman holistically beyond just tax. I've also liked that we have gone into credit, you know, issues of the packages which Joanita and Chris have raised, you know, looking at that issue, you know, holistically. So the issues are there. There's no way I can summarize what has come out, but maybe we could expect a report from CSBAG indicating just the way and the way forward. I would like to thank all of you for a very, very, very good debate. Very good, you know. I'd like to thank Seninde from URA being so candid, giving us, you know, insights, answers to our questions. Farida, thank you so much. And also all civil society. So I'd like to also thank lastly the organizers of this very great meeting, and for the work done. That was a great, great research. It was a beginning of a very good discussion. And I know what came out of here. We reach the paper further. To call again upon CSBAG, Harold, to give us a closing remark. And thanks to the media, by the way. The media, they're doing very good work putting these issues in the public domain. And I know they will also be able to do that this time. So to all of us, thank you so much for coming, and I wish you journey mercies. Harold, please.
Thank you so much, participants, for the day. I send my appreciation to Jen. Jen is grounded in the area of taxation. So in our thoughts of deliberating this discussion, we were thinking who else can help us tease out some of the questions, some of the unsaid, and I think she has done a great job. Thank you so much, Jen. I would like to thank the representatives from government. Indeed, in the discussion today, we've heard of so much that is happening, that we don't know or are unaware of. If we don't know us, then how about that woman we have been profiling? I think what clearly is that efforts have to be doubled to make our women aware. The most important that is coming through is access to information and how they can use this information to improve the operating environment for them to thrive in businesses. Our expectation of generating additional input also in the issue paper has also been met. For example, issues of the directives from the President on the user charges and the market fees, issues on the annual legal aid clinic operated by URA have also come through. We'll just rather improve on what recommendations we can take. The proposal for us to be very, very specific on what taxes, what specific change do we want to make have also come through, and we are better placed to now engage government. Also to say the conversation doesn't end here. We have engaged the Director of Economic Affairs in the Ministry of Finance. We have engaged Parliament. Today we are engaging URA, Ministry of Finance, KCCA, business practitioners, and we want to continue. From today I heard we need URSB, we need local government. So we are going to continue this discussion. We don't want it to stay as is, because as we have all seen, the effects of COVID are not going to end today, but we need our women to thrive even beyond COVID. So thank you so much for your participation, for your input into this discussion, and I would like to wish you a fruitful day. Continue keeping safe. Thank you.
SMART24. Smart Business. SMART24. Smart Business.
Group is actually in the slum areas, but they have where they come from. And then the very place where I come from, we have a lot of jackfruit. So when I came for Harvest Money, I was really looking for partners, because me, I'm willing to mobilize the women and then have the training and then get the market. But I need also an assurance as we start this journey. Is there going to be a contract Because in Uganda we have started processes, there is no contractual obligation. Then at the end of the day, you don't see the people who agreed with you that you'll be able to supply. So where is that commitment? I know sometimes we also have our own challenges, but how do we meet and iron out those challenges? Thank you.
So thank you very much for that question, because that is actually the whole purpose why we started this program. Because we believe that we need to start with the market. So we want that signature. But we also need to realize that currently a lot of markets are not yet ready to deliver to these buyers. So it needs to be a joint cooperation between the buyers and people like yourself. But there's nothing going to fly if we don't have buyers who are committed to not only buy from us, but who are also willing to share their knowledge. And that's exactly what we're aiming for with this program.
The export market is always growing. We can create a brand that can be both for the local market and the international market. I appreciate what Judith has done, and everybody should learn something from her. Meg has also done something very, very brilliant. We can pick something from her. But we can come together and form like a coalition so that we do support what Judith is doing and what Meg is doing. Thank you.
Thank you too. I think there's one more question from Shaq. You wanted to know what this is all about. Oops, well, it's glued, so it's a bit difficult. But this is actually how we try to identify the qualified candidates for our program. And we used it for the Harvest Expo. So let me guide you briefly, because I think that we should not make it too long. So we like to challenge our candidates to be ready to scale up, that they want to benefit greatly from access to buyers. We like them to work together, because we believe that a part of the challenges is also that cooperation is not always done here. And we believe that Blue can help, so we are only interested in candidates who are willing to look further than their own business, and who are even willing to maybe give up on their branded material, but realize that if they do this together, that they will be far more successful. If you can't share, you can't multiply, that idea. So this is actually just a fun way to attract the right candidates, and everyone who's interested in becoming a candidate, please come here and check for yourself if you are fit for that. I would like to ask Jeroen to please come, and Judith, and Jeff, for our official kickoff.
Maybe before that, just little words. It's now me and Ines here on the stage. But Blue is, as you all know, it's a program under Design Up Kampala. So I really also want to thank my colleagues that are all in the background running around, making sure this is all going very smoothly. So my colleagues from DHK, also Mango Tree, like say a financial team. And for especially I want to thank also Dushimi for today.
Dushime, come here please. We like to see your face. Great event organizer with an own company. Pearls for her. Think of her.
Yeah, so thank you guys, and let's go to the official opening now.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Jeroen Flutters. I work for the Netherlands Embassy here in Kampala. I'm the Economic Cooperation person at the embassy. First of all, thanks a lot for this beautiful presentation and the progress you've made so far and the ambition you've shown today. It's amazing. Just a little bit of a background. Roughly 10 years ago, the Dutch government decided to move from a purely aid agenda to a much more aid to trade agenda, in which we like to help local SMEs, local companies to grow bigger, to grow stronger, and enable them to export either to the neighboring countries, to the region, to the Middle East, in this case in Africa, of course, and potentially to the EU. We'd like to serve not only the benefits or the interest of local companies, but we definitely are looking for potential trading partners, investment partners for Dutch companies who need a strong local presence to actually be able to cater to these kinds of markets. Just a few words from my side, because I guess I need to save my strength to cut that big one. And I'm thrilled by all the introduction of the jackfruit, because I have a few jackfruit trees in my garden, and I was just trying to keep my kids away from them because they sometimes fall down and it's quite hazardous. But now it's a different fruit to me. I'll try it, definitely.
Jackfruit is hot, it's the new champagne. 4, 3, 2, 1. Yay! Well, there are some dried fruits, some jackfruit, and thank you all for your time and attention today.
Yes, I'm Judith Bakiria, Managing Director of Sino Fruits and Herbs from Bugiri, Eastern Uganda. I grow avocado, jackfruit and mangoes on a large scale. My farm is 1,064 acres of land, and I started the market with fresh fruits, selling in Western Kenya and Southern Sudan, and on the local market in schools and restaurants. But then the fruits, very many, and this market was not enough when they are in season. So I've reached a level now where I'm adding value and where I combine these fruits, seeds, mangoes, jackfruit and avocado to make products which are now medicinal herbal remedies. Yeah, and the brand name of my products is Namazi Organic Care. Yeah. I'm making products that are herbal medicine or herbal remedies. I have a product for women especially called Namazi Female Benefit, which is very good for hormonal balancing and for issues to do with the women age. Then I have a product specifically for men, especially for prostate enlargement, and then I have a product which is for general health, issues of ulcers, pressure, diabetes. Yeah. When I made research, because I could not sell all the fresh fruit, I made research on these 3 fruits, and I realized that they are one of the world's superfoods. They have a lot of medicinal value, but also nutrition. So that's when I decided to focus on the seed, because everywhere the seed in Uganda is thrown away. So I decided to add value on the seed of these fruits, and also to grow the herbs which I blend with these herbs. And for the last 4 years when I've been on the market, people have found a lot of value in using these herbal remedies. Now I'm expanding the market, because at first I was only adding value on the seeds, but now working with the Dutch, Blue, would like to also start adding value on the young jackfruit, because it's a good vegetable. If you add in a spice, it tastes like meat, and for those people who don't eat meat, they would enjoy it. I also want to start packaging the powder for schools to blend with their maize, because maize has very little value, nutritional value. But if you blend it with jackfruit seed and avocado seed, then it becomes very, very nutritious.
The jackfruit is such an interesting fruit. I am told that here in Uganda, many people only eat it when they're hungry. They have no idea that when you cut it young from the tree, you can make a lot of meat alternatives from them. So in the country where I come from, in the Netherlands, they think jackfruit is very, very healthy, and they eat it more and more. So a lot of fancy restaurants, they have jackfruit on their menus, and they make pulled pork kind of dishes with them. They put it in curries. In our countries, in Europe and the States, they don't want to eat so much meat anymore, because they think it's unhealthy, and they think it's not good for the animals. So that's why we decided to bring this jackfruit to Europe. It's in many countries. We believe that it all comes from Asia. So from Thailand, from Vietnam. But here in Uganda, it also grows very, very well. But nothing is done with it. I often see it laid on the floor. Fruit trees myself in my garden. So what we want is to start a distribution system where everyone can bring their jackfruits to a central point, and we can pay them a good price for it, and then make sure that we export it, probably via a canning factory in Kenya, because we don't have a canning factory in Uganda yet. We almost already started, so we need to select the final candidates, and we do everything quite fast because we adjust it all the time. We believe in an agile approach. So we learn continuously from what we do and then adapt it. And we believe that our candidates, the entrepreneurs, they know best what they need. They know what they don't know. And the only thing we do is supply them with the right knowledge, because they have the skills. There's many very skilled people here. We just need to make sure that we bring them to the market and that the market explains them what they need. The sustainability plan is to first start to cooperate. I am very sure that fruit market, the 10 biggest one, cannot on their own supply the buyer. But if they work together, they definitely can. And that's a very simple change that we can make and where our Blue program can play an important role. It seems that they do not communicate that often with each other. It seems that they do not really understand how much benefits there are to start doing this together and grow together. And then for the jackfruit, that is really starting from nowhere, step by step. And important, we are not going to promise anything we are not very sure of that we can deliver. Because you make that mistake once and you're out of market. First of all, it's the Dutch embassy who has invested in this program, and they strongly believe in our approach. They also give us a lot of freedom to change the program all the time in order to come with the best outcome after the pilot. And if we show success, there is much more funding available. But it's 100% output driven. And the output, according to us, is more jobs in agriculture and higher profits and turnovers for our candidates. If we can show them that, there's more money available. Myself personally, I'm just an entrepreneur. So I lack complete knowledge on what agriculture is all about. I'm learning fast, but I think that the quality of Annelies and myself is that we know how to bring all these people together and that we listen. We listen to the entrepreneurs, we listen to the buyers, and then we know best how to bring them together. That factory is just a canning factory with a good reputation. And what we are planning to do is to bring the jackfruit to Kenya, make sure that it's put in cans there, and then we transport it. I mean, it needs to go to Mombasa anyway.
So my name is Annelies Kannekens. I'm the program manager of Business Lab Uganda here in the Design Hub. I see a lot of potential in Ugandan agribusinesses. With our program, we do have to focus. We can't help everybody, and we want to help in people in the food chain like very, very good with our technical assistant that we can offer. So what we do, this first cohort, we will start to see if we can create a jackfruit value chain, and we will support people in the dried fruit processing. So that's our dried fruit chain. These are more established businesses already, and we will see with our program how we can accelerate them by providing a sustainable market deal with buyers in, for example, the Netherlands. Our program is 18 months together, and one cohort will take 6 months, and then the second cohort will take another 6 months. That really depends on where our participants are at that moment, because our program is very tailor-made. So we are providing them the connection with the buyer, and then we're going to see where is this business at the moment, and where does the business need to grow to supply for the deal that the buyer is asking for. The potential that I see is, because we're really looking from the buyer perspective, is that a lot of dried fruit in Europe, and especially in the Netherlands, is actually coming from Thailand. So Uganda is not very seen as a potential supplier of dried fruit, and that's what we want to establish. We will start with the Netherlands because, of course, we have our network there, but we see many more potential buyers as well. So, of course, if it would be a buyer from even America or different countries in Europe, yes, we will definitely link them, because that's what we do. We go there for the jackfruit because we're really looking at the more smallholder farmers, because jackfruit, as I said, is not already an existing value chain. So together we are trying to organize this value chain. So we will go in the area east of Uganda. We will go there with our entrepreneur that you've seen, Judith Bakiriya, and we will visit farmers there and to see how we can organize this value chain. It really depends on the buyer side as well. Are we going to eventually export it in cans? Are we going to maybe provide more regional market deals? So that really depends on what the demand is from the buyer. Our plan is to select 10 to 15 participants in each cohort. So that will be around 7 or 8 participants per value chain. And then in the second cohort we do it again. So that will add up at the end of our program to 20 to 30 participants. So that could be either farmers or dried fruit processors, with behind that more smallholder farmers. No, because we are linking them with our buyers, like I said. So that's also more. We're looking in a more sustainable way to our technical assistant. We don't only go there to train and then we disappear. No, because we're really going to connect buyers, investors, and suppliers. And we are really looking into also a circular economy. We've spoken also with experts in the Netherlands and also experts that are also linked to the Dutch embassy. And we will also invite them, of course, in our program so that our participants are also learning and trained in sustainability, maybe eventually even circularity. It really depends also, on the demand from the buyer that is involved. But we will absolutely look at traceability, accountability, even have technical assistance in our program with people who can provide these tag, for example, apps. We've spoken to experts in that field as well, so that they can really trace also the farmers and of course make sure that they are paid good prices.
SMART24. Smart Business.
According to recent research, real estate industry is fast growing in Uganda. More property agents and construction companies are springing up every day to meet the ever-growing demand. Statistics from the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development indicate that over 2,000 housing units are set up annually. To meet the demands of the ever-growing population, the government established the National Housing Corporation Act of 1964 post-independence. The act was later cancelled by the 1974 decree to form the National Housing and Construction Corporation. Its mandate is increasing housing facilities in the country, rehabilitating the housing industry, and encouraging Ugandans to own homes in an organized environment. From 1964 to the early 1970s, the company built many units of various types in different parts of the country. In 1989, it embarked on increasing the housing stock in the country as well as rehabilitating various properties, which were run down during the various wars in the 1970s and early 1980s. In this feature, we take a look at the real estate business in Mbarara, how it has transformed over the years, and the future prospects. The ratio of residential houses to rental houses is 3 to 7. There are more rental houses in Mbarara city than residential houses. The main reason is because most people in Mbarara city are low-income earners and therefore cannot construct their own houses.
The ratio of residential houses to rental houses, residential houses are fewer than the rental houses. Yeah, because many people that are living in Mbarara are low-income earners and they cannot afford buying a plot and having other procedures. So that's why most people decide to rent, because they don't have enough money that it takes to erect their houses and have a roof on themselves on their own.
In Mbarara, for instance, here is the procedure to follow before one starts building. Number 1, secure land with a title. Number 2, the land must be surveyed. And number 3, submit the plan of the house to the municipal council, among others.
Yeah, formerly it was not very serious, but now that they are about to give Mbarara a city status, it is so serious. There are procedures that you have to follow to have your house built. You can't just erect a house like that, because they want someone to build a house. You must have a land title, and of which this land title, you are having a plot that at least it is not less than 50 by 100 feet. So this plot has to be surveyed, and you have a land title. Then this land title, it's what you will be using to have a plan. The plan is designed. After the plan has been designed, you attach your land title and you'll have it in the municipal council to be approved. So those are the procedures, and if you fail to follow those procedures and you build your house, it will be pulled down, because they don't want people to just build. Because those days people used to build ramshackled houses. You find someone gets a plot and he fills it with very many small rooms that of course people can rent or people can use, but which are not standard. So per now, the houses that are needed in Mbarara city are houses that are standard. When you are to build, you must build a house that is on standard. So to have that, you have to follow that procedure that I've told you. You buy a plot of land. After buying a plot of land, it is surveyed, you get a land title. Of course, now that is money. So after that, you get an architect who will design your plan. And after your plan has been designed by an architect, you have to take it to the council. The council will ask you, is the land yours? So the land title verifies that this plot of land belongs to you. Then they sit and approve it. Then you have your house built.
Currently, many people have engaged in building houses than in the past. One of the main reasons behind this is the influence of investors who have come up with the idea of setting up apartments as their source of income. The establishment of different institutions like universities, which attract students that need to rent houses for accommodation, has also contributed to the construction of more rental houses in Mbarara city. A case in point is the starting up of Law Development Center. This has enrolled more than 800 students, and these need houses for accommodation. Because the pre-existing houses were not adequate, this prompted the construction of more new houses in order to accommodate these increasing numbers of students.
In the past, people used to build their houses, but now in this trend, people are building more houses. Reason being, people who are building these houses are not people from Mbarara. Yeah, we have very many investors that are coming from outside Mbarara who come targeting the market, because of course now the business institutions, when they are growing up, the universities are growing up, very many universities are starting around, so investors come in and they find people have plotted them and join them and build. So the trend of building now is coming up on the faster rate, because investors, they have an eye that look very far. And of course, they have to build because they have money. And the people, when they get money, they will build. But the other people, they are the people that are boosting the building of these houses, because they are expecting people to come to rent, people to come to have their offices, because Mbarara is soon becoming a city. Actually, most roads are being built, and on those roads, very many developments are coming out and are coming up.
The banking sector has also partly influenced the transformation of real estate in Mbarara City. According to Judith Ankunda, most banks have helped people to acquire soft loans, mortgages, asset finances, all these at low interest rates.
My name is Judith Ankunda. I'm a banker by profession. Okay. Been in the banking for more than 10 years now. Yeah, it's been quite a good experience. So I really love banking. The way the banks have come in to assist is through the lending banking structure, whereby someone is able to get money at a low interest rate, the mortgages, even what we call asset financing, because someone could be having his real estates, these ones who deal in houses, building, construction of houses. Someone has done his house, but it is halfway, or has bought a house and it's not well structured, or someone wants to renovate it. So we give them what we call asset financing, which is also done at a low interest rate. If someone is acquiring, let's say, land, there are these people who buy land, then they have to slice it into different plots, and then they sell it to other people, so such that they can be able to benefit from what they have sold. Someone comes, they borrow money from the bank at a low interest rate. Then after the borrowing, they acquire the assets that they want to buy. After they keep banking with that, they start bringing the money to the bank. Of course, the requirements are not so many, which has really these people to be able to invest in that in the real estate. Because if someone is an account holder in a certain bank and they've been banking with you for several years, they have their security. Let's say they have land, or they have maybe a house as their security, which has some good value. We look at that. It's what we use to value what in correlation to what someone wants to take. Then we are able to assist this person. Let's say I have my house, it's under construction, it's not yet fully at the level, okay, it's not fully done, not fully constructed. Obviously, someone has approached the bank and they want to do their asset financing. As a bank, I look at what someone is doing. We have to go, we value the place, we value the building. Then you come back down, you look at the turnover of the client who wants to borrow. Are they capable of paying back that money? So if someone is able to pay back the money, where is the money going to come from? Obviously, someone who does such a building, who does such constructions, they should be able to be having some money somewhere, or they have a certain business where they are getting money that will be able to pay back the loan. But in another special way, you find banks are, when you approach the bank and you want to acquire maybe land, they normally get like the land title. They buy for you the land, whereby the bank buys for you that land. They acquire the land titles. They keep them for you until when you pay off that loan and you're able to take it to take back your title after you've recovered all the money that the bank has borrowed you or the bank had given you. So I think in such a way, banks have really supported these real estates, which has henceforth led to the growth of the real estates in Mbarara in particular. We have very many estates around Mbarara. We have so many people dealing in real estates, but specifically banks have really supported in that way of lending at low interest rates and even understanding the customers.
New design come with other additional costs. When you are to build a new design, you must have an additional cost. So people are coming up with new designs because Mbarara is about to become a city, so new designs are coming up. People were used of these lean-to hipped houses, but now we are seeing glassed buildings in the city. Yes, new designs are coming in, and this is what we need so that our Mbarara shall compete with other cities across the globe.
The trend of transformation of real estate sector has also come up with increased rates of production and purchasing of raw materials. These materials that include sand, cement, bricks, iron sheets, timber, iron bars, etc. have been noticed to have increased in their prices due to high demand by consumers.
I, as an engineer, have noticed a serious change because in the past, of course, bricks, like you're seeing me here on this structure that is going up, the bricks and the sand, of course, they were slightly lower. But when this city status came in, the materials increased. Now, like where we get this sand, we used not to pay fees, but now we pay fees. You find a truck to load sand, and it gets out of this place where they are loading the sand from. This truck has to pay a certain fee. So the materials have increased. The bricks we used to buy each piece at around 150, but now it is 250. The iron bars, of course, for the iron bars and cement, you know the fluctuation that has been going on in the market. But when we talk about these other raw materials, bricks, sand, hardcore, aggregates, the costs have increased. So the people that are making those raw materials to be used on site, they are getting money. They're getting money because universities are coming up. Like I was going through Bihare, I found a university being built called Metropolitan. So people are building. So materials have at least hikened up. And I think that is good because people are getting market for what they produce around.
Notwithstanding, poorly constructed houses also exist in Mbarara, with some collapsing newly after completion.
That one has happened, and I've just been seeing these issues happening. Some of us, we watch them on TV. So the reason why buildings, structures, storage houses crumble down, it is because these houses, these structures are built with materials that are not of standard. Structures that are not of standard. But when a structure is built with materials that are of standard, a structure will not crumble, will not collapse. For example, a storage structure behind you, I will need iron bars of 20 millimeters, 16 millimeters. So this constructor, who is not qualified, who is not professional, he comes up and he says, for me, I've been seeing people building, I can also do it. So he will not know the structures needed to have a storage building built. So he will end up using iron bars of 12 millimeters. So those iron bars of 12 millimeters cannot uphold another structure on top of it. So unprofessional people have done their work, and that work has crumbled down. Reason being, they do not consult. They don't come to us, people who are professionals, people who know how things are supposed to be. But when you use good materials which are tested and are passed, and you use right steelwork, the steelwork that is well examined by structural engineers, this structure will not crumble. It will stay forever. In my neighborhood, there is a friend who built a house. I think when we were coming here, you saw it. It crumbled. It collapsed. The whole shed fell down. Why? Because they used substandard materials and they used substandard cement. People just go and buy those cements in those hideouts, and they fail to look for standardized materials. So when you have standard materials, have standard construction and supervised, and you visit qualified and professional engineers, your building will not collapse.
For with the city status already confirmed, investors will probably continue to look at constructing more houses to match the ever-growing demand in the area.
SMART24. Smart Business.
The dairy processing industry in Uganda is rapidly growing and remains vibrant. 10 years ago, the livestock contributed 1.7% total national GDP. 5 years later, the estimate was revised to about 3.2%, which contribution rose to 9% of national GDP. The cattle kept are predominantly indigenous breeds, accustomed to the weather and husbandry practices, as practiced by the herds communities, conditions that many exotic breeds could not withstand, and leads to the farmer first to do research on certain circumstances towards investment.
Well, the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries was instituted by government to handle issues of commercializing agriculture with the vision to transform subsistence farming into commercial agriculture. And now, along the way, one of the subsectors that was targeted and included by government through the ministry is the dairy subsector. Much of the dairy farming which was being done was subsistence dairy farming. And there was no regulation to a level which is favorable to have enough milk for the markets that would meet the demands of the customers, let alone meet the demands of the international market at the level of export. So along the way, government looked at those challenges that came with trying to commercialize the dairy sector. One of them being organizing the dairy farmers, the second being improving on value addition, the third was on improving the cold storage and the other areas of the value chain that would enable the milk to stay on the market longer, given that in the commercial field, this market is needed by the consumers but should be in a consumable state. So government then invested fairly well in a full-fledged agency, which was instituted also under the Ministry of Agriculture, and that is the Dairy Development Authority. In addition to that, dairy was also included amongst the subsectors to be targeted by the work being done through the Directorate of Animal Resources. The third step, which was taken by government over time, was the institution of the National Animal Genetic Resources Center and Data Bank, NAGRIC and DB. Certain kinds of knowledge, certain information pertaining to regulations in the dairy subsector that most of our milk vendors didn't know about a few years ago. One is the myth that if you added water to milk, it can stay longer on the shelf. While that has been believed widely to be a good practice, it is not a good practice because it reduces the quality of the milk, and it also increases the susceptibility of this milk to attacks by microorganisms and also to going bad along the way in transit.
Been introduced, but the majority of farms have mixed breeds whose productivity, although higher than the traditional breeds, does not match that of the exotics.
I should have added that in more recent programs, including the distribution of agro inputs through NADS OWC, the National Agriculture Advisory Services, we've also distributed more of these productive breeds of higher productivity to the farmers across the country. With the realization that we needed better breeds of animals in order to get better and higher quality milk from our communities. Within NAGRIC and DB, government also introduced the community breeding program, through which the organization of farmers that I talked about is leveraged on in a way that these farmers who are organized in groups are provided with the breeding stock of improved and more productive breeds of animals. The third category of input that was made by government to the dairy subsector was the inclusion of more plans, also targeted plans in the National Agricultural Research Organization, the National Agricultural Research Organization, NARO. And under NARO, there is an institute which was put in place, which is the National Livestock Research Institute, NALIRI. So all these were regulatory and policy-guided initiatives by government, but all targeting, among other areas, the dairy subsector, and making sure that we have both increased production and productivity.
According to the Dairy Development Authority report in 2 years ago, the annual national milk output stood at 2.2 billion liters, up from 1.8 billion liters annually as of July 2012. In 2017, consumption in Uganda stood at 62 liters, up from 25 liters in 1986. 80% of the milk produced is marketed, 20% is consumed by the farming households, while 33% of the marketed milk is processed and 67% is sold raw.
On a great move to increase milk production. Milk production has actually increased from 400 million liters in 1986 to 2.51 billion liters annually in 2019. And this has been occasioned by many government interventions at farm level with our dairy farmers who have improved their own farms, have invested in good breeds, for milk production, and also they have invested in water for production and also pasture improvement. So it has been a holistic menu for us to increase milk production in the country, and it is yielding results. Like I said, part of our job is to regulate the dairy sector, because once the sector has been privatized, which was done in the late 1990s, you need a regulator to set the rules. So we license all the stakeholders on the dairy value chain. If you are going to transport milk, to run a milk store, to run a cooler or bulking center where milk is bulked, you must have a license. Why do we do that? Because milk is highly perishable, and it can also be a very easy medium for transmission of disease. We have, over the period as regulators, had to devise ways of regulating the sector in an innovative manner, and we have, especially because farming is in the villages, it is not in Kampala on the streets. So we have innovated that we have a mobile laboratory van. So you have a car, but which has been modified inside and is a lab. So you are able to do record time analysis. So you pick a milk sample, you analyze irrespective of where you are, and you give results to the party. And either you are able to say this milk is good or this milk is no good for human consumption. That has revolutionized the way we do our work. The vehicles are able to move. It's a car. It's a moving lab. Yes, so we move countrywide. So far we have had resources to, one is on the ground, one is under procurement this financial year. But our idea is that we would have at least minimum 6 mobile laboratory vans. These would be supplementing our national dairy laboratory. We have a referral lab in Rugogo Umasho grounds, where we do both chemical analysis and biological analysis and physical on all the milk samples. On value addition, we have improved a lot, because, like I said, we produce 2.51 billion liters. Out of that milk which is produced, 80% is marketed. The rest stays on the farm for the households, for calves. But out of that 80% which is marketed, only 33% is actually processed in factories. Consumed raw, as it were, it is sold loose, unpackaged, unprocessed and unpackaged. It is the milk you see being sold in coolers and in cans. But the desire is that we should add more value on our milk. We make yogurt, we make cheese, we make ice cream, we process it and package it as milk. It can be UHT, it can be pasteurized, it can be powder, it can be casein, so that we add value to all these products. Value addition is one of the directions of government under the agro-industrialization strategy. Because once a product is produced and you sell it raw, you cannot command a high price. But the moment you add value, that is, you process it. Let's say if I get my milk and I process it and I make yogurt, a liter of raw milk and a liter of 1 liter of yogurt is like 4 times the price. So the farmer would get more income into their households. So we are spinning off cottages, we are training our stakeholders, the people who are able to read and write, especially the S4 leavers, youth, women. We train them in our Entebbe Dairy Training School, next to Nagrik here in Entebbe. How do I make cheese? How do I make yogurt? How do I make ice cream? How do I make all these things? And they are able to add value. So we follow them up. They do. We teach them how to test the milk, which milk makes what. Then we follow them up in the field to ensure that they are actually doing. And we give backstopping. If they are producing yogurt and it is not good quality yogurt and it is separating, then we tell them, you erred here, you erred here. And I'm glad to report that most of our trainees at Entebbe here are now being employed as milk assistants. These are people who test the milk when it arrives at the collection center, who are making the products themselves. And we are very, very happy about the improvements. So those are cottages. They are small. So we have cottages, we have small scale, medium scale, and large factories. So from cottage, which can process maybe even 20 liters a day, we have giants which have an installed capacity of 800,000 liters per day. 800,000 liters per day is a lot of milk by any standard. So we have the likes of Pearl Dairy, the producers of Lato in Mbarara. We have Amos Dairies. We have Brookside Limited. Those are the top range in terms of processing capacity. But we have other medium-sized factories like Jessa. That is medium-sized in our range. Then, like I alluded, the job of DDA is mainly to do regulation. Once you privatize the sector, you must have a regulator who sets the rules. So how do we regulate? How do we ensure quality assurance? And why do we regulate in the first place? It is to ensure that all the milk and dairy products made in this country comply to international standards. Because the Ugandan standard for dairy has been harmonized into the EAC standard, the East African standard, and we also meet the international standard as set by the Codex Alimentarius under FAO. So, and like I said, we license them. If we visit your factory and you're not meeting minimum standards or the product is not real, it can't go anywhere. So it is very important because for us to meet an international market, you must make sure that the products conform to international standards. But also, even here locally in Uganda, our people need to take products which are safe for human consumption.
Last year, the annual milk production in the country rose to 2.4 billion liters with export earnings of $100 million. However, the earning potential could increase to $500 million annually if the country controls the high death rates in exotic cattle which are attributed to tick-borne diseases.
Dairy, what we have taught farmers is that they should look for good breeds. They can buy the bull or they can use artificial insemination, and even the artificial inseminators are there. They are in the ZADIs, they are being supported under NADS, Operation Wealth Creation, they are being supported under NAGRIC, and they are being supported under DDA. So those, they train our inseminators, but also those organizations, they also provide, like the NAGRIC, they provide bulls. Then NADS has been given money to buy those stock to the farmers. So it is the bulls, also the good heifers, which can produce milk. So first of all, we have improved the breed. So it goes for the breed in livestock, but also seed for the crops. Then we are looking at improved nutrition. So for the livestock, we are looking at good feeding. The pastures have been improved, but they can also do supplementary feeding. We used to have a challenge where in the dry season, there would be no milk. In the wet season, the milk would be plenty, and even people would be pouring them. But extension workers have taught our farmers to plant pastures and conserve them, to process silage, to process hay, and then do dry season feeding. So these days, there's no difference between wet season or dry season because the farmers know how to conserve the feeds and feed very properly. They also know how to give supplements, the minerals, the things that make the animal healthy, but also putting in place water. And we are working with our ministry has, yes, our ministry has the mechanization unit where we have the big earth moving equipment which excavate shallow wells, excavate valley dams, but also working with the Ministry of Water, they also supply such services. They also have excavators. So the watering points, we are telling every livestock farmer that you cannot keep livestock when you don't have water. So those who don't have a lot of money and they don't have big animals, they can also use the hands, manual labor, to make sure that they develop water points. So water is very key. An animal should have water all the time, not to go roaming looking for it. Okay. Then also the other thing that farmers have been taught is to control diseases and vectors, especially the ticks. Ticks are killers. Diseases like FMD, when your animal gets sick, even if you treat it and it recovers, it will never be productive. It will never be able to go on heat and conceive, and if it was milking, even the milk will disappear. Even if you wanted to sell it on the market, the meat quality is not good. So pest and disease control is very key. So the farmer incurs a lot of money doing the acaricides every week, but then it is not productive. So that's what we are saying, do not even gain weight. So disease control is very key. And there are those diseases which are really endemic, which we have to fight. We also have cases of trypanosomiasis, also caused by tsetse flies. Also, it is really not good. So the farmers have been taught how to clear their farms to make sure that they don't provide habitat for those vectors, the tsetse flies. So farmers also have been able to do the paddocking and fencing to allow the neighbors' cows to bring ticks and all those other diseases. So also we have organized that farmers who are in commercial farming, they should not be taking their cattle to the markets. They should be selling from home. So they should make a cooperative. When they want to sell, they should be known, and then because when you take your livestock to the market and you don't sell it and you bring it back, it can come back with diseases. So we have really taught farmers how to do the marketing. So when you see the milk production increasing, because it has happened like in the last 2 years, milk production is increasing, maize production is increasing, rice is increasing, cassava is increasing because extension workers have been able to take planting materials which are resistant to the brown streak virus.
Dairy farming is a major activity in the southwestern, central, and some parts of northern eastern Uganda, and some parts of northeastern Uganda. This sector contributes significantly to the economic, national, and employment opportunities of the rural communities in those areas.
Well, it is debatable which area produces more milk than the other, given the shifting trends now, because previously you were having more animals in places where dairy farming was being done by tradition. But now, given the distribution of these breeds and the formation of these groups of the dairy farmers in different regions, we're now looking at a more fairly balanced production of milk. Just last year, 2019, we revamped and reopened 2 stock farms in the country, one being the Kasolwe stock farm for Busoga sub-region, and also the Kamuli people. We were with the teams in Kamuli to reopen another stock farm there. And these are all linked to community breeding. So we are seeing a more balanced production of milk across the country, but still the highest production of milk is from the western region of the country. Well, the fluctuation of milk prices is based on 2 things. The market forces of demand and supply are now at play. Like I had given you a background, government invested heavily in making sure our farmers are organized. More and more farmers in the dairy subsector have access to the improved breeds of dairy cows. And that meant that along with improved agricultural extension services, these farmers were able to produce more in what we call, to achieve what we call increased production. But that increased production, which by the way we appreciate as a country and as a ministry, instead increase the supply of milk on the market, because the commercial farmers in this dairy subsector are looking to make money from the milk. Therefore, they are pushing their milk to the markets for sale so that they can earn money from the milk. However, that increased quantity without the accompanying increased consumption, let alone demand for the milk, is what has led to a drop in the prices. Well, fluctuations of prices are visible with all commercial products. And given that for us we consider agriculture as a commercial sector now, with the move to commercialize the sector, it isn't new to anybody that the prices of agricultural products fluctuate. However, the way forward for products like milk is in value addition. And the ministry is now engaging more and more investors, private sector investors. So the target is to make sure we involve more private sector players who are targeting value addition to milk. And also focusing on having value-added products which are not locally available today. Because if we provided products which are value-added but they are the same, it wouldn't change much in the prices. What we are looking at is elongating the life of the milk to enable our farmers to still make money from the milk that has been produced, but also having value-added products that have a market niche. For instance, the investors we are engaging currently are investors in cheese, processing milk into cheese, but at a higher and international standard. So that will change the paradigm when it comes to both demand and the consumption of milk, and also help in stabilizing the prices. So for the farmers, my advice is that they keep a close working relation with agricultural extension officers. Usually it may seem difficult to access the extension workers, but our farmers should be informed that these extension workers are attached to the districts. The district local government structure provides for these extension workers, even as we may not have filled the entire structure, but they exist.
Yes, amata galina sizoni naddala nnyo mu bbanga ery'enkuba amata gatera kubeerako mangi okusingira ddala mu musana. Mu budde obw'emisana osanga mutunda liters nga 15,000, naye factory ennamba ng'eri mu mitwalo nga 2 okutuuka ku depots nga muli mu mutwalo nga 1, 2, 1.5 okugeraageranya ne musana. Amata nga bwe naabadde naakubuuliddeko okuva emabega galina okutambulira mu budde. Bw'ogatwala mu musana n'ogavugira mu musana n'ogavugira mu bintu ebicaafu goonooneka. Bw'ogatwalira mu musana n'otagakeeza gaba galina okwonooneka, naddala fridges z'abakasitoma bwe zitabeera nnungi nga zirina okugafuriizinga to the extent. Amata buli wamu wonna amata galina okubeera nga gakolebwa awantu awayonjo. Kasita ogakolera awantu awacaafu, kye kintu ekisika olususu olubi ne goonooneka, tegaagala kantu kacaafu konna. amata bwe gagenda ebbeeyi bwegenda waggulu n'abantu tebagenda gagula, so kiba kyagala ebbeeyi yagwo ebeerawo mu makatikati okwagala okutambula obulungi. Kati amata ku katale gali wakati wa 22,200 ne 2,400 buli lita eri paakiti. Agatali paakiti gali wakati wa 8 n'orwenda okusingira ddala agali paakiti. Advice gyanandibadde mbawa kwe kulunda ente ez'omulembe nga ziri ku mutindo, nga zisobola okuvaamu amata amalungi, nga zivaamu amata amangi, ate ne balunda ne breeds ennungi, ne bazirabirira bulungi, ne bazifuuwa eddagala waakiri emirundi 2 buli wiiki okwagala obutafa, okwagala obutalwala ennyo.
The central and western regions account for about 50% of national milk production. This production is predictable and available all year round. During the dry season, the north, northeastern and eastern parts of the country experience a drastic reduction in milk production. Recently, dairy farmers in Kabare and Rwanda districts were stranded following a drop of milk prices. The price of milk had dropped to 600 shillings from between 1,300 and 1,400 shillings per litre at major dairies across Kigezi region.
SMART24. Smart Business.
Across different regions of the country, people graze cattle for plowing, meat, and meat production. Some do this on a small scale for home consumption, while others run it as a business. According to a survey, out of every 10 families, 7 families rear 1 or 2 cows. Mbara district is popularly known as the land of milk and honey. According to the culture of Banyankore, who are the most inhabitants of Mbara district, rearing cattle is an inborn activity. These rear both local breeds, which are Longhorned and Collie breed, and exotic breeds, which include Frisian, Jersey, and Ayrshire breeds. Philomena Kemijumbi Shangamo, a resident of Rwanyamahembe, Kashari County, Mbara district in 1970s, together with his late father, came up with an idea of carrying out extensive dairy farming on a large scale. This is Rubierwa Dairy Investment, majoring in rearing cows for milk production. Begumya Wilbur Gumisiriza, who is a business development officer and trainer at Rubierwa Dairy Farm, explains the process of effective and healthy milk production.
We want to see from the beginning, if you are going to produce milk, what are the practices that you should do. First of all, as I said, you must be clean enough. You see here we have water. You must be having water. You clean your hands. Then when you are going to milk, you must use the bucket, whereby in this small bucket you are going to put water, as you can see here. and this water must be disinfected. We don't use warm water when we are going to milk, and it is a common question to farmers. They think that when you use warm water, that's when maybe the cow will stimulate easily. It may be true, but there are other factors to consider, because the reason as why we don't use warm water is that when you say water is warm, it means even bacteria, they can be incubated within that warm water. That's why we need, if we say that we are going to use water, it must be hot enough. And that means you can't be able to touch in that hot water, because the temperatures where bacteria will be able to die, you can't manage to put in your fingers. So that's why we prefer using clean water which is disinfected. So this water here, we must be using a cross like this. And a cross, it is one cross to one animal or one cow. And this piece of cross, this is how you fold it to make 4 teats. It is like this. You fold it to make 4 teats, whereby when you are cleaning, this is the water you are going to use, which is disinfected. I will come to my animal and I'm going to clean my animal that I'm going to milk. I've folded it into 4 teats. So when I'm cleaning, I use this side to clean 1 teat. Then after, I change to this side. I clean another one. Then after, I change. I clean this one here, and after, I clean another teat. That means I'm done with cleaning. Then I have to check for the diseases I was telling you, mastitis, using a strip cap, using CMT test. This is what you are supposed to do. And these are some of the chemicals I was telling you. This one, it is a teeth dip. And this is the reagent that you are going to use. So this chemical here, you open the teeth dip, this one here, and you put. Then after, you cover. After covering, you just push here, and the chemical will come up from this pipe you see here, or call it a tube, and it comes here after pressing. Then, after milking, you go and dip the teeth. And when you are dipping the teeth, don't just dip like this, half of it. You see? Suppose this is the teeth, and you just do this. No, that one is, we want when you are dipping, make sure it is really dipped like this. Are we together? That is the recommended one. And it is done every milking, morning and evening. Then after I start my actual milking. After putting milk, you check. Maybe something is still trying to show that this animal could be having some results of mastitis. Can you manage to see this?
Yes.
When you used the cup, you did not manage to get. But here on the sieve, it has remained. So that's why we have to use the sieve. And we say that when you are going to milk, you must use a bucket that will accommodate milk from the udder of the cow. The cow could be giving you, let's say, 10 liters. So when you are getting 10 liters from a cow, don't use a bucket of 3 liters or 5 liters, because we all know that milk let down is by process. So when you stop milking and you are going to maybe to pour in a can and you come back, the hormones will immediately stop. So that's why we say you must use a bucket that will accommodate the milk from the udder. Then after milking, we come with our milk. We put it here on a mizan or weighing scale. The weighing scale is for record keeping. We must know how much liters or how many liters do you get from a cow. Then we want to look at feeds. If you want to get milk, what do you give the animal? As I've told you, we have silage, we have hay, and other additives. So for example, here, this is silage, which we got from maize, and it is mixed with napier, and we also add spent grain from Nairo breweries. We can also use our spent grain from local Tondo. We can use maize bran. We can use dairy mills, whereby you mix other things which are responsible for milk production. So these are some of the feeds that we use when we are supplementing our animals. And supplementing here, we do it at the time of milking. That means it is in the morning and it is in the afternoon. We milk 2 times a day.
It is estimated that the main sources of milk are cows and goats, but majorly cows are put in consideration in many places with RDI inclusive. Both local and exotic breeds of cows can give out milk, though they differ in amounts of milk harvested from them. For example, a local breed can give out at least 2 and above 3 liters of milk, and an exotic breed can give up to more than 60 liters of milk on a daily basis. The main 3 types of exotic breeds of cows considered are Frisian, Jersey, and Ayrshire, and these produce different amounts of milk and various butter content.
Where do we get milk from? Milk comes from cows. Strictly cows, goats, we can get milk from goats, but at RDI we are going to talk about milk from cows. As long as it is a cow, we can get milk from it, but it depends on what you want to do. If you are in farming, dairy farming, you must be having breeds that will give you milk in terms of high production, but you can get milk in no matter how many liters you get from an animal, but still it will remain milk, whereby you can get 2 cups, that is a liter, from local animals, or even 5 liters from local animals. But when it comes to Frisian, you can get up to 60 liters from a cow. I will first talk about the breeds that we have here at RDI, and they are specifically for milk. At RDI, we are RDI itself means Rubiera Dairy Investments, and we are promoting the 3 breeds purposely for milk production. And those 3 breeds, they are Frisian, Jersey, and Ayrshire. So in terms of milk production, they all give us milk, but they differ, as in butterfat content, as in quantity, and other things. And I will start with the Frisian. Frisian, we all know Frisians. it is the best in terms of quantity. It gives us a lot of milk. It can give you up to 60 liters, but of low butterfat content. Then another breed we have here at RDI or Viera Dairy Investments, it is an Asia. Asia, it is also a very good breed. It gives us medium milk up to 40, 35 liters, depending on the number of calving, depending on how you feed it, and depending on stage of lactation. Yeah, then another breed is Jersey at RDI. That one, it gives us up to 35 liters a day. I'm talking day production. So that one, it gives us medium milk up to 35 liters and of high butterfat content. Actually, a Jersey breed, it is the best in terms of butterfat content, whereby it gives us up to 9% of butterfat content, and the Asia, it gives us 3.5 butterfat content. Then Frisian, it gives us 3.2 butterfat content.
Naturally, cows are meant to provide milk, but with added feeds, additives, and nutrients, cows are given potential to increase on their volume of milk produced. The first thing to do is maintain the animals in good health, free from diseases. In addition to that, animals must be given plenty of water for drinking, as well as other feeds which supplement the natural pastures.
What you give an animal or what you give your cow, it's what you'll get. First of all, for you to get milk, you must make sure you do a lot of management. We start with caring, you prevent diseases, because when an animal is sick, you won't be able to get milk. We must treat diseases, we must prevent diseases. Another thing, we must provide water. Water is very much important to our animals, because we all know that the biggest percentage of milk is water, up to 87%, I think. Then you must provide feeds. You must provide feeds, and those feeds must be well balanced. Talk about nutrient requirements for an animal to give you milk and to sustain itself. So we must do all those practices to get milk from an animal. First of all, we know that animals or cows, they go to the field, they graze on pastures, and pastures, they are natural, and these days they are the ones that we plant purposely for feeding. And we have what we call supplementing, and this is the system that we use here at RDI, whereby we let our animals go in the field, eat the local pastures, you can call them natural pastures. They come, then when they reach here at the time of milking, we supplement them. And what do we use when we are supplementing? In supplementing, we use several number of feeds in supplementing, whereby we can use silage, and silage, we can get silage from napier grass. Napier grass, they call it Sagazi. In Nyankore, we call it Chibingo. I don't know other languages how you call it, but we can get silage from napier, or call it Chisagazi or Chibingo, and we can get silage from maize. We can also get silage from sorghum as well as Chikuyu grass. All those materials I've mentioned, we can make silage from them. Then also we have hay grass. Hay, we harvest grass as green they are. Then after we dry them, we keep them in a store. Then we supplement our animals after and before milking. Yes, and also you can add like maize bran, you can add molasses, you can add dairy meals, talk about soya and cotton seed cake, and very many things which you can feed your animal purposely to increase on milk production.
It is one thing to harvest milk from a cow, but it is another thing to collect healthy and hygienic milk from the same cow. So what is the ideal process of milking a cow? These are the steps to be considered. These include plenty of water for cleaning the hands of the person going to milk, the cow's breasts as well as the milk containers, disease testing tools like strip cap to test for any milk contamination and disease.
We started with feeding our animals. Then after feeding your animal, you can call it input. Then we are now going to output. When you feed your animal very well, when you care your animal very well, when you treat your animal very well, it means you must get what you've been putting on. So we are now going strictly to milk production. When you feed your animal very well, it must give you what you expect. So when you get milk, it needs a lot of attention to produce it. You know, the animal may be containing the milk in the udder, and producing it from the udder becomes a problem, and it can end up causing some diseases. So what we have to do, we must handle milk very well. Take an example, when you are going to milk, you must be smart enough. Don't contaminate our milk. So you must be clean enough. You need a lot of water to clean yourself. You need a lot of water to clean the udder. You need water to clean everything concerning milk production. So after cleaning those things, you start actual milking. And actual milking, before you start actual milking, you need to test for those diseases. For example, mastitis. You test for mastitis, and when you are testing, you can use strip cap, you can use CMT, California mastitis test, and many other things that you can use to test milk contamination. Yes, you must use a clean container. Buckets, they must be clean enough and dry. And you must use stainless materials like cans. You milk and you put in a can. Don't put milk in plastic containers like jerry cans and buckets, and you transport them maybe to the final consumer, because they need a lot of hygiene for you to manage milk.
For milk to keep in a good condition and prevent it from going bad, it needs to be chilled in a cooler after its harvesting. However, because most of the people don't have the capacity to chill this milk, they opt to sell it to collection centers in towns and final consumers. It is estimated that after milking, milk should be transported and delivered to the collection center for chilling in less than 4 hours in order to prevent it from going bad. In Western Uganda, they started farmers' cooperatives which they use as collection centers. These cooperatives include Kashari, Kenshama, Rwempago, Nyakashanshara, etc.
After milking, it depends. If you do milk value addition, you can keep your milk, but keeping it is also another issue, whereby you need a cooler, you need a lot of electricity to preserve that milk and to chill it, to cool it. You know, it needs a lot of time, labor, and power. So if you don't have those things, you can sell your milk, whereby you can take your milk to the nearest trading center and you sell to the final consumers. Or commonly here in Western Uganda, we have farmers cooperatives, whereby we take milk to the collecting centers, or they can come and get the milk from the farm. And that's what we do here at RDI. We milk, put them in cans, then they come and pick the milk to the milk collecting centers. And transporting it, you can immediately after milking, it should not exceed to 4 hours without taking milk to the collecting centers for chilling. Because when you don't chill, that milk can easily go bad.
These are several ways of how produced milk is transported from the farm to collection centers in town or final consumers. Some use bicycles, motorcycles, and trucks. This milk is transported in stainless steel milk cans.
There are several ways of transporting milk from the farm to the milk collecting centers. Our local farmers, they use bicycles, but in a can, stainless cans. They use bicycles to the collecting centers. Others, they use pickups. Others, they use motorcycles. Yeah, that's the only ways of how you can transport your milk to the milk collecting centers. But still, you can use those modes to the final consumers.
Milk is not only used for drinking, but rather there are several byproducts got from milk. These include yogurt, cheese, ghee, sweets, etc.
There are very many actually byproducts of milk. First of all, we have yogurt, we have cheese, we have, you call it white sauce. Commonly we call it eshabwe. In Runyankore, it is white sauce. We have ghee. In Uganda, they call it omuzigo. And sweets, you can make sweets, toffee, very many things you can make from milk.
With all this carried out, there are several benefits gained from this activity, which include creation of job opportunities for people, earning income, improved diet for people since milk is considered as a nutrient food.
First of all, it is a business. We are doing farming as a business, whereby we sell heifers, we carry off, we sell bulls, we sell milk. We have very many people who are doing all these practices I've been mentioning. That means we are creating job opportunities to very many youths outside there. So you can do it. If at all we have like 4 or 5 farms around, that means we can employ very many people. They have what to do. So it is a business, and at the same time you earn from it. Yes. And also it is a learning center, because here we normally receive very many students from different universities, Makerere University, BSU, Bishop Stewart University, and other institutions like Bukaras Chera and Chitagata, Rentanga Farm Schools. They come and do industrial training from here. So that means it is a learning center. People learn practically from here.
After milk has been transported from the farm to the collection center in town, it is again checked by the attendant in order to test, see if it is free from diseases and contamination. A case in point is Kashari Dairy Cooperative Society, run by Mulesa David, who is a dairy technologist.
My name, I'm called Mulesa David. Dairy technologist here at Kashari Dairy Farmers Cooperative Society. Basically, my work is to receive milk from farmers. Farmers bring here their milk. I carry out some tests. The tests that I carry, I always see whether this milk is good for human consumption. I check whether there is water in it. I have the machines that check water. I check whether this milk is colostrum. It will not be stable when it is subjected to heat. And I also do organoleptic test. I look at the milk because the milk has got specific colors. Once I see that this is not the right color of milk, then that milk is rejected. I also do carry out the microbial test. I check whether this milk has laid in the field and it has developed so much bacteria in it. So if I find that it is fit and conforms all these tests, I receive it. I sieve it first, then I put it in the cooler here. The purpose of putting it in the cooler, this cooler is just for chilling it. The purpose of chilling the milk is just to prolong its shelf life until it is forwarded to the processor. So we chill it up to 4 degrees centigrade, and then it can go for 2 days. And if you reduce it to 3 degrees centigrade, it can go for 3 to 4 days. Thereafter, we take it to the processor, and the processor also checks, and if it conforms with tests which are almost the same as the one I carry here, he receives it. Basically, testing the milk quality, we don't use a lot of technology, but that's just simple. I have a lactometer. This is a lactometer. This lactometer here, the one that tests the density of milk. The one I use, I put milk in this test tube, I dip in this lactometer like this, and it floats. So the density of milk is supposed to range between 1.028 to 1.032 grams per mil. That is the correct density of milk. If we find that if you add water, the density starts getting low. It goes to 1.26, 1.240, 1.025, and there that means that milk is diluted with water. So if it does not conform to the set standards, we don't receive it. We use this lactometer at the same time with this. This is a thermometer. They work together because you have to test the temperature of the milk. Then you dip in your lactometer, you do some simple calculation, you determine. As you know, the liquids, when they are heated, they expand. When they cool, they contract. So the density can either go up or go down. But with these equipments, you can accurately get the actual density of the sample of the milk. Then I have my test tubes here. This one, I use it with this alcohol, this ethanol. This is 80% ethanol. I use this pipette to measure the amount of this ethanol and put it in the test tube. Then I measure the same amount of milk, I put it there. Then I shake a little. If the proteins are unstable, then it will precipitate. And once the milk precipitates, that means it has developed acidity. So even if you forward it for processing, it will burn when it is subjected to high heat, to high temperatures. So we say we are not taking that milk. And if it is colostrum also, it will precipitate on addition of these reagents. Because colostrum has heavy fat globules. They also react, and you see them precipitating in the test tube. That one we cannot also take it. I go down to the farms, to the farmers, and explain these things so that they are aware of whatever they are doing. Other challenges are there. Of course, the methods of milking in this rural area is not up to standard. The method of delivery, sometimes they delay. They are required to reach here within 3 hours after milking. But you find the roads are not good, the bicycles break down. So those are the challenges they get. Sometimes they reach a bit late.
Milk production too has challenges. These cut across farmers who carry out this business on both large scale and small scale. Baguma Edson, who runs his cattle rearing on a small scale, spots out some of the challenges faced in this business. These include price fluctuation, weather changes, that is drought, pests and parasites like ticks.
My name is Baguma Edison. I come from Kamshoko, Bobare, Kashari South, Mbara district. I am a farmer by occupation. and I do other things like I work with the Electoral Commission, but basically I deal with farming and like you see. Actually, we have many challenges as cattle keepers. The first of it all is milk price. You find like this season we have much milk, but the price is too low. You find a liter is sold at 400, and you need much to put in the farm, the acaricides, the food supplements, the workers at the farm, they need money, and you find the only source of the money in the farm, it is milk, and milk is sold at a low price. So that is a major problem to me. And secondly, we have weather challenges. We experience a lot of droughts where you find we don't have water. We have to walk for miles to get water for the animals. The grass dries up, like those things. Another thing, we have a problem of diseases and the parasites. These days, things are resistant. You spray this acaricide, they do not die. You spray the other one, they do not die. And finally, you see the cow getting sick, falling sick, only to realize it's caused fever and other diseases that are caused by ticks. So these days, the acaricide that we use, I don't know whether it's duplicate or, but we have that problem in our farm.
SMART24. Smart Business.
The Bank of Uganda annual report released in October 2019 indicates that mobile money transactions dropped from shillings 2017-2018 to shillings 66.9 trillion in 2018-2019. Mobile money payment, also referred as mobile money transfer, and mobile money wallet, generally refer to payment services operated under financial regulation and performed from or via a mobile money device. Instead of paying cash, check, or credit cards, a customer can use mobile money to pay a wide range of services and digital or hand goods. In Uganda, mobile money services were first introduced in March 2009. The main regulator for mobile money is Bank of Uganda, BOU. According to BOU Mobile Money 2013 guidelines, mobile money has to provide clarity to stakeholders, outline approval procedures, stipulate roles and responsibilities, foster customer protection, and enhance competition and promote financial inclusion. Mobile money has both economic and social impact, that is to say, consumption certainty, increased employment opportunities, growth in tax revenue, improved access to health care, and support families to keep children in school, especially the most vulnerable. Provisions of the Bank of Uganda Financial Customer Protection Guidelines in 2011 were applied in 2011, and guidelines included fairness, transparency, data protection, complaints handling, and customer recourse. In March 2016, Bank of Uganda issued a report indicating number of registered customers and volume and value of mobile money transactions in Uganda 2009 to 2014. In 2009, registered customers in millions were 0.6, 1.7 in 2010, 2.9 in 2011, 8.9 in 2012, 14.0 in 2013, 18.5 in 2014, 21.1 in 2015. Number of transactions in millions were 3 in 2009 and 29 in 2010, 88 in 2011, 242 in 2012, 400 in 2013, 496 in 2014, 693 in 2015. The value of transactions in billion shillings were 133 in 2009, in 2010, 963 shillings, 2011, 3,752, in 2012, 11,663, in 2013, 18,982, in 2014, 24,050, in 2015, 32,506 billion shillings. This means that the growth in mobile money services has been phenomenal. The number of registered mobile money customers exceeds half the population of Uganda. According to a 2013 Finoscope survey, Uganda's population with access to formal financial services increased from 28% in 2009 to 54% in 2013, and that a significant part of this increase is attributed to increased access to mobile money service. In 2017, more Ugandans used the service but sent less money. There was a 12 jump in 2018 to 25.8 users from 22.7 million in 2017. However, only 15.5 of those are active users, representing 59.9% of the subscriber numbers. Similarly, mobile money has encountered some challenges of fraud, network or connectivity problems. However, to deal with unclaimed balances, dominant accounts, while the value of money sent through the platform reduced, the number of transactions increased, meaning the number of mobile money transactions While the value of money sent through the platform reduced, the number of transactions increased, meaning the number of mobile money transactions increased by 87% from shillings 1.3 billion to shillings 2.5 billion. According to Vincent Kagame, an economist, a drop in mobile money transaction is a result of government taxes imposed on mobile money.
If you look at the 5%, it affected in terms of the, let's say, the commissions that these mobile money were paying out to agents. Then you look at the charges that were involved in transacting different business transactions. So that that charge had an impact, because some of the charges had to increase for them to meet that percent increment. But now you can look at it in a different aspect in terms of how it has hindered the operation of businesses. More agents have left the operation because of the charges involved. If these activities reduce, or if more businesses are leaving the operation, then it will impact on the economy. Yeah. But now, remember, this is a platform. For how long can we sustain this trend? Tomorrow a new application can come up. So that's, for us, we should be focusing on the innovation part, on the technology advancement that these kind of new innovations are bringing about. This kind of technology. We can have the regulation. Now, what about if a new platform comes up that can suppress the mobile operations? Yeah. So for us, we should be more on the upcoming. How do we move with the current trends? What are we anticipating in the coming years? So if now, if we are seeing a decline in the performance of this operation from the financial sector point of view, then what can we do now? The incentives, they should be looking at incentives that they can give these businesses, these agents, to come back into the operation of these transactions. So the nature of investments we undertake will contribute to the economic performance that we need for the economy to grow.
Government last year introduced a 0.5% levy on withdrawal charges, from which it collected shillings 157.2 billion shillings, shooting the projected budget of 115 billion shillings. Now, while interacting with mobile money users and customers, they shared with me some of the concerns regarding the mobile money charges and mobile money entirely.
People have gone back to their usual ways of saving. They no longer consider mobile money as something that is financially inclusive. That initially it used to be like they would take it personal. Everyone has a mobile money, like a phone, a line. Have to be like their account. But now, because of the overtaxation, you know, that's the problem with the overtaxation. Like the one of withdraw, the 5%. I mean the 0.5%. And then on top of that, the commission for the agents is also being taxed. So really someone gets up and say, you know what, I'm done with mobile money. It can't work. So the report from the Bank of Uganda is totally correct. It is very correct because of the taxation.
The government should reduce a little bit at least costs. For example, some people, they used to send huge amount of money, like 4 million and above. But when the charges are high, they don't. For us, it affects us because there is no business.
Tengamba bali tudde wansi ne bakkanya ne government ne bakendeeza omusolo okulaba nga kampani ezisigala zisobola okutambula nga zigenda mu maaso.
Emisolo gya mobile money gyo mukwano mezi okuba bakasitoma ntukayana nabo. Tubeera mukayana n'omugamba bakusala ssente bwezi n'ababeera nagamba nti tebazinsala, oyagala kunziba, oyagala kukola biki, n'owenyonyola nga asinza kusala naffe omusolo tukola ki tugusanga obusanzi, n'abeera mukayana n'akola atya.
Omusolo gwa mobile money kale gunyigiriza nnyo abantu. Omuntu ajja ku mobile money waba asuubira okujjako ng'omutwalo gumu kitundu. Aba agenda kufuna nga gumunya kati awo omuntu najja wano nagira biki nayombayo nga omanya embeera z'abantu buli muntu alina embeera ye nagamba naavaawo nagende wala era kyekimu okuva we basoma budget ebintu byatandika okukyukakyukamu mobile money nebikyukamu
mobile money tempisiza bulungi n'akamu kubanga emisolo oyinza okuwaga ng'oyagala kuweereza mama wo mu kyalo ssente mitwalo nga 5 okogenda olanga basalako 10% nga tajja kufuna ssente zayagala zennyini egamba mobile money nebeera nga tekyatugasa kisingako n'ogikola ki n'ozitereka
nedda omusolo ekendeze nako kubanga kade gono mungi bakendeza ku musolo.
Mobile money, I don't find it convenient for me because it comes at a very high cost, especially when I'm withdrawing or when I have to send someone money, I'm being charged, then I'm also sending the other person money to be able to withdraw. So it becomes very expensive for me, especially as we're in business.
Very fair. Na kamransonga ba customer ba complaining ku charges ngedi je baba charging am ku masimu gabo. Ngate we buy ko bank. Tiba so cheaply like kwanze nina agent banking ne mobile money. Like omuntu baba yagala okujjayo sente ngakozesa mobile money bamusalako sente nyingi kwa mteni wabajjayo emitwalo 5 bamusalako kasanvu izo nga tekuli za government bekubeerako eza government ziba gomo bakanana mu then Airtel basala kasanvu bo isaga nti Airtel eyo tini ku MTN MTN basala nyingi kati bakasoma babela ba complaining mostly ko yo tax ya government ne bagamba nti akozesa banka asingera bakasoma basinga tebagala kujja akuba makafananyi okozesa mobile money assist akozesa muki bank rasonga banka asobola okujja sente zonna zayaga kangezeko nga kubaka ya Equity asobola okujjayo obukadde bonna bwayagala ku 2,000 yali mu bank obukadde 6 zonna.
Initially we used to make a lot of money, like we personally I used to earn between in the year 2015 and 2016 I used to earn between 500 and 1 million. But now to make 300,000 on mobile money, it's a tug of war. You can't make it because of the taxation. It was overtaxed, and on our commission, they tax it.
Mobile money business is not bad, but we face some challenges like hookers and those people giving us fake money. And also those people who come and say that I'm withdrawing this money and put a different amount. Instead of 200, you can put 20. For you, if you receive a message, if you don't confirm clearly, you can give out that 200,000. Yet she has put 20.
Mobile money nga yakatandika nga tekuliko musoro. Abantu abakinganga bulungi ku simu naye kasita baleeta omusolo omuwendo gwesala otekangako sente ng'emitwangeze emitwalo nga 2 naye ogenda okujjayo ne bakutema omutwalo nga mulamba ogenda ogirawo nga sente zo olina kuziteeka mu nsawo oba nozireka ewaka mpolampola oba noteekako mu banka eyo omusolo gwatuyisa bubi nnyo era twakendeera nakyo kimanyi bakiraba eri mu kampani abantu bakendeera okuteekako sente ku mobile money.
Business ya mobile money naku zino teringa ngowe yali mu kusooka naye kale ebintu bagenda babitereezaamu kubanga MTN yafumiza kyate empya ng'eraga nti sente zibadde batusala luli like okujjako emiliyoni 2 badde bakusala emitwalo 2,175 ne kati bazikendezeza ne zibeera ku mitwalo ebiri ekitono paka n'oba nga obadde oyagala kugyawo ku miliyoni 4 paka ku miliyoni 7 era still kisigala kyekimu kati luli twali tufunanga obuzibu bakasoma nga bajja nga bakayana mbwe era tubasala ssente nyingi nga bagamba ennaku zokka tukozese nga ba Equity bishe Centenary kubanga tulinawo kati Equity tulinawo ne mobile money kati nga ate zo gundi zaabwe ziri ntono okusinga mobile money kati nga biba bibisumbuwa bakasoma baffe.
Gavumenti erina okuyamba ku bantu kati nga abantu abeewala oli ayinza okuba nga ali Fort Portal nga sente omutuukako kizibu kati gavumenti eba erina okusalako ku misolo egyo ne gibeera nga mitono kale mobile money yali etuyamba bulungi nga sente si nnyingi nnyo ng'ogamba kale ne woonamusindikirayo ataano ajja kukozesa nga 2,000 okuziggyako naye kati okozesa 5,000 namba ze bakugamba nti ajjeko era 5,000 ziba nnyingi still.
Sero gya mobile money nze sigigendera nnyo kubanga ekibaawo nze kyengenda nakyo obagamba nti basala bweziti kyengenda nazo obagamba basala bweziti kyengenda nazo kuba nze basinza kusalawo ku lw'abangi kiba basazeewo nze kyengenda nakyo.
Mobile money kade era sijiruddeemu ye naye abaludde mobile money bo bagamba mobile money we yali yakajja balinga bafunamu ssente nga ssente zibeeramu naye kati temukyalimu ssente omuntu akwaba nga olina ssente nkale nga manyi jjukira muno mubeeramu challenges nyingi mulimu abafere ababbi kati egamba kwebityo webiba
ate kimpisiza bubi njisasula jo njisasula kya mobile money tekimpisiza bubi nze.
Before mobile money came, did I have an account? I didn't have an account. I was putting it under my mattress.
Nalinga nkozesa obuntufuwafuwa bulijjo obukebe.
Nze kale nali nkozesanga nze ng'omuntu nze nali nsavinga ku bank.
Before I wasn't in business. Yeah, I wasn't in business, and also now there's also the option of mobile banking. The same thing, you know, you withdraw from your bank, it comes to your phone. Again, you're being charged to remove from the phone. So sometimes I opt for going to the bank directly.
Byonna mbikozesa banka ngikozesa ne mobile money ngikozesa. Mobile money nyambako mbanga nyina gye ngenda okutambulako ngendako ntekako obusente bwange ne mmanya nti buyinza okunyamba eyo bwe mbanga mfunye obwetaavu bwa ssente obanga zenyina tezimmala.
Recently, some telecom companies like
SMART24 Smart Business.
The standard for the name mushroom is the cultivated white button mushroom, Agaricus bisporus, hence the word mushroom, most often applied to those fungi that have a stem, a cup, and gills on the underside of the cup. Mushroom also describes a variety of other gilled fungi with or without stems. Therefore, the term is used to describe the fleshy fruiting bodies of some fungi. These gills produce microscopic spores that help the fungus spread across the ground or its occupant space. Also, the word mushroom is derived from the French word for fungi and molds. One day around 1650, a melon grower near Paris discovered mushrooms growing on his growth fertilizer. He decided to cultivate this new exotic delicacy commercially and to introduce it in exclusive Parisian restaurants. It was at that time that the mushroom was given the nickname Parisian mushroom. Later on, the French gardener Chambéry discovered that caves had just the right cool and moist environment for cultivating mushrooms, after which a large-scale mushroom cultivation developed in the caves around Paris. A mushroom develops from a nodule or pinhead less than 2 millimeters in diameter called a primordium, which is typically found on or near the surface of the substrate. The primordium enlarges into a roundish structure of interwoven heath, roughly resembling an egg, called a button. The button has a cotton roll of mycelium, the unusual veil that surrounds the developing fruit body. As the egg expands, the universal veil recaptures and may remain as a cup or vulva at the base of the stalk, or as warts or vulva patches on the cup. Many species of mushrooms seemingly appear overnight, growing or expanding rapidly. This phenomenon is the source of several common expressions in the English language, including to mushroom or mushrooming, expanding rapidly in size or scope. All species of mushrooms take several days to form primordial mushroom fruit bodies, though they do not expand rapidly by the absorption of fluids. Mushrooms from soil do not grow as plants do. In order to reproduce their spores, they need to attach to a nutritious source, whether it's a plant root, a dead plant, or a dead animal, so that they can feed themselves by attaching to the roots of any plant or decaying nutrition sources in the soil. They do not use seeds as most other plants use, but as long as there is a breeze or some way to get spores onto a nutritious source, that's all they need to reproduce. Unlike mushrooms mushrooming from soil, there has been ways to prove that mushrooms can grow without soil.
Tebumera mu ttaka n'okuwonza ogamba nti basimba obutiko ne bagenda busimba mu ttaka, ojja kwebuuza obutiko oba busimba batya. Obutiko obwo obira ne kotoni waffe ono ndowooza abasinga mwamulabyeko ono kotoni bwati kisawo bwekiti ofuna epipa yaffe eno nga bw'ogiraba wano n'oyiwamu ensawo eno n'omunnyika. Kati bw'omala okunnyika kotoni ono ng'omunnyise n'omunnyulamu n'omuteeka mu bukutiya buno. Omunyika kikutesa mu obukutiya akamukemu amazzi gali wakati era ojja genda omukwatemu ng'omulaba kotoni mubisi ninga ate mukatali mu mazzi nga bwoba omunyiga tavaamu gano mazzi kuba bonosala okulima obutiko n'opaakinga kotoni nga mulimu amazzi ensigo eri egenda kuvunda. Kyovula abantu bisoka n'omuteeka wansi n'akamukamu gali amazzi n'olyoka opaakinga mu buveera bwaffe munaaba mulabye obulungi ng'amazzi gali temuli naye ng'ate kotoni omulya mubisi. Kotoni ono simuyiwa wansi wano nga kuba ngambye nti muyiwa wano simuyiwa wansi wansi njiwa olusenyende luli nenjiwamu amazzi ago amazzi ago gakuume obunnyogovu kuba obutiko bwagala nnyo ki obunnyogovu gakuume obunnyogovu obwo nga obutiko buli kuulu ndi omusana ne bwe gujjanga gwase mungi nga bwe gutera okwaga tebuyisibwa bubi ko olunaku bwe mbambu taddemu obutiko mufukirya emirundi 3 mufukirya nga maze okunoga ku makya kwatunoga ku makya obutiko bwagala nnyo ku makya sawa zigenda okutuuka nga 5 6 teri abayagala obutiko bwagala nnyo ku makya nsooka n'ennoga bwe mmala okunoga nendyoka nenfukirira obutiko obwo ate tusooka biira mazzi nga tonakufukira bwobiira bigenda jjerebero twale mu market kasi tumogaga nga bijerebede birimu amazzi simanya byavunze boyirama niwo okanoga wano nga tumaze kayiira kabeera kulu bulungi akakalu bulungi nga ne kasitoma bwakalabala akatunga kanyirira bulungi nga kalungi.
Sorghum or millet can later be boiled, put on the net, packed in the bottles or small polythene bags, then put in a hot clove. The hot clove steams up the sorghum. However, the steam is measured to 1 hour and 30 minutes. It is then packed in bottles and placed in the lamina wood. The lamina flow wood helps to sort the sorghum and acts as a means of antimicroorganisms.
Sawa ono yiraimu waffe wagulikalikya era gwe tugende sawa eno okumikisingamu ono cotton assist sigwe tumikisingamu ono yiraimu wagulikalikya gwe tumikisingamu bwe tuti ono cotton assist ono cotton assist kati yakolanga ettaka mu butiko obutiko bwe babugenzeeko obutiko likwe bumerera kino liba likolanga ttaka kati sasa tugenda teka mulayimu waffe tumikisinga layimu ono gali neriwe besigaddemu amazzi layimu ono ayinenge gyayongera okukamulamu gali amazzi kotoni waffe ono n'abeeranga mubisi naye ate nga bwomunyi nga tavaamu gali amazzi agagenda okutta ensigo yaffe gye tuba tukoze eki gye tuba tutaddemu layimu tumugulira mu busawo akasawo kaba ka mitwalo 15 kazi nze nagula nsawo ya layimu ensawo gye tugula kati naawe kuba yakola kasitoma we omuntu ekirungi omugamba nti tulina layimu gwe tukola ki wayetajja omuntu wali magezi no gali tusoba mugamba nti kugenda ku Container Village agula ate naye agula akasawa k'emitwalo 15 kati nze bwengula kuliba nze nnima bingi ate buli sawa byembeeramu nkola ki ngenda ne mugamba buli kilo ne muguze kilo ya layimu kilo 225 ne muguza ikalyamba ngamba tugenda kuli magadde bwezi mugenda mu layimu yenkana ki nti layimu ojja kukosa kilo bweziti ne nkola ki kati nze ne nfuna wali ku layimu gwe nagula akasawo ne mupimirako kati nze layimu ne nkola ki nenye kwanza embeera naye mu bungi.
Dr. Moses Matovu is a research scientist at National Atmospheric Research Laboratory under the National Agricultural Research Organization, NARO, in Kawanda. NARO is the apex body for guidance and coordination for all agricultural research activities in the National Agricultural Research System in Uganda. Dr. Moses explains the process by which the cotton seed is made.
I'm called Dr. Moses Matovu. I work for the National Agricultural Research Laboratories under the National Agricultural Research Organization, NARO, based in Kawanda. And I'm here to tell you about the process of mushroom spawn production. Mushrooms is becoming a prominent business in Uganda, not only as a business, but also as food. We've been having challenges of quality seed. If the source of the seed is not good, the end result will be poor quality spawn and low yields in the mushrooms. So it's a stepwise process which requires quality assurance, starting right away from the lab, based on the quality of the mother spawn you get, to the time at which the mushroom grows. But the actual process, because mushroom is fungus, we need to ensure that the hygiene and the nature of the place where we work from is actually well maintained to ensure that we give out quality seed and quality spawn. With us here, we have what we call a laminar flow hood. A laminar flow hood is a biological equipment which is made specifically for microorganisms. And its aim is to prevent other microorganisms from the outside environment from contaminating your mushroom spawn or even other microorganisms which you are set to work on. This type of lab equipment is actually very important because it has quality control measures. Inside, it has the UV light which sanitizes. If the UV light is not on, we actually use ethanol. Ethanol is described as a universal sanitizer. We use it to clean our environment. It's one of the key ingredients that kills close to 99% of the microorganisms. So during the process of spawn production, we swab or we clean the hood in this form using ethanol so that you ensure that the work surface is clean enough and you don't actually have any other form of contamination. This is aimed at preventing all other microorganisms from entering. Then from there, we have to clean our hands with ethanol, you sanitize. With us here, we have surgical blades. A surgical blade is the one which will help us clean or remove the mycelia from here. Mushroom production starts with fungus. On this plate, we put a fresh mushroom on the food. This is the mushroom food. When it grows into a white foam. When the white foam comes without any other spots, you are sure you actually have the right mushroom. From this stage, we know that we have received a good colony to be transferred on our substrate. In our substrate, usually, there are two forms. You can either use wheat seeds, barley seeds, sorghum, or millet. For us, we prefer to use sorghum because as a business, you have to look for a substrate where you will break even. Although millet is good, but we've also found that sorghum is also a very good substrate. Before you put your substrate, it undergoes sterilization. It can be under pressure cooker, it can be under an autoclave, but the aim is to kill the microorganisms to ensure that there are no microbes onto the substrate which will compete with your mycelia. From here, you pick the mycelia from the plate, then you put into the bottle. In here, we have a light. This lamp is also to emphasize sterility. So before we work on the plate, we have to first sterilize the blade. When you sterilize the blade, you also sterilize the mouth of the bottle. You remove the cotton wool, you sterilize. Sterilizing helps to kill all the microbes around. Because the blade is hot, you have to first place it in the middle to cool. Then from there, you cut a portion. This portion you see here will enable our mushroom to grow. You drop it on top. You can cut as many as possible. But you see the white surface, that is the spawn. The mycelia will colonize and help the mushroom grow. It's a very sensitive equipment. Then from there, you sterilize the top, then you put it back. You see them already you've put, you can shake it and allow this is ready for it to grow. You proceed with the same procedure. You sterilize, then you remove the plug, then you allow it to cool, you chop.
Does it matter the amount of portions you put?
This plate can make for you 50 bottles of this. So the portion matters, but even if it is one, it can grow, provided the conditions are good. Because the growth period is between 2 to 3 weeks for complete sterilization. But in our process, for us, we use what we call single generation. Single generation means that this mother culture, we don't transfer it into a new bottle. We want the vigor of the mushroom to be as strong and long-lasting, because someone will get this bottle when it has colonized. This is the first process. After 2 to 3 weeks, the mycelia will grow up to this stage. This shows you that your mycelia that you transferred from here, inside here, has fully colonized. So the whites you see is similar to the white you've seen on the plate. It has shown you that your mushroom is really ready for growing. This bottle, we call it the mother garden. This is the mother culture where you pick from here to where we are going to make the substrate for the spawn, which we shall be planting into the garden. The mushroom grows under normal room temperature conditions. We put the spawn into an open room without air conditioning, because based on the type of farmers we have and our environment, we try to get the type of mushroom that is actually suitable for our environment. We know this is a business and it's an investment, because air conditioning is energy consuming. It would be good to culture them under air conditioned conditions, but because of the cost, we have to get mushrooms that can be between the room temperature of 27 to 30 degrees and ensure that we maintain the quality of the substrate as well as the grade and the duration and maturity which we require.
kirina kuba kya biwempe nga bw'okiraba olw'ensonga lwaki kikola kya biwempe empewo eyo obutiko buno bwagala empewo naye ate tebwagala mazzi bukubako naye ate ng'olina obufukirira amazzi nti waggulu olina osabikayo bulungi ng'ekyuma nga bwe mukiraba ekyo osabikayo waggulu ebiwempe n'oteekako akaveera oba tolina amabaati oteekako leya y'ebiwempe esooka n'oteekako akaveera aka bbulaaka oba amatundubaali nga magumu n'ozzaako ebiwempe waggulu nekiwempe nokola nekibeera nga kiri kulu bulungi era ndoza nawe bw'okiyingiddemu okiwulira wadde toyinza okuba nga tolina kyolabyemu ng'obutiko kati bw'omala nokizinga bwe mulaba mukizimbye bwe muti wansi mulina okuteekayo olusennyente nga bwe mulaba baluteekayo bwe watu kati bw'oba otaddemu obutiko bwo mu kiyumba obutiko buli nga bw'oba obufukidde amazzi ago ne gagenda mu lusennyente obutiko bubeera kulu bulungi nga bw'olabye ekiyumba.
Because we know of the conditions, we put additional ingredients in the millet and the substrate as well. You see the millet is supposed to be brown, but you can see other white substances in here in the bottle. We put this because we know when you compact into the bottle, if it is overcooked, it will form a cake or a coating down. We put other ingredients in here so that their airlocks, you can see the spaces. When the mycelia goes, it can bypass into all these grains up to the bottom, and you will find that it is fully colonized up to the bottom. Even if we put the plug on top, so that is where, how and when you see that your plant, your spawn has really fully colonized. So for this is the stage for making the mother culture, where you've really seen that it has actually fully matured and it's fully grown. From this stage, we are going to take this mother culture into making individual spawn gardens, which we sell commercially to the farmers. In the sorghum, we put calcium carbonate. Calcium carbonate is in the form of lime. One, we have to neutralize the pH. Then two, calcium carbonate forms a coating on the surface of the sorghum. This enables, when you see, you can see now the grains. The grains can run around even if they are overcooked because of the coating. If you only use sorghum without the calcium carbonate and some bit of plaster of Paris, you will find that when you put the spawn in here, it will cake and it will fail, it will prevent the mycelia from going up to the bottom. You will find as time goes by, the strength will only stop halfway of the bottle. Yet your aim is every grain here has potential to colonize your full garden, to make it fully colonized, and this is business because this one bottle can make for you 50 packets of the mycelia. So 50 packets, each is at 2,000. So that's already 100,000. That's what we sell outside. So if you don't maximize on the utilization of this bottle, you may end up making losses. So every business starts with balancing your costs and also making profits as well. This type of candle is a microbiological candle. It is similar to a Bunsen burner because the major aim of the Bunsen burner is the flame. This flame, you know, fire is a sterilizer, which is natural. Other people use beads, but because here you use ethanol and we use a flame, the flame will burn away the microbes because fire can kill or destroys microorganisms very fast. Even if we've sterilized, we never take chance that just in case of others that have remained, you ensure that you kill as many as possible so that you actually try to make sure that what you are producing is of good quality compared to, because the time and the investment, every time you have to minimize costs to ensure that you make profits. So the little things that you may think they are little, at the end may cost you a lot when you destroy all your consignment because of infection and contamination. If you are very keen here, you see this black spot? And you see there are two differences. There is this black spot and this one is completely white. Infection comes in different colors. It can be this black spot, it can be green. Different molds affect the mycelia. So you can actually see the color is not white, but you see spots in your bottle. If you get such a bottle, that one automatically you discard it, because spores, you see this colony can have millions of spores which can affect the whole consignment because they are air, they're in the surface and in the air. So in case you bother to use this plate, all your mycelia you're planting in here will be contaminated and you'll get those black spores. Those black spores will go even up to your garden. And remember, majority of the farmers don't work in sterile conditions. So they will buy spawn from here, which may be contaminated or even their conditions are not good. Then they will start complaining that the gardens are not colonizing, because contamination already set in based on the type of substrate and spawn you used. So we try as much as possible to screen the bottles even before we bring them here for planting, because quality assurance should be stepwise. You start from cooking, you sterilize, then even here. Most of the people who are making gardens or we are making seeds for farmers are just finding shortcuts. They have not invested in such type of equipment. In the end, that's why you'll find that their gardens take only one flush. One flush is one harvest, then they don't grow back. Because what they buy, they come and buy the mother garden, they work in their homes, then they say we make seed. In actually, you can see the lab setting. It should be a very clean place, isolated from people. There are very few people you allow in, so that you sit and work comfortably under air conditioning, because you've seen we've sealed off all the windows, because we don't want any outside environment to come and interfere with the inside. We use air conditioning, we disinfect the room, and you work in a closed system whereby you are there alone and ensure that you maintain the quality of your seed. This is an investment that those who are making some of the seeds have not reached to such a certain level, because they are in business and they are selling, which is fine. But the way they sell, they should take precautions, because mushroom farmers are like any other ordinary farmers. Today they may buy seed from you, tomorrow they go elsewhere, then they come back because they are adventurous. They move here, they go here, they want to look at quality seed and compare. Those who have persisted have really settled, because they come and tell us, you see, we've moved here and there, but we found that your seed is the best, because we ensure quality is very important and it comes with a price tag. That's why we ensure that we start the quality right away from the process of the seed starting from the plate. If the plates become contaminated, we may not supply the seeds in time. This plate to grow, it takes 1 month. So you have to ensure that if it's 1 month, you should have several bottles. So several bottles are a multiplier effect. As the bottles are reducing, you continue making more bottles, so that this is business. Anytime a farmer comes, the seed is available, you are also assured of the quality. And we don't do backstopping, whereby we transfer this bottle, the mycelia from here into a fresh bottle. No, ours is a single generation mother culture with high vigor. These plates, we make them ourselves. Unfortunately today we are not able to see the starting process because this culture here is, we call it potato dextrose agar. The potato is the Irish potato people eat at home. Dextrose is the glucose you find. Then the agar is a media that allows the plate to settle. Because if it was potato alone and dextrose alone, it would have been in liquid form. The agar helps the plate to set and become solid, so that it provides food for the mycelia to colonize well. This one we buy already made mixture. It's a premix which is already made. We buy it in the microbiological laboratory suppliers because it's only not for mushrooms, it's also for other microorganisms, for those who are doing microbiology, yeasts and molds, to isolate microorganisms, to know what type of microorganisms are in the food, what type of microorganisms are causing infection. So this is the culture we use, and it has to be sterile, specific for the type of substrate or product you're interested in. Wash or sanitize your hands. You never know, because I've been outside the hood, so I need to ensure that my hands are clean. In this stage we have these wire loops. The wire loop will help you scrape the mycelia even to the bottom of the bottle like you see. So in this stage, because already you can see, you have to break the thickness so that you pour the seed. You see the layer was on the surface, but you can actually see that the whole bottle, all the seeds have some coating. That coating is the mycelia. We put it in this glass, then you open, then you pour your mycelia. You see? No, because with experience, you actually know what you need, because these are several seeds. So from here, after you've put on top, you ensure you mix so that there is uniform distribution. The mycelia comes from everywhere. There you put, then you add on the surface so that you know you've actually covered. You hold the top, then you mix. If the substrate is good, within 10 days, colonization will have taken place. Ensure these bags we buy already made. We contacted the company where we make our sealed bags, because initially we used to use sealers, but the sealers were not profitable because it was not sealing. They were not becoming airlocked or airtight. So we had to contact a company where it makes for us these plastic bags, and indeed we've achieved our objectives, and it is actually working well. So you go on putting everything. Then you mix. Now you will see that after we are going to put staples, because there is a uniform way. Now this is the last one. You remember we haven't filled the cavera up to the top. So you fold 1, 2. You see there are 2 folds. Then from the 2 folds, you make a 3rd fold, like this. Because when you fold tightly, and you fold like this, then you fold like this. You see how many times I've folded? You staple. You see? When you make this fold, this is a probability, because you assume you are limiting as much air as possible. So when you fold it, then you make another fold. This is a precocious situation where you are preventing as much contamination as possible, so that you know you are not losing, because this is every stage involves money. There is money in the packaging material, there is money here, there is money in the substrate, even money for stapling. Because if the consignment comes when it is actually contaminated, remember you've lost not only the spawn, but you've lost also money even for paying the workers. Because every seed you lose, you are losing money. So those are the precautions. So we proceed and proceed. This one holds around 200 grams. And 200 grams can make you 2 gardens. I think you visited the farmer's place, and they showed you how the gardens are made. So these 200 grams, because of the vigor, they can make you 2 gardens. But if you don't mind, 1 pack can make you also 1 garden, depending on your needs and demands. Even your financial muscle matters. Because mushrooms is like any other business, but it's a side income, where if everything goes well, you don't get worried of thieves, because it's a business you come and check on every day, because you count, you know what you put in, and also the time, because in a week, after 3 weeks of colonization, that's close to a month, you are like someone who has gone to the office and you're expecting to get some income. So at this stage, we've finished the garden. These are the substrate, or the spawn is ready.
Twafumbye kotoni waffe ono nga tumufumbira mu mapipa. Twamaze omufumbira mu mapipa nga tulina omujjamu akola ki? Kotoni oyo awole. Kati bwe twamuggyemu nga tulina ekifo kye tulina omuteekamu n'akola ki? Kotoni oyo n'awola bulungi. Kati kotoni oyo bw'awola nga tulina okutufuna akafo tumuteeka wasobola okwolerawo, era ke kafo kano kosaawa eno kemulaba. Kati ne zino tuzitedde, already tuzita gaddeni. Kati bwe zimala okuwola tulina kuteekamu nsigo eno gy'olaba eno ensigo nga kotoni oyo akyayokya. Kotoni oyo n'omulinda n'awola bulungi. Kati mwamala okuwola bulungi olyoka oteekamu ensigo, kuba bw'ona omuteekamu ensigo nga kotoni akyayokya, ensigo yonna eba egenda kufa. Kati bulina kulinda kotoni oyo n'alyoka awola. Kati bwe tonaba kusiga tuba n'akantu kaffe kano kaba ka spirit. Kati ka spirit kano okanaaba mu ngalo okutta obuwuka. Bw'omala okutta obuwuka mu ngalo ng'omaze okukanaaba ng'olika okwata ku nsigo eno ng'ofuna akaveera kaffe kano. Kwene ensigo emu ekola gadeni zino 2 nga bwe muziraba, ng'okwata ensigo yaffe eno ng'ogiteeka mu kaveera muno bwoti ng'ogimulungula bwoti. Weekola gadeni 2. Bw'omala ogimulungula nga bw'olabye, kuba kati nze mbimanyi nkozesa amaaso kwekola gadeni 2, nteekamu haafu ne mundala haafu. n'omansa bwoti kati bw'omala oteekamu bwoti oba oyina ogimixinga munda n'ogitabula bulungi n'ogitabula kati bw'omala ogitabula ng'ogisiba bulungi ng'ogimalamu guli omukka ng'ekwata bulungi bwoti nga bwondaba bwoti ng'oginyola bwoti wano mba maze ogifuula gaddeni bwemala ogiteeka wano bweti mba nina okuteekayo okufuna obugoozi nendyoka ngiwanika waggulu kati gaddeni eyo mba maze ogikola ki mba maze ogiteekamu ensigo yange nabolaba.
Okay, after we've done everything, this cover puts out the light, you see, because you now ensure you finish the process. The nature of this hood is in such a way that after the grains can spill, when they spill, they land inside here, like you see these ones. So it's made in such a way that when they spill in here, you use this loop, open and clean everything after the day's work, and you take away the garbage. Then you disinfect the whole of the inside so that there are no residues of the previous mushrooms.
Dr. Moses urges to promote mushroom market within the country. According to him, mushrooms are good for human health.
There is very good proof. All these mushrooms we are growing have been researched on in Asia, they have been researched on in Europe, and the majority of the Europeans are running away from meat. They are becoming vegetarian, and the biggest vegetable they are eating are mushrooms. When you go to these shopping malls, you look for the shiitake mushroom, look for the button mushroom, look for the oyster mushroom, then you compare the prices. I was in Korea 2 months ago. I only bought 5 heads of shiitake mushroom. 5 heads, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, costing 20,000 Uganda shillings. 20,000, only 5 mushrooms. You know what you are buying. It means you are buying health. I've seen people making drinks now from shiitake, anti-cancer, anti-diabetes. People are suffering from all sorts of problems. And you see, you will reduce on the pressure, you'll have more energy, you'll sleep well, antidepressants, all those come from different mushrooms.
As biospore, what nutrients are in your mushrooms?
The same mushrooms, they are high in dietary fiber, they are high in protein, they have what we call antioxidants. Antioxidants are things that fight cancer. They boost immunity. You've seen people taking antiviral drugs. Mushrooms are good to fight bacteria and viruses in the body, infections. So I would like to have different colors of mushrooms, have different properties. It's like in fruits. When the fruit is green, it gives you chlorophyll. When the fruit is yellow, it gives you carotenoid or vitamin A precursors. When the fruit is pink, when the fruit is purple, it gives you colorants or antioxidants that will help the body boost immunity and fight infections. So that's why you see different mushrooms, different colors, different and with different objectives.
What makes them change the color?
Color is not added. It's a breed. They were bred for that color, and that color has different properties. Even when you eat it, in the mouth, the texture is different. Some is very fibrous. That means it has high carbohydrates or high fiber. Some is very soft. Maybe it's for different people. Maybe it was made for babies that need soft food. You see? Even the flavor is different. Do you know that when you have very nice flavor, you become attractive? Yeah. Then there are those for medicinal purposes. Mushrooms for medicinal purposes don't taste like mushrooms for food. They may have enough flavor, but they may have very good properties for medicine.
Dr. Moses explains the different types of mushroom grown using...
The other ones are wild mushrooms because they pick spores from the environment. When the trees decompose, or when the manure or wherever they are, compost decomposes, spores are everywhere. These ones have landed on the right soil, so they grow up. There are those wild mushrooms which are big. You usually find them on Kafu. Then there are these small ones which usually come once in a while. The small ones which people really like, the indigenous ones. Those ones which are made by the termites. Those ones cannot be made here in the lab because the nature in outside is totally different. Those ones are natural and God-given. The termites have the microorganisms that manufacture those mushrooms. As they decompose, usually you'll find that there have been some termites and there's some work they have been doing there. Yeah. We are not going to do export because the export market already has mushrooms. We want to emphasize, to encourage more Ugandans to invest in the mushroom business, because as the farmers will grow, we are planning on adding value to the mushrooms. Not people to eat only fresh mushrooms. People should have mushroom soup, mushroom porridge, mushroom flour, mushroom as an ingredient in bakery.
Mazemu ebbanga ngirabeemu ebirungi bingi kubeera bw'okola bizinensi oba ekintu kyokola nga naawe nyini kyokola okinyumirwa wadde omuntu ayinza okusanga ku mulimu n'akulaba nga akunyooma kyakola kalobayo akola biki naye nga gwe kyokola okola ki okinyumirwa ate okyagala oba okola ekintu nekibeera ekirungi ate ofuuka kyo nakyo ekintu osobola okukola ekintu ng'ekintu kyennyini nakyo kikwagala. Era kati nze gye mpita mu kkubo bampita katiko era tulina gyetutenga wali tuli mmotoka yaffe tugenda katiko muviire kati kayiteka atuule kati kiba kitegeeza bizinensi eno njagala ate ngifunyemu ebirungi ate zogifunamu ebirungi wakati abantu abasinga munnaye ye omuntu alaba ndabika ya muntu naye nga omuntu kyalabika olusisi kyabeera akatale akaffe tetwetaaga mmotoka kati nga bwolabye ekiyumba kyaffe ekyo nyinza okugamba olwedde kati esaawa eno nsobola okumanya enkyayagala obutiko nsobola mu maketi yange ngimaze ndi waliwo ayagala ekkiro 10 ayagala 5 ayagala 2 ayagala 15 kale nze ngenda okunoga obutiko ku makya nga manyiwa wentwala obutiko oba kiro zangaana nga manyi oyagala 10 oyo omwami ayagalayo kiro 15 oli ayagala mmeka 2 kale okukakana ng'obutiko bwaffe kuba oyo iyo bwapaakinga nga bwamusanga n'abutambuze tulina ebifo nga restaurant kati ate zero restaurant obuzibu bwe tulina ndi tuziwa obutiko n'eyinge gyafumba tetwala buli lunaku mu wiiki ayinza twala mirundi ng'ebiri nagamba ntwala ku Monday twala ne Saturday.
He has inspired others to grow mushrooms in the area. Alice was in preparation of growing the black polythene mushrooms. Michelle Brengo, who is a mushroom grower, also shares her experience of tube mushroom.
Michelle Lwego. Kino ekirowoozo nakifuna olw'okuba nti omwami wange yali nga gy'akolera wala nga nange njagala ssente ezange ng'omukyala. Then ono Henry baali balina ezo garden ne tumugulako garden olw'okuba nti twali tuwuliddeko nti obutiko bufuna nti ate obutiko bulina akatale. So twasooka ne tumugulako gardens ezo nga ziwedde ne tuharvestingako ne tulaba nga harvest y'amaanyi nga mulimu ssente. Then bwe twamala ne tumugamba atuyigirize ffe twekolere nga ffe gardens. N'atuyigiriza then ne tuyiga naffe okwekolera gardens. Nafunamu kubanga nali nguze gardens 10. By then yali atunda 3,300. That was 300,000. Naye nafunamu 500,000. Ate nga nagula buguzi garden. So bwe neekolera it was even much more. Enjawulo eriwo bwe weekolera garden ofunamu nnyo okusinga aguze kubanga osanga nga waliwo costs zosalako. Kati maze emyaka 5 nga nkola gardens. Zino maze nga 1 year nga nzikola naye ate zo sikola kingi nnyo olw'okuba nti nga bw'oziraba nga bwe biri ebya black oluusi bwe zifa tomanya so g'osigala olindiridde mbu ndimye naye ne zifa nga tomanyi naye ziri bwe zifa engeri gye ziri nti akaveera kali transparent okimanya mangu n'oddamu n'okola ebirala n'otalinda. Bwe zikaddiwa cotton afaanana bw'ati n'ensigo biba nga tebikyali white olaba n'obuveera buyulise nnyo. So kati wano zirina okusuulibwa. Obuzibu bwe tufuna bwa cotton muzibu wa kufuna. Abaali batuguzanga cotton kati nabo bamwekozesa ku byabwe ebirala ne bafunamu cotton cake nabo ne batunda ebyabwe. So cotton ate n'ekirala cotton mubi waliwo cotton nga ayina seeds. Oyo cotton owa seeds omufumba yena n'obikola ne bifa byonna ne bifuuka green. Oyinza n'okola ensawo 10 n'ofuna 0. Yes, waliwo omulungi waliwo n'oyo owa seeds naye kati ennaku zino abadde nga abuze kati yakatandika okukomawo omulungi. Ndaba nkifunyeemu lwakuba nti otuusa ekiseera era nga bizinesi endala bwe ziri oluusi ofiirwa oluusi n'ofuna. But ekirungi ky'obutiko lwakuba nti bw'ofiirwa ate olulala n'ofuna okavalinga that loss. Nsuubira kukola wine, nsuubira kukola porridge bingi. Nkyali mu process ya kujjuza wano nga bw'owala wano wonna then nsobola okufuna ezo nsobola okukola mushrooms eziri dry kuba mwemuva obuwunga mwemuva that wine nesumbusa bingi mbanga nga mpavestinga kati nga kano kangame nti kano kali ready ne bw'oka harvestinga kati osobola kukatwala ku market. Oharvestinga ng'omuntu olanga ettooke nga bw'owagula ettooke kubanga obeera tolina kukola damage wa. Buli lw'okola damage kalwawo okuddamu okuleeta. So ogira bw'oti mpola mpola ne kavaayo kokka bw'oti. Obutiko bulimu eddagala. Beeyongera okulya obutiko ate buli mu ssente. Singa oba obufunye kati nga ffe abakyala toviiramu awo ate tosobola kubeera awo nga tolina ssente. Ne bw'ofuna 5,000 oba 1,000 olunaku a month osobola kufuna 300,000. Then mpozi kye bandituyambyeko cotton kati yekola ng'ettaka kubanga tosobola kulima nga tolina ttaka.
differing from the other mushrooms that grow in the soil or by the help of the soil. The tube mushrooms and the polythene mushrooms, that is the black polythene mushroom.
SMART24. Smart business.
Okusinziira ku kitongole kya KCCA, Kampala erina obungi bw'abantu obukadde 5 abaddukanya bizinesi ez'enjawulo mu kibuga wakati. Abamu ku bo babulwako ebyabwe nga bagenda mu maaso n'okukakkalabya egyabwe mu bizimbe eby'enjawulo. Oluusi baba batambula naddala nga bafuluma ekibuga mu taxi oba mu baasi, abasinga basigala beemulugunya nga kwegasse n'okwekubira enduulu mu bw'obuyinza nga ku poliisi, ate nga nabo tebabayambye. Ekiteeberezebwa nti oba bennyini abali mu bitongole ebikuuma ddembe be bamanyi abeenyigira mu kubba ebintu byabwe, ate nga balemeddwa okubayamba. Ebimu ku bintu ebitera okubbibwa oba okubula mulimu amasimu, emigugu, ndangamuntu n'ebintu ebirala eby'enjawulo. SMART24 TV bwe yakola okunoonyereza kwayo mu kibuga Kampala yasisinkana abantu ab'enjawulo mu bitundu eby'enjawulo. Twatandise n'omwami eyabulwako ebintu bye mu takisi, naye oluvannyuma yamala n'abifuna. Bw'ati bw'atutegeezezza.
Amanya bampita Kiria Muhammad. Emigugu nalina emigugu nga nkomyawo baana nga bajja ku ssomero Kampala nga tuva Busoga eyo. Nalina bikeesi, nembera n'emifaliso, ne baaga, baketi. Kati bwe nalina bintu ebingi nga ate nina omwana muto. Mu kutuuka okuvaamu baaga nenjerabira mu mmotoka. Omuli documents za fees biki. Nengenda ku ssomero nga baaga njirese. Nga bulide mu taxi. Nenzija mu paaka nemba nnyonnyola ne bandagirira ne bagenda ku paaka empya. Bwe natuuka mu paaka empya baaga nagisangayo. Naye tugenda okubera baaga eyo ng'ebimu byabuzeemu. Naye ebyo nali nsinga okwetaaga nga mubiri wa mwalimu ka pocket money k'omwana katonotono. Naye ko saakafaako kuba kye nali nsinga okwagala bibyokozesa eby'omwana biri nabisangawo mu paaka empya. Natuuka ku stage nembalagirira ne mbuuza mu paaka enkadde kubanga ez'ejjinja ezisinga ziva mu paaka nkadde eri. Ne bangamba nzije nkabireko mu paaka empya, era nagenda okujja mu paaka empya ng'ebintu gye biri ku ofiisi eza City Council mu paaka empya. Tebanzijako yadde n'ekikumi, bampandika buwandiisi nti nze ndisivinze ebintu by'omwana era ngenda okebera empapula ezirimu nga bizoogera ku mwana gwe njogerako ne babimpa nnyawo. Amagezi gempa abantu basaabaze banange nga bwe tutambula mu Uganda yaffe, bw'oba otusitudde omugugu gwonna oba otumye mwana ngadda ku ssomero, fuba nnyo owandiike ka document konna akaliko contact zo. In case bwe babibuze ko basobola okufunira.
Ye ssentebe wa Owino View omwami Sekabembe agamba nti abantu bwe baba baleese ensonga zaabwe ye abasindika ku poliisi. Omu ku bavubuka mu Cooper Complex Owino View yatutegeezezza nti bw'oyita mu mitendera emituufu osobola okufuna ebintu byo kasita omanya enfaanana y'omubbi.
Amanya n'eddoboozi nze Kato Sekabembe Faruku chairman w'Owino View Village. Ku nsonga y'ebitereke ebiba bibuze mu kitundu tusobola okuyambibwako ng'omuntu obadde ozze ng'ojjidde mu budde obw'amangu, tusobola okuyambako ne tufuna abeetikka ebitereke bamanyi omuntu ekitereke we kiba kibuze ani eyeetikkira mu kitundu ekyo, era bw'aba akyetisse nga kibadde kibuze basobola otuyambako era emigugu gy'abantu egisinga obungi gisobola okulabika olw'obusobozi bw'abantu buli kitundu buli kika ky'abantu mu kitundu tukiyina. Kati tulina obuzibu obusooka nga mu LC zaffe. LC zaffe zino ez'eno wansi zirimu abavubuka aba buli kika, teziringa LC eza waggulu ku Kampala Road. Fe tuyina abavubuka be bayita abayaaye naye nga tebabayita buyisi, mwebali era basobola okukola buli kintu kyonna nga kya kiyaaye. Naye tusobola okuyambibwako oluusi nga tweyambisa poliisi ezituli okumpi. Tulinako abantu bano ababeerako ababeera mu leeya, basobola otuyamba mu bintu ebimu, era bw'oba olina ekizibu ky'ofunyewo osobola omuyita n'akwanguyira mu buyambi bwe oyagala okuyambamu. Ng'omuntu abadde abuliddwa ebintu basobola okujja ne bakuyamba.
Omwami Bashir n'atulambulira ebika by'ababbi.
Nze nja kwogera ku nsu naddala ku Owino View, kuba Owino View kwempangalira era kwensangibwa. Owino View kutwaliza wamu mabega kwe babaddemu abamenyi b'amateeka bangi, naye okuva chairman gubayita Sekabembe Kato bwe yalondebwa nga chairman, tugenze tukwatagana naye abeekwese n'abatulagirira bwe bali nitubajjayo, naddala nga ababbi b'obusimu, ababbi b'emigugu mu masitoowa, mulimu ne bano bebayita bawugula. Bawugula be bano ajja oze ogenda ku Namayiba Bastamino oba mu Saafi nakugamba ndi nkwetikirako. Kati ye bwakwetikirako ng'oba omanyi ofunye omuntu mutuufu, naye ye bw'atuuka atambula nga ayagala kukuleka bw'okubuzaabuliza mu bantu ng'adda wansi ng'asitama. Kati bw'asitama gwoba ova eri ng'omanyi akulembera ali mu maaso agenda, bw'omuyitako buyisi ng'asitamye gwe ng'oweyongerayo. Kati bwe weeyongerayo ogenda tuka mu maaso tokyamulaba. Kati olwo bw'omala muyitako ate ng'atambula ng'akwata ekkubo ddala, oba mabega oba kuba eddala ye ng'agenda. Kati gw'osigala kunoonya eyaneetikiddeko simulaba, kumbe ye yagenze. Gwe gw'olowooza akubuzeeko bubuzi. Abo be bawugula. Tulinamu n'abasazi b'ensawo, bano banzijja ntambula akwata mu nsawo mpolampola, oba ajjemu ssimu oba ajjemu ssente ng'agenda. Gw'ogenda kukyuka bwoti nga takyaliwo, naddala bitera nnyo okubeerawo no nga mu kasindikagano bo bennyini bayinza okujja ng'abantu bana oba basatu, omu n'akusindika ng'ayagala yitawo. Era bw'oba owulidde nga oli mu kanyigo nga batandise okusindikiriza, manya nti nno baze kukuba. Era bw'otaba na chance speed mangu n'okwata mu nsawo osanga bimu bigenzi. Abo be basazi b'ensawo. Amagezi gembawa abayingira mu kibuga kubeera na bwegendereza na kwetegereza muntu kyamu amuyitako, kuba abatuyitako abo bennyini betuyisanganya nabo bennyini be babbi abasinga. Ajja kugira mu kifaananyi ekyo ndowooza ayitawo, naye eno side endala ng'aze kukusala ensawo. Ate n'ekirala begendereze nnyo kubanga mulimu n'abakozesa bugirita. Naddala bano abatunda obuveera, ajja n'akubikako ebiveera bw'ati mabega nga ku bbaaga eno nga girita agiyisizaamu mu biveera wansi ali mu kusala nsawo. Gaye ajja kujja kuta ebiveera gw'olowooze nti naayitawo abikuta ate ku mukono, bw'atuuka ayisemu akagirita nga bw'asala ajjemu by'ayagala addemu abiteeke mu buveera bwe bw'ati, gw'olowooze nti abadde atunda buveera, kumbe abadde akuba bubbi. Oli ajja ng'atunda buveera naye ng'aze kusala nsawo na girita.
SMART SMART24 TV mukwogerako namyuka ssentebe wa paaka empya omwami Ssekitoleko Robert byebino byatubuulidde.
Amanya gange nze Robert Ssekitoleko wano nkolanga vice chairman New Tax Park. Ekikwatagana n'emigugu egibula mu paaka. Tulina emigugu egibula naye ng'egisinga bagyerabira. Ezimu emigugu gye tulina bagyerabira mu taxes, emirala emigugu bagyerabira mu paaka. Oli najja n'ebintu n'abyerabira n'agenda. So tulina ebintu bya mirundi ebiri ebisinga obungi bye tulina wano babyerabira mu taxes ate ebirala babyerabira mu paaka. So bye tusinga okuba nabyo. Abantu abasinga bagamba nti awa tax agenze n'ebintu byange naye ng'ate bo bennyini bye babyerabidde. So taxes singa bwe balekamu ebintu babireeta wano mu office. Babireeta wano mu office ne tutegeera nti tax ne badde va Mityana, then we record, to be recording. Tumanya everyday Mityana, ebivudde ejjinja, oba badde ava Nansana, neerabiramu ekintu babireeta wano mu paaka. So bituuka wano ne tubiwandiika. Ne tutegeera biki ebirimu ne tuwandiika. Omukyakola singa oba obuliddwa ebintu oba obyerabidde olina okujja wano mu office. Kikola nnyo singa ojja wano mu office ebintu byo nga bikubuzeeko tulubaako bwe tutandika tukubuuza wabadde ovaawa nabadde nva Matugga ne tutegeera then ne tulaba Matugga route waliwo ebintu ebyayingidde. So we start from there, then tulaba waliwo ebyamatugga, then tukubuuza ebintu byabadde bitya n'otunyonyola era bwe bituuse tubikuwa. Abantu beerabira ebintu bingi okusinga ddala bags. Era wano okusinga ddala tulina bags, mattresses bazeerabira, abamu basuula wallets, nangamuntu, tulina nangamuntu, keesi, beerabira ebintu byonna bags okusinga zibasinga okwerabira.
SMART24. Smart Business.
Akawunga kalimu ebika bingi, namba 1, namba 2 n'ekikosolo. Naye okufuna akawunga akali ku mutindo, ekyo nno kitandikira ddala ku mulimi akalima mu nnimiro paka okutuuka ku oyo akalya. Olugendo lw'okufuna akawunga akali ku mutindo olwo luviira ddala ku mulimi wa kasooli okutandikira ddala mu nnimiro paka ku Munnayuganda akagula ku dduuka. Kasooli y'omu ku kirime ekitwala akaseera akatono okukula. Era ebyafaayo bitulaga nti atwala wakati wa nnaku 6 paka ku nnaku 10, era nga yeetaaga ebbugumu eriri wakati wa 6 ne wakati wa 95 degrees Fahrenheit. Ebyafaayo bitulaga nti miliyoni 2.5 be beenyigira mu kulima kasooli gwe bakozesa ewaka, ate era n'asigaddewo oyo ne bamutunda eri amawanga ag'enjawulo oba okumutunda okufunamu kasente akababeezaawo. Okusinziira ku byafaayo mu nsi yonna bitulaga nti kasooli kye kirime ekisinga okwagalibwa okulimibwa mu nsi yonna. Era ebyafaayo bitulaga nti kasooli kye kimu ku kirime ekisinga okwettanibwa okulimibwa mu nsi yonna. Era ebyafaayo bitulaga nti mu kifo ekisooka mulimu eggwanga erya Amerika, mu kifo ekyokubiri mulimu eggwanga erya China, mu kifo ekyokusatu mulimu eggwanga erya Brazil, mu kifo ekyokuna mulimu eggwanga erya Mexico, mu kifo ekyokutaano mulimu eggwanga erya Indonesia, mu kifo eky'omukaaga mulimu eggwanga erya India, France negenda mu kifo ekyomusanvu, Argentina netwala ekifo ekyomunaana, South Africa netwala ekifo eky'omwenda era mu kifo eky'ekkumi mulimu eggwanga erya Ukraine. Nga tuvudde mu mawanga ag'ebweru wetukomawo mu ggwanga lyattu lya Uganda. Uganda y'emu ku nsi endala esinga okwenyigira mu kulima ekirime kino ekya kasooli era ebyafaayo bitulaga nti district ezisinga okutuwa akawunga akali ku mutindo mwe muli district eya Kapchorwa, district eya Iganga, Masindi nayo nga togirese, district ey'Embale, Mubende, Kasese, Kamuli, Jinja ne Kabalole district. Eri abo abasuubira okwenyigira mu mulimu guno ogwa kasooli kirungi bamanye bino wammanga nti bwe tunaaba nga tunaafuna kasooli ali ku mutindo twetaaga okukozesa ensigo eziri ku mutindo, twetaaga okuteekateeka ensigo zaffe wamu n'ennimiro tugenda okusimba ate n'okukozesa ensigo eziri ku mutindo. Ebyo nno byemu ku byo ebijja okutuyamba okufuna kasooli atuukiridde ali ku mutindo era anaasobola okutundibwa wabweru w'eggwanga. Era twetaaga okumanya nti nga kasooli tannatuuka ku mutindo ogusembayo ogw'okuteekebwa mu byuma basobole omukyusa atuuke akawunga. Naye kituufu okumanya omugaso gw'okwanika kasooli kwe kukakasa nti temusigalamu ttondo lya tuzzi, temusigalamu mpulunguse, temusigalamu mayinja aganaasobola okukosa ebyuma ate naffe okukosa obulamu bwaffe okulaba nga tufuna ebirwadde eby'enjawulo. Twetaaga okufuna ensigo nga ziri ku mutindo, ensigo nga zaanikiddwa bulungi nnyo okusobola okufuna kasooli ali ku mutindo era kasooli bw'avaawo olwo naatwalibwa mu byuma eby'enjawulo okulaba nga bamukuba asobole okufuuka akawunga. Abakubi ba kawunga basaba gavumenti n'abo bekikwatako mu ministry ez'enjawulo wamu n'ekitongole ekya Operation Wealth Creation okukwatagana nabo okulaba nga ebizibu bibasanga nga emiwendo okubeera waggulu n'amasannyalaze bisalibwako kino no kisobole okutereeza omulimu gwabwe.
Njagala kwogera ku mutindo gwa kawunga kubanga omutindo gwa kawunga gutandikira right away from the farmer. Omuntu ono alima kasooli. Kati omukulima kasooli omulima ayinza kulima n'alima bulungi kasooli n'abaala bulungi naye nti omukuharvestinga n'amuharvestinga iza nga takuze oba nawe nga atakuze ngakuze n'amutereka bubi n'amutereka wantu achafu n'amutereka n'ayononeka kara n'abeera ng'ajja ng'ali muchafu n'atuuka mu factories ng'ali muchafu. Kakati omukuharvestinga awo omulima alina kukola omulimo gwe n'ateekaho omutindo gwo making sure nti kasooli wa harvestinze mulungi. Kati kuva awo awaleeta kasooli mulungi n'amutwituusiza omusuubuzi n'amugjayo. Kati nomale waliwo omusuubuzi abeera magati ya processor okuba kasooli wano nobeera ng'ali n'omulima alima kasooli mu byalo. Oyo omusuubuzi yagenda ekigendererwa kye abeera anoonya amagoba agafunyeeko ng'amaze kugula kasooli ku mulimi n'amuleeta wano kumutunda. Singa n'atuleetera kasooli mulungi kyekitwagala kujegera nga tujjako ekikota emirundi 2 naye nti ekikosolo kyo kyalibadde kisinga nambeemu omu-nutrition naye ng'ate nambeemu eri palatable. Abanya-Uganda bangi bayenjoyinga palatability za nutrition. Tulina kubeera nga tutikaho sensitization y'okulaga kiki ekituufu wadde nga kiki. Nagenda ku Kenya nensanga obulungi obutukuba bwawukana n'obwa Kenya bubakuba. Kenya bakola ekibeta shifted maize. Shifted maize eyibakuba Kenya bagikola neyita mu matendera naye ne bakolesa roller mills not hammer mills. Roller mill ekola shifted maize ejja kakakuta katono naye kawunga tikabeera nga nambeemu nga palatable naye kabeera na nutritions kabeera karungi in terms of nutrition. Kakati kekubakolesa Kenya. Kati naye wano obakaleeta wano tibasobola kukajja kubanga bamanyiridde akawunga kano kanambeemu akali white kekebasuula mu kubeera karungi. Era tugenda nakatale enjeri katulagiramu akawunga kano tulina markets enjawulo tutajetinga institutes ne tutajetinga n'amaduuka. Amaduuka more especially ba wholesalers batuwa orders netusobola kubakubira akawunga ne tukabawa. Amasomero batuwa orders ne tubakubira akawunga ne bakajja. Ne NGOs tubakubira akawunga nako ne bakatwala. Okukolesa ebyuma bino omanyi nti abanya-Uganda bangi bakolesa ebyuma ebikolebwa mu Uganda okusinga ebikolebwa Katwe. Kati ebyuma babifabricatingira wano
kati
wa Musabode n'abalala bali abantu abangi bakola ebyuma bakyambadde baani bangi era gye twasooka kukolesa naye twasooka kubikolesa ebyo nisanga bibreakinga all the time binywa amasanyalaze mangi kuba kilo ya kasooli ng'okozesa amasanyalaze za mota nyingi ezinyusa amasanyalaze mangi mpaka utwatuka ku stage ene yituliko kusobola kuimportinga ebyuma bino era nisobola kubikolesa bikendeeza ku masanyalaze kutukolesa era bisobole kutuyamba okutuuka essaawa zino. Naye twalibadde nga singa polisi ebeera ekkiriza bateekawo polisi ekkiriza kukolesa roller mills n'abantu kutegeera kiki kiva ku roller mills yalibadde even better. Naye at the moment bino ebyuma bya mulembe okusoomooza tulina ebintu bingi ng'okutubadde twogedde quality ya kasooli masanyalazi bakozi ebyuma n'ebirala birina ekibikola nnyo ku cost ya kawunga. Emisoro ekindaba ekyamaanyi emisoro etukwatira nnyo mu masanyalazi waliwo ekibeta VAT ye 18%. Kati amasanyalaze obanga bakucharginze sente za waggulu ne percentage yago ku VAT ebeera waggulu. Kati osanga osasula VAT nene kubanga percentage amasanyalaze total cost nayo nene. So singa amasanyalaze bakekendeeza awo tulaba nti ne VAT ekendeera. Najagadde habeereho team esobola okugenda mu byalo sensitizing farmers enjera iba handling kasooli right away kuva nga bamulima okutuuka wano hitumukolera kuva mu products. Ejo singa team eyo nebaawo nekola sensitization ne habeerawo hand nga buli area buli village nebeera ne silos ne cleaning facility ne silos gamba nti omulimi oba alima okungula kasooli we tagenda kumutereka bubi amutwala ku collection center ne bamukiliininga ne bamukeepinga ye n'atwala kiroze ng'ekibeeta warehouse system abatwala kiroze abanga yagadde sente ate particular time kasooli ye alinye beyi kuva nga maze ku harvestinga kasooli beyi egenda wansi okutuuka nga aweddeyo season eweddeyo. Normally season tulina season 2 omu mwaka. Waliwo etandika January ekoma July, waliwo etandika August ekoma December. Kakati singa omulimi ono n'aleeta kasooli ku collection center ne bamukiliininga ne bamuteeka mu silos wadde nga tanaba kwagala kumutunda ne balinda bbeeyi eyagala omulimi hagira bamucomputingira bbeeyi eriko ne bamuwa sente ze. Tusobola kufuna at the end tujja kufuna kasooli nga mulungi.
Emabegakaawo TV ey'omusuubuzi eya SMART24 television yakyalira abalimi ba kasooli mu district ey'e Kasanda era mu kafo ke baalimu baakubaganya ku birowoozo ku nsonga ezisinga okubasoomooza mu mulimu gwabwe guneeno.
Amanya gange mpitibwa Beni Balabwiriza nga ndi mutuuze w'e Katuugo era nga kwenzaalibwa naye nga ndi musajja mulimi. Mu bulimi bwe tulima natandika n'ekintu nga kitono. Bwe natandika nakyo nga kitono natandikira kuyiika zaali 5. Nenva kuyiika 5 nengenda kuyiika 10. Bwe nava kuyiika 10 nengenda ku 2. Nava ku 2 nengenda ku 25. Kati Mukama Katonda nagenda nkwatirako kati ndi muyiika 50. Okuva kuyiika 50 kasooli bwe mukungula. Bwe mukungula mfune emmotoka nenjipangisa kasooli nemuteeka mu sitoowa. Mala muteeka mu sitoowa neninda akatale. Akatale bwe kaba katuuse oluusi nemutunda siringi 5 oba 10 aye bbeeyi nze gye ntera okumutunda. Mbadde ntera tunda emitwalo yiika 5 mbadde ntera tunda emitwalo nga 15 oba 2 bwe gityo. Neebaza gavumenti esobodde otuyamba netuweereza ku nsigo. Ensigo eyo mu butuufu ffe tulina n'omusana lwe gwaka. Musana bwe gwaka netubula ne kasooli w'okulya. Naye gavumenti nebeera nga etuyamba netuweereza ku nsigo. Ensigo eyo netugisimba netuba nga tusobola okuba nga tuli bulungi mu mbeera nga gye twalimu si gye tulimu. Kuba kati tulaba nga naffe tutandise okutunulako waggulu. Naye tusaba gavumenti etuyambe etwongere ku maanyi tufuneyo kasente etuwe ne ku tractor tube nga tusobola okulakulana nga zino yiika 5 mbe nga nsobola okulima yiika nga 2 gavumenti nzo kyembadde ngisaba naye ng'emirimu gyaffe tegibadde mibi kyo kyembadde nsaba etuyambe etuwe ne ku ssente tugule ku ttaka we tukolera ebifo bye tukoleramu byakupangisa tetulina ssente nsaba gavumenti etuyambe ku bananyini mataka bano bakendeze kabeeyi kuba sente zetusasula ku mataka gano ku malimiro sente nyingi afadhali tube nga tusasula mu mwaka oba basale ku beeyi tudde mu mitwalo gyaffe nga 5 oba nga 7 naye embeera gye tulimu yo esuse okubanga osobola osasula emitwalo 2 n'oleeta abakozi muyiika n'oviramu awo omusana ne gwaka eyo embeera gye tulimu etali nungi naye nga yo gavumenti tugyebaza kubanga ensigo tugifuna n'ekyo we tulimirawo tetuwayina
nze musumba bazamanza David musumba kanisa ye Katugo ndi zone nkulembedde amakanisa 19 mu district eziriraanye Kasanda Kiboga Kyankwanzi Mubende n'Ekyenjojo omulimu omulala gwenkola ndi mulimi ndima kasooli ndime mwanyi nze ndima ika 3 za kasooli emwanyi ndina ika 5 ebitusoomozza mu kulima omusayi waffe gwa kulima naye tubulwawo okulima ebibanyanga bitono tutegene tupangisa abalimi batubuuza sente mitwalo 2 buli yiika ate mu buli sizolo ekire kisoomoza mu kulima bw'otandika nga toyina sente ogenda n'osaba sente z'abasuubuzi n'okolera mu sente z'abasuubuzi kati bwe bakugula ku bbeeyi gye beeyagalira kubanga wakozesa sente zaabwe sente ze watemesa ebinya abakozi z'abasuubuzi ze wasaayisa z'abasuubuzi za kukoora z'abasuubuzi za kunoga z'abasuubuzi wadde n'ezeddagala z'abasuubuzi kati ogenda kwebala ng'omulimi nankubadde oba olimi ebiika nyingi osigaza kitono kubanga bakugula ku bbeeyi gye beeyagalira oluusi ne bajja ne bakufoosinga kasooli nga yakatandika kukala twagala kasooli waffe walimira mu sente zaffe kati kyetukubira omulanga gavumenti nga bwe tuli mu musaayi gw'okulima batuwe ku sente tukozese sente zaffe ebirime byetulima tubiguze gavumenti tuleme kunyagibwa abasuubuzi ekiseera ky'omusana tusoomozebwa n'omusana ennimiro ne zifa omusana ne tutakungula oluusi naye singa tuwenyuddwa ne tufuna tamps eziteetamaze oluusi ne tufuuyira nako ekiro ettaka wangi obugimu buweddemu wakalu twetaaga bigimusa twetaaga eddagala ly'okufuuyira twetaaga amabomba g'okufuuyira
Sendije Jonathan chairman L2 atwala omulaka gw'emundadde loko gavumenti ndi musajja mulimi owa kasooli n'emmwanyi ng'era ne member omu ku abali mu kibiina kino ekya Katugo Farmers Cooperative. Natandika ne yiika 5 ningenda nga nkulaakulana enduka mu yiika 10 ningenda mu yiika 15 awo nembuka ningenda mu yiika 4 yiika 4 ezo nzirimiddemu season 4 ezo gyemyaka 2 naye nga abantu bennimira awo mpangisa bupangisa mukulima kasooli oyo twali tulima ensigo eyaffe ey'edda kansangwawo naye nga tebala bulungi kati wele situation bwe yajja ne batufunira ensigo ennongooseemu amakungolo gaffe ne geeyongera ebiseera ebyo yiika twatujjamu obudde yiika lyevaamu sawo za kasooli 10 naye bye twafuna ensigo ennongooseemu yiika n'erinnya negenda mu nsawo 15 kasooli oyo atwala obudde emyezi 2 n'ekitundu abakuze oba werescreation ensiga ennongoseemu eno ng'ate era yaffe yali ewangaala nga tegumira na mbeera ya budde naye ate eno egumira embeera y'obudde omusana magwase era omulimi akungula
eri yali emala bbanga kyokula
emyezi 4 naye eno ekulira emyezi 2 n'ekitundu ate egumira embeera y'obudde singa omusana magwase era omulimi akungula kati challenge tulina obuzibu tulina bwe tulimira tupangisa bupangisa kuba nanyini mataka lwakuba nti obuzibu tulina bananyini mataka bagatuseera buli eka tugipangisa emitwalo 2 nga tejjukira upangisa emitwalo 20 awo wantu basobola okukaddiwa kati nganze kwama kwogera ntera okukozesa ku bigimusa naye ate nanyini ttaka ye tomubuulira nti nkungula gakendedde yasigala asaba emitwalo 2 awo ensabira bananyini mataka bande badde babeera bakisa ne batukenderezaako ati ne badde emitwalo 10 payiika ekirala singa bananyini mataka bakkiriza okutukendereza tudde nabo tusaba gavumenti okwongera ku makungula gaffe kati nganze singa gavumenti enyamba neyamba ekibiina kyaffe Katugo Farmers netufuna ku tractor netufuna ku bigimusa netufuna ku ssente z'abakozi awo tujja kuba tutambudde bulungi.
Amanya Mbabazi Shivan, chairperson wa Katugo Farmers. Nsooka kwebaza Rescreation Uganda Mirrors abampa kasooli asobola omubungi bwayo yali asobola okusimba eka 8 nesofa ninawo eka 11 ate nzisuubira okuzikungulamu ekitono nnyo tani nga 10. Kasooli mwinamu experience wa myaka 2 so natandika season esembayo mu 2017 nga nima kasooli naye natandikira ku eka 2 kati saawa zino nsobola okulima eka 11 ku 15. We natandikira mu eka emu najjangamu ensawa 3 kwa 38 naye kati engeri y'ettaka gye ligenda likyukakyukamu oluusi ojjamu 3 kwa 32 so nosanga nga bw'oba olimye ekinene nze ng'omuntu omu nsobola okusanga nga nfulumya tani 10 ekitono nnyo nsobola okifuluma nga kasooli bw'aba ambalidde bulungi bw'aba tambalidde bulungi nnyo nsobola ofulumya nga tani nga 8 omu. Enjawulo eriwo nti kasooli omulala gwe tugula ensigo endala gye tugula ebiseera ebisinga atera okugaana okudda ate era bw'aba nga abala munwe gumugumu so ate ono gwe tujjeera osanga ateekako 2 so n'oganyirwamu ensawo gye wandigyemu eka emu gye wandigyemu ensawo 3 nosanga ng'ogijjamu ensawo 38 n'okweyongerako so yenjawulo eriwo.
SMART24 television yagenda maaso n'ekuba olukuŋŋaana nga lwegattiddwamu abakulu okuva mu Operation Wealth Creation omwami Gashali Samuel oyo akulira abakubi ba kawunga mu ggwanga Uganda wamu n'abalimi abenyigira mu kulima kasooli.
I'm called Samuel Gashari. I'm the chairperson of Wealth Creation Uganda Millers Association. We are trying to look at the entire value chain in the grain sector. As of now, we are looking at maize in particular, and the reason why we are carrying out these field visits is to identify challenges. And I'm sure most of the people are aware of the challenges of, one, we could talk of mechanization. We've discovered that most of our farmers are facing challenges of mechanization. Two, they have challenges of pests, so they need pesticides to ensure that they get proper yields. Then another challenge is the landlords, I think. they charge them expensively. The money is so high that they cannot afford. We did not actually know that in some areas they charge per season instead of charging them annually. Now, as Wealth Creation Uganda Millers Association, we are trying to carry out an awareness drive for them to appreciate the market, so that if we can work as a team and we lobby for them tractors, not free tractors, but they'll be paying in it will be on an arrangement of long-term financing by the farmers themselves. But as an association, we shall be providing them with market, because at the end of the day, as farmers do their farming, they should know where they are taking their crop. And for us as an association, we've already secured markets, which are enough. But what we are worried about is the quality. Because as you are aware, we have an issue of aflatoxin within the country. And the issue starts with the farmer. In other words, we shall be looking at issues like tarpaulins, how they dry their maize from the garden. And then we shall also be lobbying for an area where there is a cleaner and a dryer, cleaning and drying facility that can really clean in larger volumes. As of now, we are looking at small farmers, and these small farmers play a very big role in the milling sector. They sound small, but when you add up the gardens that they have, they really make up a very big number. Then it also helps government in a way that it is an indirect employment, and the purpose of our association is also to transform people's lives by providing them market and also giving them awareness on, one, avoiding the fake seed, because a farmer incurs losses from planting. So as an association, we're ensuring that the seed that they plant can bring better yields for them at the end of the day. We know that there are a lot of challenges, like maybe rain. In the long run, as we start with the smaller challenges of mechanization, we shall also, in the long run, we shall look at irrigation. But we want them to understand the concept, because the aggregators or the brokers, as called in Uganda, they are the ones actually trying to smear a bad picture that Ugandan maize is actually bad maize. But when we give awareness to these farmers and then they bring the maize direct to the processors or to the silos or to a one collection center, that would be so good. Our market, the maize will be having proper market, and also the price will be high. In most cases, we find that the aggregators bring maize that has lower moisture content, and that is the most challenging thing. And through that moisture content, it brings aflatoxins. Remember, even the packing materials that we use, they are paper, they are plastic packing materials. But with this sensational drive, we shall create awareness about the proper storage packing materials that farmers should always be using. The purpose of the association is to finish the entire value chain. The entire value chain starts with the farmers, and also to liaise with the relevant government bodies, like the warehouse receipt system. Warehouse receipt system gives an assurance to a farmer that you shouldn't worry about selling an immature or the immature maize. You can have your receipt. We shall be working with an insurance company that will ensure that these farmers will be paid a better price, a reasonable price. If they have issues of school fees, issues of maybe their personal requirements, that will be sorted out. So I can report to you that we are working closely with government and also as well as farmers. And the awareness we are trying to do is like the warehouse receipt system. It is a very good system to help a farmer.
Ennima ya kasooli mu Uganda yeeyongedde okubeera eya waggulu. era kino kivudde ku nkozesa ya tekinologiya empya, enkozesa ey'ensigo eziri ku mutindo, ate era n'okulima kasooli nga aweereddwa ebbanga eriwera. Ekyo nno kyongedde maaso okwongera ddala ku nfulumya ya kasooli mu ggwanga lyattu Uganda. Ebyafaayo nno bitulaga nti ku miliyoni 1.5 egya kasooli egifulumizibwa buli mwaka, ebitundu 9 ku buli 100 ke kawunga ke tulya mu maka gaffe ewaka. Olwo nno ebitundu 10 ebyo bye bikozesebwa ku nsonga ez'ebisolo bye tulabirira ewaka ng'enkoko. Abalimi ba kasooli ebiseera ebisinga batera okwenyigira mu kulima kasooli gwe banaasobola okulya ewaka. Abalimi ba kasooli abasinga basanga okusoomooza okw'emiwendo okubeera waggulu nnyo, ekyokulabirako ng'emiwendo egya kasooli n'emitendera kasooli gy'ayitamu okukubibwa okufuuka akawunga. Bwe tunaaba nga tunaafuna kasooli ali ku mutindo, obunaanyizibwa bwa Munnayuganda atandikibwako oyo alima kasooli, ne tudda ku oyo akyusa kasooli n'amukuba n'amufuula akawunga.
SMART24 Smart Business.
Kampala kye kibuga ekikulu era ekisinga obunene mu ggwanga Uganda okusinziira ku kitongole ekivunaanyizibwa ku kubala abantu ekya Uganda Bureau of Statistics UBOST. Kampala ewangaaliramu abantu abawerera ddala akakadde kamu 68,800 okusinziira ku alipoota eyafulumizibwa nga ennaku z'omwezi 3 omwezi ogw'omusanvu omwaka gwa 2019. Egombolola eziwererako ddala 5 ezikola ekibuga Kampala nga muno mulimu Kampala y'amasekkati giyite Kampala Central Division, Kawempe Division, Makindye Division, Nakawa Division ne Elubaga Division. Ekibuga Kampala ekyetooloddwa ebibuga oba districts ez'enjawulo omuli Mukono, Wakiso, Mpigi, Luweero ne Buyukwe. Okusinziira ku kitongole ekya Uganda Bureau of Statistics, tundu kino kirina obungi bw'abatuuze obukunukiriza mu mukadde 6,709 mu mwaka gwa 2019 nga abatudde ku bugazi bw'ettaka eriweza square miles 851 n'obutundutundu 9. Bw'oyogera ku nkulaakulana kizibu okuleka ekibuga Kampala emabega anti gwe mutima gw'ebyenfuna by'eggwanga Uganda kubanga bizinensi ezisinga mwezisangibwa ekiwa ebitongole ebisoloza musolo enkizi ennene ennyo okusoloza omusolo omungi obutafaananako ebibuga birala okwetooloola eggwanga. Kampala eyogerwako nga ekimu ku bibuga mu Africa ebikulira ku sipiidi eyayiriire era nga obungi bw'abantu obukulira ku bitundu 4/100 okusinziira ku bitongole ebirongereza byateeka Kampala ku kifo ky'okumwanjo ku bibuga ebirala ebyangu by'okubeeramu eri abagwira. ng'ogyeko Kampala okuba ekibuga ekikulu mu ggwanga Uganda, ebyobusuubuzi bingi ebikolebwa mu Kampala bangi kye basinga okwettanira nga bava ebule n'ebweya. Waliyo bannaffe abatundira ku nguudo bayite abatembeeyi abasukka mu mutwalo gumu benyigidde mu kulwana entalo n'abakwasisa amateeka. Poliisi ne KCCA ng'ensonga eva ku kutundira mu bifo ebitakkirizibwamu. We twogerera bino abatembeeyi beetaayira ku makubo nga bwe batunda ebintu byabwe. SMART24 TV eyogeddeko n'amyuka omwogezi wa Kasiita omwami David Wanji era nga bino byatutegeezezza.
Mu batembeeyi tulinamu ebika bya mirundi ebiri ebisinga okumanyika. Okusooka tulina abatembeeyi be muyita ba hawkers. Ba hawkers abasiba emigugu gyabwe ku mugongo ne bateekako emiti ne batambula nga tebalina kifo bali station kutundira. Ebiseera bino ekireese obuzibu obunene nnyo okulaba nti abasuubuzi abatembeeyi abateeka ebintu mu nguudo ne wansi batumazeeko emirembe. Era kyova olaba nti ffe bakasiita n'omulundi n'ogumu tetwagala kuwagira abatembeeyi bano. Number one, baleeta jaamu mu kibuga. Baala ebintu mu nguudo nga tebalina buvunaanyizibwa n'akamu. Ne baala ebintu ku mbalaza z'abasuubuzi. So nga abasuubuzi bano bawa emisolo mingi nnyo egimaduuka. Naye ne kikolwa mu bugenderevu okulaba nga bakkiriza abantu abaala ebintu mu nguudo. Ffe nga Kasiita ekyo tetuyinza kukkiriziganya nakyo. Ekyokubiri, twatuula wamu ne KCC ne tulambula oluguudo lwe yateeka wansi. Ne tukkiriza nti tulongooseemu ebitundu ebimu. Naye neerabika nti yo yatulimba ng'erina kigendererwa kirala. Kubanga bo balina ekigendererwa kyakufunira abatembeeyi we bakolera. Ate ne batukkiriza tukkiriziganye n'endowooza yaabwe ffe kye twagaana n'okutuusa kati. Ku lwa Kasiita nnyimirirawo nga nkugamba nti ffe nga Kasiita oba bakulembera abasuubuzi tetuyinza kukkiriziganya n'abantu baala bintu mu nguudo. Era kino tetwagala kukiteesanako. Bwe tuba nga tuwa emisolo, bwe tuba nga tukola buli kintu kyonna, yeene essaawa okubalaga Kasiita kikyeri.
Ye omwogezi w'abasuubuzi b'omu kikuubo omwami Muyomba Sam bw'ati bw'atutegeezezza ku nsonga z'abatembeeyi.
Abantu banyinaffe baba abaana baffe baganda baffe abatunda emmaali mu bifo ebitandibadde bituufu bagezaako okuteekawo obulamu bwabwe nabo kuwebeezaawo naye nga bangi abanyigirizibwa. Kubanga olwaleero omuntu bw'aleeta emmaali n'ajanjala mu luguudo n'atunda kamu kamu oba n'ali mu dduuka ng'asasula layisinsi nga mu takisi naye ng'asobola otunda akantu akamu katayinza kumpiitinga na muntu ay'emmaali ku luguudo awo nga talina kya desire gavumenti abamu bakiteeka ku basuubuzi nti bennyini abava mu maduuka bebawa ebintu ebyo bikola ki kubitunda. Kiyinza okuba nga kituufu nga nali bemutuddeko nanze sijja genda kukuba ndulu ku luguudo naye kanteekawo omwana yadde maaso ali akole ki akolerewo. Naye kyolwese kale kyandibaddewo n'okusinza ku sitooka y'omuntu nti awo aye emmaali ku luguudo awo ali mitwalo nga 3-4 kubanga tuyinza ziga nti ziteeka mu dduuka ne bakapito n'okitunuulira naye ate n'emmaali gwe ate eri mu bukadde nga 3-5 awo otandika okutya. So mu mbeera efaanagana bwetyo bannaffe abateekerateekera ekibuga singa babajjeemu ebyobufuzi buli kimu kisobola okutereera kasita abantu balungamizibwa bulungi kyateekeddwa okukola n'okusomesebwa buli kimu kisobola okubeera. N'olwekyo ffe ku saidi yaffe y'abasuubuzi nti kati ng'ekikubo kyesinga okuwangaaliramu nti mazima okunyigizibwa kw'amaanyi ffe ng'abasuubuzi tetubeera na kkomera. Buvunaanyizibwa bwa KCC evunaanyizibwa okukwata omuntu akolera awantu awakyamu. Era ffe tetuyinza mugamba nti tumukwata kubanga buvunaanyizibwa bwe. Naye enkwata eya KCC si enkwata nti asinziza mu tteeka naye akwata enkwata ey'okukanga ate nadda n'abakukyayogera nabo nti nkyaba baddewo ku ssaawa 4 n'ekya nobasangawo naye nga ne KCC mwera etambula. So ffe tufuna okukola ki okwewunaganya nti ekituufu ani anteekeddwa okuteeka amateeka mu mateeka tulwanirabadde KCC naye nafu nkola ye emirimu kubanga olwali naye wana ozze kati nga mu kikomo tuwangalira notula embeera eriwo olaba ono atadde wano kyati duka lye mutuliri wano bw'omugambako akuddamu kino kwegamba mu mbeera etasanyusa n'omulundi n'ogumu. So ffe nga abasuubuzi b'omu kikuubo twanayadde nnyo KCC nti bwe tuba tugiwa emisolo gyetujjamu etudise saavisi entuufu.
SMART24 TV mukwogerako n'omwogezi w'abasuubuzi ba Container Village abatunda eddagala ly'ebirime ye alazenga bwatali musanyufu n'abatembeeyi mu kibuga Kampala. Omwami Bianca Ronald agamba nti ekya KCCA okulemererwa okukola ku batembeeyi kye kibalemesezza ku nguudo.
Abatembeeyi abali mu emitendera gya njawulo tulina abantu abatambuza obutambuza omuzungu be yandiise hawkers abo batambuza ate tulina street vendors abateeka ebintu ku ttaka nabo abonyinza obayita abatembeeyi. So abo abatembeeyi nze bayitidde obungi kyekisooka mu kibuga kati nga ffe nze ku nsonga eyo abalina amaduuka nze ndaba nti tunyigiriziddwa nnyo kubanga abantu bano abateekako ku nguudo ekisooka tebasasula rent, ekyokubiri tebabadde tebasasula license wadde babadde babaga emisolo gye balina okubanga basasula era kijja kusigala nga kinyigiriza ffe kubanga bo bajja kusigala nga basasula kitono ate nga bali ku mwanjo. Kati ffe ab'amaduuka abasasula buli musoso nensasula rent nze nsasula $1.5 nensasula KCCA license nensasula URA emisoso gyonna nengisasula nsigala nga situunda ngoli ate nga yene emisoso mitono. Bo batunyigiriza nnyo naye nze kyendabye gavumenti erina okulungamya ensonga eyo ebafunire ekifo mweyinza obbagaza etingira nebateeka mu kifo kyekimu nabo basobola okubeera organized batunda ebintu nga ffe bwe tutunda nga tuli organized.
Ye omuwandiisi wa paak ya Usafi omwami Mukwaya Twaha bw'ati bw'alambika ku nsonga y'abatembeeyi mu kibuga Kampala.
Abantu abali mu paaka zaffe abakazibwako eri abatembeeyi batukosa kubanga bwe mujjamu abantu abo kuba nti bajja ne bateeka emiyembe amapaapaali ebifo byetukoleramu ate bongera omugotteko mu paaka naye nga abantu abo babaleeta era ye KCCA kubanga erina obusobozi bwonna obujjamu abantu abo emirimu yaffe tusobola okutambula obulungi. Conjection yonna gye mulaba wabweru wa paaka nti paaka si enfunda wabula abantu abo bakola batuteking advantage ne bakipayinga spaces ezimu zalibadde zigenda then conjection nekola ki nejja wabweru wa paaka abantu ne batufula okuba nti batuvuga bubi. Ekirala mulimu abafumbiramu emmere kyokka nga emmere gye bafumbiramu ffe emmotoka zaffe ezimu za petroli tubabeeraliikirivu nti tulowooza nti emmotoka zaffe zirina n'okukwata omuliro ate ne tufuna akabenjedde kabusa akatwaliramu abaana b'essomero kuba bazira okulinda emmotoka mubeeramu abakadde kolasobola kwerwanako n'olwekyo KCCA tugikubira omulanga ku mulundi guno etwala obuvunaanyizibwa abatembeeyi babafunire ebifo ebyenjawulo ng'amawanga amalala bakola ki bwe gakola kubanga abantu abo mawanga amalala fe tutambuddeko bafuna spaces endala b'ebifo ebirala ne bateeka ebbali w'ekibuga abantu abaagala okugenda okugula ebintu ebyo mu butale bwabwe ne bagenda eyo. Era abatembeeyi bamu nze sikirabangako ne baziba n'amakubo omuntu n'abulako ne waayita nti eryo ekkubo abatembeeyi batundirawo era bongera obuzibu ku makubo gaffe kubanga amakubo genyingi tulina mafunda. Ekiseera kino gavumenti mweringa erwana ennyo okulaba nga ejjawo omugotteko mu kibuga ng'ate tenaba kuteekerateekeramu katalawe ziraga si kirungi n'akatono okuba nti abatembeeyi ate bokipayinga enguudo ezimu ne zibeera nga emmotoka sobola kukozesaawo n'abantu bennyini abagenda emulago otwala mulwadde kwegamba ozibuwalirwa okutuusa omuntu oyo alina obuzibu okumutuusa waba bagenda omujjanjabira n'abagenda ku ssomero abagenda kugamba n'ebinnyini bamwe ba palamenti nabo jjamba bakwata lw'abantu abakola ki abeera ku makubo nga basibye ekkubo olwokuba tugamba abatayimbi bakolerawo. Nolwekyo tusaba gavumenti etukole ku nsonga eyo.
Tusobodde okutuukirira omwami Ronald Mukasa ng'ono ng'atendeka abantu okutandikawo bizinensi.
Buli omu ajja mu Kampala kyabeera anoonya kufuna mukisa kikyasobola okutunda ayingize ssente. So ngeri Kampala kyekibuga kisika buli muntu okuva mu ggwanga lyonna okujja okufuna engeri gy'atandika bizinesi ye.
Kubiriza abakulira ekibuga Kampala okukola ekisoboka okulaba nga buli muntu aganyulwa mu kyakola mu kibuga Kampala.
Ndowooza ng'ekibuga tulina okuteekawo embeera nga oli avudde gy'avudde kasente konna kayina asobola okutandikira mu kibuga. Nolwekyo otunuulira abantu abaala ebintu ku kkubo, ndowooza ebiseera ebisinga omuntu asinga ssente entono awo ate wakola ki wagenda okutandikira. Nekitegeeza nti twetaaga tuteekewo embeera nti kikyasoboka mu kibuga, si nti kyandibadde nti oli asalawo obusazi najja buli waasazeewo okukola ki okujja. Naye ndowooza kye tulina okutunuulira nti ng'ekibuga Uganda yonna etutunuulira negamba nti wembeera njagala okuyimuka mu bulamu bwange, omuntu yenna gyali mu kyalo gyali ngamba nno singa ntuuka e Kampala embeera ejja kukola ki ejja kutereera. Bangi betuwulidde abatandikidde no ku mbalaza ezo ate ne bayingira amaduuka ne batandika bizinesi. N'olwekyo embeera eyo erina okukola ki okusigala. Ndowooza ekikulu kubanga tufuna engeri gye tuteekateeka embeera eyo ebeere ng'esoboka ate mu ngeri nti nno tekalubiriza abakozi b'ekibuga abalala. N'olwekyo oliwo omugamba nti munnaye ogenda kuteeka bintu ku luguudo naye ogenda biteeka ku luguudo kilomita 10 okuva mu Kampala gwanoonya ye kasitoma. Nitegeeza nti twetaaga tuteekewo embeera. Naye nze ndowooza mu kyo ekisinga obukulu kye twetaaga okwetegereza nti buli muntu ayingira mu Kampala kyanoonya kwe kufuna oluguudo lwayitiramu asobole okutuuka ku ekyo kyaluubirira. N'olwekyo nze ndowooza bonna abateekerateekera ekibuga balina okujjukira nti buli munnayuganda atunuulidde Kampala nga bankiyita a city of opportunity, kwegamba gy'ojja okufuna ekyo kyokola ki kyoluubirira. N'olwekyo embeera balina ogiteekateeka ebeerewo. Oli amanye nti nno munnaye wembeera njagala kutandika nga nina emitwalo 5 waliwo ekifo mwe nsobola okugenda n'entandika ate nenfuna bakasitoma nensobola okuvaawo nengenda waddako. Senga tusindika busindisi ne tugamba nti nno abantu bonna obayodde obajje ku kkubo ate mu ekyo obeera otta n'obusuubuzi buli obuli mu bantu, la entrepreneurial spirit eri mu bantu obeera ogikurashinga kubanga abamu abo tulina abamu nga bali ku nguudo kati naye emyaka 3 bagenda kuba batandiseewo ekkolero ettonotono erikola ki erisobola oba okukola sabbuuni oba okukola ekintu oba bagenda kuba bayingidde edduuka batandise supermarket. N'olwekyo twetaaga okuteekawo embeera nti nno abo bonna abali ku level eyo basobola okufuna omukisa okutandika ate ne bakola ki ne balinnya.
SMART24. Smart Business.
Ennyanja Nalubaale y'emu ku zisinga obunene ku ssemazinga Africa. Okumala ebbanga ddene ennyanja eno ebadde emanyiddwa nga Lake Victoria, nga erinnya lino omulambuzi John Speke ye yali bbula mu Nnaabakyala wa Bungereza eyali amanyiddwa nga Queen Victoria. Ennyanja eno erina obwaguga bw'obugazi obuwererako ddala square kilometers emitwalo 5,947. Ennyanja eno egabanyizibwamu mu mawanga asatu ekuli Kenya etwalako ebitundu 6 ku buli 100 eza square kilometers 4,000 mu 100. Uganda etwalako ebitundu 45 nga eza square kilometers enako emitwalo 3 mu 100. Ate nga yo Tanzania etwalako ebitundu 49 ku buli 100 nga eza square kilometers enako emitwalo 3 mu 13 mu 7. Ennyanja Nalubaale evumbagatiddemu omusenyu omulungi era ogwettanirwa mu kuzimba. Omusenyu guno mulungi okuzaama ogusinga okusangibwa mu bugwanjuba bw'ennyanja eno mu bifo nga Lwera nga kwotadde ne Bukakkata. Kyova olaba nti ebitundu 80 ku buli 100 ku basima omusenyu ku nnyanja eno bagujja mu Lwera. Si nti Lwera yokka mwe bajja omusenyu wabula waliwo ebifo ebirala. Wano we tuli ku kyalo ky'e Bukasa era nga wano wenyimiridde ekkubo lino erindi ku mukono ogwa ddyo olisobola okuba nga olaba nti live kilomita 5 okutuuka wano wendi ng'ova wali ate ebwoyogerere okutuuka e Bukasa. Ate nga wano ekkubo lyenyimiriddemu osobola okuba nga osinzira osobola okuba nga ogenda e Bukasa ku mwalo ate we bagenda okuba nga bazimba port. Tugenda kuba nga tulaba engeri gye basimamu omusenyu nga bagujja wansi mu mazzi g'ekitoogo okuba nga ate basobola okuba nga bagoleta ku lukalu ate okuba nga bagutunda. Byonna ogenda kuba nga obiraba wano ku SMART24 TV. SMART24 TV kekuyise mu lugendo lwa kilometers 7 nga twolekera e Bukasa ekisangibwa ebweyogerere mu district ey'e Wakiso. Wano we tusanze omuvubuka agaba abadde mu mulimu gw'okusima omusenyu okumala emyaka 5. Bulinde yatubuulidde engeri gye bazuulamu omusenyu guno mu kitundu kyabwe.
Ndaba ye omukozi akola emirimu gye muna Uganda. Yava Masaka okujja eno Wakiso yenkolera emirimu gyange gyonsanzeeko olunaku lwaleero najja mu 2014 ekimene zimba maze mu emyaka 5 na buli kati nkola omulimu guno gw'okusima omusenyu nga sandi mayina era baliko bannaffe be tajja nabo mu mirimu gino abali bakolerayo be batuleeta bagitulaga akuba bukale bagivaamu badda mirala era ntugiyingiramu kantu kuba kale kati ogiyi kati kulwalira ebbanga lya wiiki nga 2 ng'oyiga buyizi kuba tojja ng'obimanyi obeera bawo ne bakuyigiriza bw'omala okuyiga nawe mu kuyiga baba bakola buli ssente zakulya kya misana kya ggulo mpola mpola.
Olwo ssente mmeka?
15 bw'oba oyiga buyizi kuba kati nawe waliswanya emmere ya 2-5 ky'emisana n'ekyeggulo 2-5.
Ojja ssaawa mmeka okutandika okukola?
Ojja tutandika ssaawa emu ssaawa 2 awo tuba tutandika okukola.
Olunaku olowooza osasulibwa oba okola wano okola ssente mmeka?
Olunaku bw'oba bitambudde bulungi okola emitwalo 2.
Olunaku? Oba otambudde bulungi ate olwo nga lutambudde bulungi
otambudde osobola okujja n'okolayo n'5,000 ng'enkuba ekucyangalanyiza kati ng'olaba ebiseera bye tubaddemu enkuba emabegako wali eri enkuba badde nnyingi nnyo ng'etusumbuwa osaba n'okujja buzzi n'obeera awo neesiba ng'etonya n'ezibya n'oddayo ate ng'abamu kati tuvaako wala tukozesa akasente tunyawo takisi okujja eno ku mirimu n'osanga kale ng'oli muloosi transport wagende bwereere tokoze n'oddayo buzibu otyo.
Ebimu ku bizibu bye musanga?
Ebimu bizibu bye tusanga mu mulimu guno eno kuba nti mulimu ebisimu. Ebisimu kati bannaffe bangi bafiiramu ababa batamanyi kuwuga basima tukanga wano bwenyimidde wano bwenti wano n'agwayo. Ebibeera mayiti tumuza kuba kati bangi tubazize balinga mu 7. Bagwawo ne bafa.
Bagwa batya?
Kati nga abaana bwati obaana babawo ekimukanga obaana abanga asikayo kityo kati nga kino mwemanyi kitakabo bwendi n'abanga akisikayo nekikola ki nekivayo olumu n'agenderako n'akola ki n'agwayo
temusobola kumutaasa bali
era mugenda okujja okumutaasa musanga amazzi gamukoze eki kuba kati wano wawanvu nnyo musanga gamututte afudire mukyasobola kumutaasa ate mnaleka mu mulimu gwa kutema kitoogo ekyo kumunoonya mu nderi gyaba yayingidde kuba wagwiramu nga wano bwati weerimu wansi tekiri ku ttaka kiri mu bbanga ayinza omusanga eri ng'ayise mu kitoogo muno juga amazzi gatambula egagenda muleka Victoria eri gasobola omutambuza ne mugiramu eri yagudde eno ogwa mugwa amanyi nnyo mu mazzi mwezi munweza ne wiiki mama muyambiddwa ne mufuna ku musawo ng'omuganda awo najja nakolakola ku mikolokola awo naku nga 2 oba lumu kitundu
omusawo muganda bagenda kukola mukolo ky'okugenda okuzoomusa
sasa muganda babane gundi amasiro bagamba abasooka mama we baba akyaliyo muyite mama wajje wano afukamire wano akuba mabeere ku nnyanja agali mwana wange nkwita mugerwa jangu okole kijangu oyonke awo niwajjawo ate embeera etali ya bulijjo empewo biki biki omanyi naawe embeera zegunji emizimuzimu egyo nokola amaiti ngedda ku ngulu leeta nedda ku ngulu bulungi
ebizibu ki ebirala ebiri wano ng'ovugyeko omuntu ogwa mu mazzi
ebirala muno mulimu ebiwuka byebayita ebinoso oba obimanyi biwuka biwanvu nnyo ebyo kiyinza okuyingira kwawo nekikati baithawe nekiyinza okuluma nga wano nekikunya omusaayi mpolampola nga towulira kyoso nga kiriwali kirikola ki kiri mukulu nampolampola nga tokiwulira gwe ogenda okiraba nga kikunywedde omusaayi okiwulira ate bwe kikunywa kikuyisa bikina obadde bwe kikola ki bwe kikuyingizaamu kiyinza okwetera obuzibu n'obyane ku kitanda nimeyegana amazzi genyini golaba gano gali ebigere banafa amuga balyamu enjala tebalina njala njala katomba nengenza okugwayo balina mistake otya nemberamu nga mwendi okirengera kati maze okufuna step endawe nkola ki wenekwano zawe mwembadde nekute kuno kati obadde omanyi oyitawo obuyise bwoti n'ogwamu naye ate kati zimanyi n'okuwuga
kati ebinoso ebyo ki ekirala ekiri mu kitoogo muno ekirala
kitoogo muno ekyala mulimu kale ebintu bingi ebisobola okusanya obulamu bw'omuntu mulimu emisota mulimu enjaka tuba tukola nga guli awo obulamu naye akuba kale kati fenga ffe obanga miri gyatumanyiira gusa okujja ne gubeerawo n'okola ebibyo mulimu enswaswa mulimu enswaswa ezakula ziringa timba ejja nebeerawo nakala neerebaka enswala zaayo mpolampola gwe nawe ono guli ku mirimu gyo tekulinako obuzibu
enswaswa teruma
eruma naye erumu bagireseko obuzibu naye so okujja nebeeraawo naye enswala zaayo nebaka ebintu byayo naye enswala zaayo naye nokola mpaka kunyuka nokola ki nogenda
njagala twogere ku nsonga olaba ebintu byonna byonna byeyogedde gwoli insured nti wewandisa mu insurance oba
kiba kizibu okwimandira mu life insurance siriimu
lwaki
siriimu life insurance kubeerawo nga ffe oba tulina babosi baffe ku lukalu eyo babaga batukozesa ng'ofuna obuzibu nga oba olwadde so okuteekamu ssente nowona bakulabira nokulabira mbu okola ki mpaka odda ku mulimu
musasula omusolo
omusolo tetusasula musolo wano kale kino ekirombe niri ekiro kiwonga kakolagana bulungi n'abakulu abatutwala okukyalo waniino kironga kulabira kitundu mpolampola kweyamu kasente kakutubeezaawo okukola ki butabba nange gyetwakikasaganyamu n'abakulu baffe bano abatutwala ku gundi waggulu bano ba meeya ba LCC ba MP bwe kityo nkuba kiruddewo kigenda mu myaka kati nga 65 nga weekiri wano
ebbanga likimazeewo bazuula batya nti waliwo omusenyu wano baali
bayiga njobe kira abayizi baba bayiga baba n'amafumu gaba kati okufumita bati omu yafumita effumu nerikona wansi nga nerikona ku musenyu nagamba banne guno ate negana amazzi tegaliwo mangi nnyo amazzi gaali mampimpi ne bazuula bagamba wano waliwo omusenyu tukole ki tulabe ne baleeta ebityo bino beera bino kino ekityo kyobabanyina kino ne batestinga wansi eri ngendala kituufu musenyu naleka ne bagusima mpolampola
oŋambye nti olina mukamaawo eryato lino olijjuza ng'olisima olunaku oba olisima otya
lijjula
olunaku ekitegeeza ogenda lijjuza
kuba kalikimanyi kati ziri saawa nga 8 saawa 11 awenda okuba nzijjudde oba 10
nga lijjudde ng'oliryawo wokawoka lwaki mutambula kuba ngambye mwali sayidize eri ate mujja mukyokubera
kati kino kitwalenga nti bona oba okwata enseenene bwe zigo osooka osanga abamu bali wano nga bala bali eri naye olaba abangi manya bwe ziri naze ki ennyingi kati eri gwakenderamu okujja otusanganga kati netujja wano kuba kati ffe tugumanyi so gamba wali gukendeddemu tugende sayidi eri nala kati gukola ki gyeguli ate naye naye tujja kuddayo gye twava tujja kusanga gumaze okukola ki gukomye kuba guno gwanyanja yegutambuza
mu kitoogo muno abantu basobola bafuna ebintu ombulidde ebizibu byosobola okuba ng'ofunawo wano njagala ombulidde ebirungi byofunye wano ku myaka 5 gy'omaze
birungi era kale nakati ngaolaba ebyennaku zaalo byakunoonyezaawo mmere ya leero okusasulirawo landiroodi nawe okubeesawo obulamu butabba kitegeera okasanga nti olina omulimu gwokola ki gwokola era nga tubeerawo tukonsobola okubeerawo kubalina abaana ne babaweerera ne basomesa abaana baabwe n'abalina famire zaabwe bazibeezaawo ne batenkanyizaawo obulamu mpolampola. Omuvubuka abatagala kukola
okwewala obubbi
anti kati abalina okujjanga wano nga nange wende ntupambana twateka ntukola okuta naye kati abamu bambi bazalawo emirimu gamba nze so bagenda kusima musenyu kitegeera nebagala okudda ku betingi kudda ku bodaboda kanje ne kwa saundi babuza bodaboda naye kati ekyo bakuba buteyimbwa efe ntujja mirimu bino ebiri hard netupambana tukola ki kufuna ekigula amagala eddiba tusobola okubeerawo olweggulo bwe tutyo neruli
njagala kumanya sente meka kapito wa sente meka gwenteekamu okubanga nzijana okutandika okusima omusenyu
kapito wakati yabalino pya igula dimala emitwalo nga 7
kati njagala katubanga ino sipya so afuna kadde kati
ngawo ne kusaabaza bwe liri wano witi kati ya mitwalo 3
nakyo ekirala
kati ate tulina okuba nalimu ina okuba n'amatongo 3
lwaki
anti kati tulina okuba n'abakozi nga bangi okusobola okwetanga emaali ng'ekola ki ng'ewerawerako
eri atonedde sente meka nga lijjudde omusenyu
eba tujjudde omusenyu ya mitwalo 3
omusenyu gwa mitwalo 3 nga gujjudde
terijjula mpaka eri nga lujaba neeyo gy'oli gukoma wano bweguti wano eno wano wali ku buntu obwo n'okudda kwagula eri lijjudde so n'obulabe bw'ensi naye kubanga era wano tuli mu bukyamu tekikirizibwa naye era ng'omanyi nti embeera yonna eba eriwo ennaku zino byakukola ki byakwebereramu kitegeera naye ng'era amakulu abamateeka singa bakusanga oli ku bintu nga bino bwebiti akola ki era balina okuvunaana tuli mu bantu nga 50 enamba ndeseewo nga bana kuba nange bandeeta buleesi
nama mwinamu ekibiina wano
tulina obubiina bwaffe ngaffe abavubuka obwaffe bwe tuzanyazanya
mubukola mutya
omeera kati ebibiina ffe byaffe tubitambuliza ku wiiki tugamba nti buli wiiki tugaba sente bweziti asasula buli wiiki tugamba nti buli wiiki mitwalo 5 tulimu abantu 5 ba 6 gye mitwalo 3 tugamba nti wiiki tugenda kuwa gundi wiiki eri tuwe gundi bwe tutyo
ssentebe w'ekyalo ky'e Bukasanga ye mwami Edward Bakabulinde yatubuulidde engeri gye bazuulamu omusenyu guno mu kitundu kyabwe.
Abantu mu kitundu kino bantegeezaako nti omusenyu guno batandika ogusima wano mu mwaka gwa 1945. Mu kiseera ekyo abantu balinga bafuna layisinsi. Oluvannyuma omusenyu gwakendeera n'ekirombe ne kibanga kigize kiyimiridde ng'omusenyu mukendeevu kubanga edda baasinganga kwagala musenyu gwa bisenge so si gwa mazzi guno. Kakati ogw'ebisenge omusenyu gugenda ne gubeera nti guli mu kifo naye nga tebagusima mazzi wansi ng'ekisenge kiba kitumbiivuko ekiyinza okuweza 40 nga 6 oba 5. Kali gwe omusenyu ogwo gwe baasimanga mu biseera ebyo nga basima bafuna layisinsi. Layisinsi eyo yagulanga siringi 3 omwezi. Siringi 3 omwezi.
Twali mwaka gwani ogwo?
Tugambe nti kutuukira dda myaka gya 7 nga mu 2.
Ate mu mwaka gwa Kabaka?
Okuva mu mirembe gya Kabaka baali basima n'omusenyu ne kuddako obote 1 era nga basima omusenyu. Ne tugenda n'obote 2 nga basima omusenyu. No, ne tugenda ne Idi Amin. Era nga basima ki omusenyu. Ne ku obote 2 era nga bali wano basima ki omusenyu paka okutuuka obudde buno. Bwe guba nti gukendedde bagujja mu bulumi nnyo naye olw'obutatuulira awo ne baba nti bagira ki beeyambisa omukisa ogwo okunoonya wano akasente akanababeezaawo olw'ebbula ly'emirimu naye nga guno mulimu gwennyini ng'obadde onoonyezaayo akasente era kyova nti bali awo kati bagusimira n'amaato olw'okuba nti ebbula ly'emirimu weriri ate ng'ekyokukola kirabika wano weekiri wadde kiri mu bumenyi bw'amateeka kati ebiseera bino kubanga tebikyaliko layisinsi.
Kati saawa zino tebakyasasula license.
Tebakyasasula.
Bajja batya gy'oli kubanga bangambye nti ggwe.
Emabegako gye buvuddeko twasooka ne tuba nga tusasula layisinsi nga twekwata wamu ne tusasulayo layisinsi. Mu myaka awo egya 85 kyenda awo nga tukyasasula layisinsi nga gukyali mu bisengesenga omuntu gana tugunoonyamu mpola. Kati okutuuka lulabise nti kati bagujja mu kitoogo munda guli mu bugobe bungi amazzi oluusi bagwamu ne gabatta ebyengeri ng'eyo naye ng'ekyokukola tewali kubanga tebayinza kubba ate omusenyu gulaki weguli. Waliwo abaali baga nti lwaki tebasasula wadde ensimi nga za mpooza buwooza naye okusinziira mu bulumi akantu ako koolaba omuntu emmotoka n'agisimira ennaku 3 kirabika nti bonna bantu baggwanga toza n'ennema etulaba naye tukwatirwa ki ekisa kwe ekiraba kyo naye tukwatirwa ki ekisa nga bwolaba abantu abali awo.
Bazayi balinga bameka
abantu bakati bakendedde
angabe bali wakati wa town
bakendedde luli baali bangi naye kati bali nga mu 5 bwe bataawo.
Abantu bano kujja ku kyalo kyo kubanga basinga bava wala engeri enzinjogerako nabo bamba bava Masaka bajja batya gy'oli ate naye nobakwatibwa ekisa nobaleka okukola
anti omuntu bw'ajja ku kyalo yeeyanjula olw'okuba nti aze okunoonya akasente munne bw'ava eno agenda nambuulirako nti akasente gye kali tugende tukanoonya kati naye najja neyeeyanjula kuba kyetaagisa okweyanjula sikulwa nga afuna obuzibu n'obulako gy'omubika kale ne bajja nga beegatta n'abaana abafa abazaala abaakulu be tuzadde ne bazzukulu baffe nibaba nti basima akantu ako.
Muzeeyi oyogedde ku mirembe gy'edda n'egyakati emirembe gy'edda omusenyu gwalinga mungi
gwali mungi kuba n'abagukozesa ate baali batono abantu gye bakomogena nga baala nagwo ne gugenda ngugiraki ki.
Muzeeyi ekintu kino kirinamu experience njagala onnyinyonnyola emisenyu gino girimu ebika bimeka.
Omusenyu
guno gwasema
wano kati tulina ekika kimu tulina flowa plasita yaggwamu waliwo
oyagula otya
plasita omusenyu ogwo gwe tuyita oba ogw'omu lusenyi omweru oyo plasita yaba mweru kati guno ye flowa omusenyu ogwo mweru naye ekigufula omuddugavu lwakuba nti engeri y'okugutakulayo eyo wansi eyo gwegatta neki nettosi liri ne ligufuula omuddugavu naye nga mweru wabula kati tuguyita muddugavu era gukola bulungi mulungi nnyo tegulina buzibu.
Embeera y'abantu bano obulamu bwabwe tebalina life jackets abamu tebamanyi kuwuga oba tebalinawo kyebasaba bawayo ekirowoozo nti bannange mugula life jacket y'emitwalo 3 oba 10 obeere naye nkesi oba ogudde kubanga agaba tubatogera naye n'asimatuka naye natugamba naye nze mmanyi owuga naye olwo bannaffe abajja nga tamanyi kukolaki
abasinga obungi bamanyi okuwuga n'oyo abazze nga tamanyi era bamuyigiriza ogiraki okuwuga olw'okweyamba si nnyo tebatera kugwamu nnyo tugambe nti omusenyu ng'era emirimu emirala ekyo girimu obuzibu eyo gye byasookera nga gukyali gwa bisenge naye ekisenge kyennyini kyajjanga ne kyewunzika bubi ne gugenda ne gumubika naafa ng'ekisenge kyekimubisi ekyomusenyu nga kiri ku lukalu ekisenge kiba ku lukalu owalako buwazi bwoti emotoka negira ki naye oyinza okiwala bwoti nekibanga kyeteze bubi nekigira ki nekiyiika era nemabega eyo ebyaba bikanga nebagira ki nebafa naye wano mu mazzi accident nga bwebeera n'emotoka nga bwogiraba nze twakafiirwa abantu 3 okuva mu 85 okutuuka mu mwaka guno gwe tulimu twakafiirwako abantu 3 abaagwamu ne bagira ki azuuka
kubanga ndaba ekitoogo ate baŋŋambye kiri waggulu amazzi ge gali wansi
era ekyo kino ekitoogo nga bw'okiranda kino bwe kiti kiri kungulu amazzi gali yudawa gali wansi eno nnyanja olw'okuba ekitoogo kyekisiikiriza ennyanja era bw'ova wano katono nnyo ne weeyongera mu maaso awo otuuka ku ki Portbel ali awo kumpi nnyo era tubadde nga nange mpitamu n'eryato lino lyo ekadde lino neŋŋende Portbel
amuzayini eryato olivuga
kati anti lino kadde lyakadde wali
katosa diddaabiriza
tijja diddaabiriza
kati bankuba basitwate busitwasi
ndikyalina omulimu zino embaawo zikyasobola okuvaako nezikola omulimu omulala wange
lunazimba lyato kiddala
luliwa luno lulungi bw'obanga olugjeeko oluzzaawo ne lukola ate ttonotono eritenkana lino naye nga byebikwata ku ki ku musenyu ekya insurance kizibu nga bwolaba akasente akava wano katono bakagabana bangi kale nga bwola nti nebweru insurance babale bwe bazabagira ki abagirina nawano bwekityo twandizeetaaze naye nga tubano ki tuba n'obuzibu obw'engeri eyo ekiseera kino kizuuse nnyo nti abavubuka bangi tebaagalagira ki kukola naye bw'obanga oli mukulembeze ng'osobola okwegatta n'abantu b'oli nabo musobola okwewa amagezi ne mukola ne bakulabirako ng'okola nabo ne bagira ki ne bakola kwanza sakirinaamu buzibu kubanga lwakuba kati nkuze nga nange omusenyu ngusima ng'ate ndi kiyamaniwa
naye muzeewoza ekyo ekituyo kisikikwatika nze nkikuttemu mbadde ngenze nakyo
ekituyo kikwatika era kyobula nti bagira ki bakikwata ddala bulungi era tibalina bulwadde bwonna bubaluma olw'okubeera ekitiyo
bagedde ku binoso muzeeyi tewaliwo eddagala osobola kuyiwa bakolera ne litajja
ate oyinza okuyiwawo eddagala ne libeera nga naawe liyinza okutuusaako obulabe naye ekinoso mu mwezi oyinza okulira ekinoso gwe kirumye muntu omu kuba bitambula mu mazzi nga bwolaba ensiri nazo zigira ki ziruma abantu naye abantu bayinza kwefuwako ddagala libaziyiza nsiri kubaluma kujjako okubeera mu butimba ekiro naye emisana nakati nsaawa zino ensiri zitambula ne ziruma abantu
SMART24 TV yagendako ku mwalo eggaba esangibwa omulimu guno gaba esangibwa mu mambuka g'ennyanja Nalubaale okutuukayo okuva e Kampala waliyo kilomita nga 11 Ivan Nenkwanga be batubuulidde emboozi eno ekwata ku kusima omusenyu
Ivani yajja wano nga omanyi embeera y'abavubuka obutakuwa butayimba zinajja n'okweyiya bwe nalaba nga sente za tuition zimbuze olwongenda Kyambogo maze okumala senior 6 nengamba kati okusingawo nga kireresi nengamba kanzije wano neeyiye emyaka wano natandikawo mu 2010 nenyingira omusenyu nga maze okwetoloolako mu mbeera endala ng'egaanye nenzija mu musenyu omusenyu guno nayingirira ku mukwano gwange yangamba waliwo plan naye yetaagisaamu amaanyi waba olina amaanyi jantugende tuyiye kwe kujja wano first of all bali batusaba ebiseera ebyo batusabanga ebintu bingi nnyo batusabanga obufaananyi ebikwogerako ebbaluwa ya chairman ng'osasulayoko n'akasente akatono okugulira bibu gyotandikirako okumanya enamba yo embeera tebadde mbi kubanga wano tukola n'amaanyi gaffe ne tufuna obusente bwaffe naye lwakuba tulinamu era obuzibuzibu nga bobimanyi ku mirimu embeera yakweyiya era bwofuna obuzibu oba olina just kwebeereramu nze kyenyinza okugamba mu ngeri nti obeera olina okwefaako egamba okwewala obuzibu bwe tufuna wano obuzibu obusinga just kale waliwo season wetuuka nga abantu tebali mu kuzimba kati awo omusenyu guba tegutambula marketing erilo wabeerawo akaseera kwegamba ng'amaato gaffe gonooneseemu tuba tetuli mu kukola oluusi ne tulwala ebirwadde bino eby'omu mazzi bituleetera obuzibu ebirwadde nga bilharzia dysentery nabituwa obuzibu typhoid naye tusumbuwa nnyo n'omusujja gw'ensiri olw'okuba amazzi getukoleramu galimu ensiri galimu n'obukyafu nga bw'obulaba olwekyo tulinawo n'ekizibu ky'ekiddo kitusumbuwa oluusi n'amayengo amangi gatusumbuwa nnyo wano bwe gabeera nga wano tetusobola kukola gainterfering emirimu gyaffe tetukola omusanyu guno bananga zefunyemu ebirungi sajja kulimba kubanga ekisooka sisabiriza nze kenyininyini nekozesa nga wondaba nekozesa ninawo akasente kange akatonotono era nzimbyemukko obuyumba bwange bubiri ndabirire ne famire yange nekubanga nina omukyala n'abaana mbalabiri wano ku musenyu gyokome kozesa amaanyi go gyokomye okufuna oyinza okukola wano emitwalo gy'etaano 6 7 oba 1,000 oba 15,000 gweolaba amaanyi go wegakoma waawo ogenda nze sente zogenda nazo kati guno omusenyu guno gwolaba wano gwange era nze ngenda okugwetundira kubanga nze nzise wano nga bwe nakugambye wano tebanonooza nnyo bingi wabula woba olina ebyo ebisanyizo bye nakugambye amaanyi go n'ekitiiyo osobola okukola akasenteko kati nze nzija wano nentoba nembonabona mu mazzi golaba wano ne ku lasiti nenfuna akasente kange nanze kubanga oluva wano waliwo babosa bagugula bagwetaaga kati woba otunulidde mu mashini oteekamu kingi ate ffe tuli baloko people tetulina sente zikolaki zimala so nze ngamba ffe tetusobola kukozesa maki mashini tetuzimanyi tetuzisobola nazisobola tweyamba nga banaku netukozesa ki bitiiyo kubanga sente zaffe zetulina ntono tezisobola kugula mashini tezisobola tobolaba tusanga tweyiya bweyiya bwetusi mashini zikubira ddala omusenyu gwenkuba mu forward mashini yo eyinza okuba forward 3 senkubawo emu yo ekuba 3 enjawulo so tripling amaanyi gange gyenyinza okugamba egagatamu emirundi nga 3 nze wenjija okujja kawiribaalo yo bekozeseza wiribaalo 3
wano kola omulimu liguzeewo ntikka benzi ntikka buno ntikka elefu nkuŋŋwanya nekuba kyetagisa kugenda eri gye guba nengenda nengunona n'ebiseera byange lumu ebyeddembe era nenkupiikinga nga nkuteeka wano lima nga nfuna sente manyi nze ndi mujagujagu kuva mu buto bwange nali nkuze empambana kati nze sisobola kutuuka wano nga waliwo omulimu nennemu ogukola kubanga nsobola okukola buli kize osobola okujulunaku nekirama n'ofunayo ekyebiri n'okola n'ofunayo n'esatu n'olusi n'olinyako ne mu redbooti n'ofunayo n'ekyena bwezityo naye nga sente era nga omanyi kutuuyana oba nga toli musajja nga tolimu obimanyi oba tojja kufuna oba olina okukozesa amaanyi ekipawa kiri kyennyini ntikka benzi buli motoka ejja wano ngitikka elefu eba yafite nga tuli 3 oba 4 wetuba 5 buli omu 10 wetukuba benzi nga musoka mufunayo 5 oba okubyeyo emotoka ennene ofuna 5 okitegeera ofuna 15,000 oba okubye buno elefu ofunayo lwase mba mukakubye 2 n'ofunayo 2,500 n'oli 2,500 ne mukitambuza bwe muntu olunaku lugendo zibu ng'okozeeyo ogumu ekitundu oba ekyebiri ekisimalo ekizize n'okisabakula n'ofunayo 3 oba 4 sina bizibu byenfunyeewo wabula ate okuba wenajjawo nfunyewo ne kasente kubanga abeeka tebalya maluma konna kenfunyira nga twalayo demu nayiya n'atetenkanya kikyagenda okukola nembeerawo nentoba nempamba nabwetyo nyagala emyaka gigenda obeera 28 27 afadhali nga nzimbyewo akayumba batoto bange webagenda obeera nga nkozeho ebintu bingi kati kubanga njagala kutandika nange era kuyigira mu bizinesi ddala eno nga ngusuubula guno omusenyu nga mukumwanya nga gugenda nga nfuna kasente akabeera kitegeera.
Mukasa Ivan nga ye kansala agamba nti bizinensi eno yakenyigirwamu abantu abasoba mu 100 nga bavubuka naye balina amateeka n'ebiragiro mu bizinensi eno.
Okusookera ddala eggwanga nga bw'omanyi lirina ekizibu tukulira ku misinde gya ggulu naddala mu nsonga y'ennamba y'abavubuka ate tewalina mirimu. Kati nga bw'olaba nti pulojekiti yaffe neetambula omusenyu tugujja buleebi eyo ne baguleeta wano kati balina okugujja mu maato ate n'okutikka emmotoka tetutukisa tractor bo bennyini be bagutikka. Abaana tulina abaana bali mu 100+ kubanga buli kanaku beeyongerako naye tulina amateeka agatufuga. Kati amateeka agatufuga ago nga bw'omanyi nti era wabeerawo abagamenya naye tugezaako bazza mu layini ne tubalaga okoze ensobi bweti ne bweti kati okukyokugeza nti oli bwalwana tumuwa suspe fere tukuba na muggo tukuba mu nsawo kubanga enkya tajja kukola kati ekyo kimukosa n'amanya nti singa nasiwuka empisa kikosa nze mu nsawo. Tuyina ligesa yaffe oli bwajja twabakolamu akakiiko waliwo chairman waabwe ajja n'atuukayo bw'atuukawo ne bamuteeka mu ligesa yaffe kubanga tulina okumumanya ani gwe tukola naye tojja buzi nti ojje okwate kitiyo otandika okole. Ojja n'osaba ne tukubuulira emitendera mwe tuyita si gy'amaanyi nnyo kubanga olina okugula ekitiyo n'otandika naye nga ne mu kitabo mwoli tumanya nti ono memba waffe tuyina naye. Ffe omuntu bw'afuna obuzibu twekolamu era omulimu ayinza okuba afiiriddwa tukola enteekateeka ne tugenda ne tumuziikirako. Bw'aba ali mu bannaffe yennyini nga yafudde era twekolamu omulimu ne tulaba tumuwerekedde tutya mu kitiibwa. Ku maato ago kuliko amateeka agatufuga ku nnyanja okwo babeera ne life jacket kubanga obulamu bwabwe tobuteeka mu matigga. Ogezaako gokkola ky'osobola n'olaba nga batambula bali safe era balina life jacket batambula bulungi ate nabo balina neeyisa gye beeyisaamu ku mazzi sigeemoolerako kyova owulira nga tetutera kufuna nnyo accident bwe zityo nga ffe ab'omusenyu ate ng'olaba nti abamu batera okukitwala nti tutikka nnyo naye olw'okuba nti bamanye entambula gye balina okutambulamu batambula mpola babeera ne life jacket era ne poliisi tukolagana nayo bulungi mu nsonga eyo okulaba nga tutambula mu nteekateeka etamenya mateeka ga ku mazzi. Abavude kuba kati emirimu singa abasinga basomye naye batunula nnyo egiri mu gavumenti naye yina emirimu mitono nnyo naye tulina kweyizaawo gyaffe. Bwekuba kulima balime, bwekuba kukola nga bino bye tugira eby'omusenyu baleme ginyooma bajje beenyigiremu balabe nga bagatta ettaffaali ku ggwanga lyaffe. Naye balowooza nti banaatunula gavumenti giri mu gavumenti kijja kuba kizibu. Singa olaba kati kizibu nnyo factory okukozesa abaana be tulina wano naye bakola ate bafunirawo. Temooka bajja ne bagitikka omusenyu bwe kaba kafuwadi babeerako abantu 5 buli omu afuna 10,000 ne bafunirawo ezaabwe n'endala nejja ne bagenda nga bakola bwe bati. Okujja omusenyu mu maato era nakyo bafuna ssente zaabwe naye kisinga obukulu nti ebiseera ebisinga bazifunirawo oli n'agenda ate n'atetenkanyamu ekirala.
Vanessa eyatandikawo ekibiina kya Rise Up Movements omulwanirizi w'obutonde yekolera erinnya bwe yasoserebwa mu langi bannamawulire bwe baamusala mu kifaananyi.
Ekintu ky'okusima omusenyu kirinza obba nga kiyamba abantu naye kibayamba temporarily akaseera katono okufuna zibabeezaawo naye nga kirina effects gye kikola eri obutonde bw'ensi. Kaŋŋambe nga rivers kati buli bwe basima ogwo omusenyu either amazzi agali mu gundi mu rivers ezo nga bagakendeera oba nga bagakyusa channel. Kati bwe bakyusa channel mani amazzi bwe gakyusa direction nga bagagenda kuleetawo amataba mu bifo ebimu. Ate ekirala kasita gakendeera bwe gati gagenda leetawo droughts mu ekyo ekifo kyennyini. Ate ng'era n'ebyennyanja tebisigala kye kimu biba bikendeera kubanga environment eba ekyuse. Kasita ago amazzi gakendeera kaŋŋambe ebyennyanja birina we bibeera mu mazzi omusenyu ogusinga bagujja mu mazzi kati buli woogira ogwo omusenyu waliwo dust zo releasinga mwaga amazzi ekisooka then n'amazzi genyini okendeera ebyennyanja bisurvivinga ku mazzi naye nga n'amazzi galina beera mayonjo kati eyo dust nayo gye mu releasinga nga omusenyu bagusimye nakyo kisobola okutta ebyennyanja oba ne bisalawo ne bikyusa gundi habitat we bibeera ne bigenda nga bikendeera mu ekyo ekifo. Ekikulu nandigambye ba gavumenti kubayambako nebakolera emirimu oba nebayambako nebawaayo ku ssente ezitandika emirimu egitakosa butonde bw'ensi kubanga tekikosa butonde bw'ensi bwokka nabo kiba kibakosa kubanga buli woosima wabaawo ezo gundi particles zoinhalinga zoyingiza mu mubiri zibeera dangerous era osanga abamu tebawangala na nnyo agenda otuuka emyaka nga 4 ng'atandika olwala endwadde zino endwadde z'emitima oba lungs endwadde z'amawuggwe ebiseera ebisinga okusima omusenyu kiri illegal kati abamu bayinza obba bakikola mu budde bali we batabeererawo kubanga ku byensomyeko ndabe nga gavumenti nakyo tekiwagira nnyo era NEMA egezezzaako nnyo okulaga abantu nti okusima omusenyu si kirungi ku butonde bw'ensi ate si kirungi ku bulamu bw'oyo omuntu aba agusimye. Kusima omusenyu ogenda kifunamu naye kigenda beera kyakaseera katono ekiseera kigenda
SMART24 Smart Business.
On 28th November 2019, SMART24 ran a mobile money story stressing its performance derived from the Bank of Uganda Annual Report of 2019. The Bank of Uganda Annual Report released in October 2019 indicates that mobile money transactions dropped from shillings 73 trillion in 2017-2018 to shillings 66.9 trillion in 2018-2019. Mobile money users mostly blamed the 0.5 tax levied on the withdrawal charges. While interacting with Dr. Wilson Sonko, in charge of the Financial Consumer Empowerment System, Bank of Uganda gave an insight of its role to the economy.
The first one is to ensure that the change in the general price level of goods and services, which you people call inflation, remains low and stable over a period of time. And actually, our target is to look at it in terms of 5%. Our interest is to ensure that inflation doesn't shoot beyond 5% over a period of between 12 to 36 months. Of course, the other thing we also try to ensure that is stable and competitive is the exchange rate. The exchange rate is simply the value of the Ugandan currency in terms of other currencies like the US dollar, the British pound, the Japanese yen, Australian dollar, and all those other hard currencies you've heard of. So that exchange rate, for you to remain able to trade with those other countries, you must keep it also stable but very competitive. The other role we undertake, we are the people who are responsible for regulating, licensing, and supervising a number of financial institutions such as commercial banks. We supervise what we call credit institutions. We supervise what we call micro deposit taking institutions. We supervise what we call credit reference bureaus. We supervise what we call the money remitters, the people who send money across the borders. Then we also supervise the forex bureaus, and we also supervise the mobile money service providers, and those are 7 in total. And of course, we do a number of other roles, like we are the bankers to commercial banks, we are the bankers to government, we issue debt on behalf of the state, We also run a number of government projects, like we are responsible for what we call the Financial Inclusion Program. We are the Secretariat for the Agricultural Credit Facility. We are responsible for the Petroleum Investment Fund. So really the bank does so many things on behalf of Ugandans, but there are primarily two things that we do for the country. That is to ensure that the change in the general price levels of goods and services remains stable, which we call price stability, but also to ensure that when you keep your money in financial institutions, you do not lose your money, which we call financial stability. So basically that's what we do as the bank on behalf of Ugandans.
Regarding mobile money, he clarified on responsibilities of Bank of Uganda towards mobile money.
The responsibility of regulating mobile money remains with the Bank of Uganda. All the 7 mobile money service providers are a responsibility of the Bank of Uganda. And the way we regulate them, we are designed in such a way that, first of all, every mobile money service provider must receive what we call a letter of no objection. That letter of no objection is akin to a memorandum of agreement or a memorandum of understanding between the commercial bank and the mobile money service, the mobile network operator. So we need to say we are satisfied with this relationship between the mobile money operator and the commercial bank. So when we look at that relationship and we are okay with it, we issue what we call a letter of no objection. Then we also have what we call the mobile money guidelines, which we issued in 2013, which stipulate how mobile money service providers should run their service. So those are the 2 major instruments that we are using currently. But we are also well aware that the National Payments Bill, which is going to be translated into the National Payments Act, which will be responsible for the regulation of mobile money, is also well underway, and I think it is already approaching the 2nd reading in the Parliament. So the implication is we are now going to have a full act that gives us authority over regulating these mobile money service providers. To go back to your question of how have the transactions been, overall when you look at the transactions, they have remained more or less the same. We saw some blips earlier in there, but those blips are usually created because what happens over time, that you have a number of mobile money accounts, and they have been oscillating between 21 million accounts to about 18 million. The reason being, some people open up accounts but then they discard the SIM card, so the account becomes inactive. So over a period of 90 days, you can have about 18 million bank accounts being active. And when we say active, that means they have had transactions taking place over those lines over that 90-day period. So you can have about 18 million bank accounts that are active. So the value has remained in the trillions. I can't seem to pick the number of it, but the value has remained in the trillions. But as I said, we had a blip earlier because of the transition. Because what happens that with mobile money accounts, that's usually the first point of interaction of some people with the financial system, the formal financial system, because all of us in one way or the other deal with the financial system. But most people come to interact with the formality of you have to fill in here, we have to know your ID, we have to know what we call the know your customer. So that's usually the first time guys get a chance to interact with the formal financial system. When they interact with the formal financial system, what we've seen happen, of course, apart from being able to mobilize for us resources that have been kept under mattresses for a long time and they are brought into the formal financial system, we've also seen that these people sometimes get the audacity to now engage the traditional commercial banks, the traditional credit institutions. So what we see is we see a transition. Someone comes in the first 6-7 months, they use the mobile money as their own trading platform, and then you see them shift to traditional bank accounts. You see them moving to the agents of the commercial banks. So you see that transition take place, and that partly explains why you see the volumes sometimes oscillating in mobile money transactions. Because one thing I'll tell you that the the surcharges cut across. I'll tell you that, for instance, even when you go to the traditional brick and mortar financial institutions, the commercial banks I've told you about, all of us pay 15% excise duty on all the transaction fees. If you do say withdraw money across the ATM, you pay excise duty. If they charge you a maintenance fee, they are going to apply tax. So in terms of tax is across all platforms. Okay, so but actually what drives people to move is the fact that these others, people start to appreciate the benefits of formal financial systems. Because the mobile money, when you look at the formality on mobile money, is not as stringent. So it's easy for someone to opt in. But once they opt in, they start to see the benefits. For instance, you are sure that even if you lost your SIM card and you've not compromised your PIN number, you can actually access your resources once the new card is created. Exactly the same manner that even if you lost your ATM card in a traditional brick and mortar financial institution, you are able to withdraw your money as long as they create for you a new. So people start to appreciate those benefits that accrue from the formal financial system, and then they actually patronize it the more. So it's not really the levy, because the tax cuts across all platforms. I've told you, in commercial banks we have excise duty, just like in mobile money. So that shouldn't be, how do I call it? It wouldn't be a cost issue. It wouldn't be a cost issue. But also the other thing we shouldn't lose sight of as Ugandans is that now we start to see a lot of integration taking place between these platforms. Because for instance, you can push money from your mobile money account into your bank account. So in the same way, you can also pull money from your from your bank account into your mobile money wallet. So the integration is also starting to make life easier. So the convenience that was only associated with mobile money traditionally now is starting to appear in bank accounts. Because now I have my phone, I can pull money from my bank account and push money into my bank account. So the convenience that was what we call a critical success factor for mobile money initially now seems to also have spread to these platforms. But remember, these platforms have another benefit, that if you hold money in your traditional bank account, you have what we call a deposit protection insurance. So your money is insured to the magnitude of 10 million. So if this convenience has shifted from mobile money and it's also prevalent in the bank account, why don't I even go and enjoy an extra benefit of deposit insurance? So that's so the blurring of the line between traditional bank accounts and the brick and mortar, the mobile money, has seen people move to the more formalized financial system. When you have a mobile money, when you have the float or the e-value on your account, there is an equivalent amount seated in a physical account somewhere in the commercial bank, what we call the escrow account. Some people call it the escrow account or the trust account. So that escrow account is under an institution that is regulated by BOU. So we can see the flows on that escrow account. Then of course the other thing, as I've told you, we have information from an institution we supervise directly, but we also have information from our partners at UCC, but also the mobile money operators themselves. So at the end of the day, we have three sources of information where we can authenticate so it's, for lack of a better word, if I might use one of our slogans, you have 3 points of checking, which we call really triangulation. So you can actually check the authenticity of the data you get about the system. One thing I'll tell you, Ugandans, mobile money is here to stay. Because why do I say it's here to stay? Remember, we started with simply person-to-person transfers. You had money, you needed to shift it to me, I'm somewhere very far, you'd send me that money. That was primarily it. But if I mention to you now the services that are being executed across mobile money, we could actually take about, say, 10-15 minutes. I'll give you an example. Insurance. Insurance has finally found its way on mobile money. So now, with just a click of the phone, you can insure yourself, either health, either whatever. So that's already an additional service that is being provided on that platform. Microcredit, digital credit is a very big thing. People are borrowing money to do business in the morning. Someone doesn't have, say, 50,000 for fuel in the morning, is a taxi tout, is like, boss, let's borrow 50,000, we shall pay in the evening. That's a service. Credit at basically only your SIM card registration. Basically, your collateral is your national identification number. So people are also accessing that microcredit and doing business. So if you ask me, there are so many add-on services that the future of mobile money is bright. And also the other thing that has happened is the capacity to what we call interoperability, the capacity that systems of, say, MTN, systems of Airtel, systems of UTL are now speaking to each other. Because if I need to send money, say on MTN, and I need to send money to an Airtel customer, I can actually see who it is I am sending money to. And given that this name is actually authenticated using the national identification number, I am comfortable. So that interoperability is also going to push the future of this system further. But also what we shall see, a lot of integration in these providers. The traditional brick and mortar financial institutions agents and the mobile money agents are a session that can happen in there as they try to deliver the services to the last mile. In terms of the tracking down what we call fraud, forgeries and scams, we have a very elaborate system of tracking down those, even in mobile money service providers, not only in our traditional brick and mortar financial institutions, but also in our mobile money service providers. We have our returns, what we call the mobile money service providers usually send us information about transactions that were questionable, what we call transactions you need to watch, transactions where people are attempting fraud, say someone tried to clone a SIM card, someone tried to create another identity. So we keep track of those, and we are able to see this is where the sector stands, and this is where our risk mitigation measures need to come and tighten a little bit. In terms of individual complaints, I have not received many from the mobile money customers. And I have, apart from just imagining, I can't seem to place my finger why people don't use the complaint system here. But what I feel like, probably what I'm imagining, that either they don't have the SMSs that were the source of trouble, so they don't have any information to share with me which can be the basis of making that complaint. But